Order. Order, please. We will now begin the daily routine, beginning with presenting and reading petitions. Presenting reports of committees. I recognize the honourable member for Hants East.
Madam Speaker, as Chair of the Private and Local Bills, I'm directed to report to the committee that the committee has met and considered the following bill. Bill number 351, an act to amend Chapter 135 of the Acts of 1925 for the Bethel Presbyterian Church Sydney Act. The committee recommends this bill to the favorable consideration of the House without amendments.
Table. The report is tabled. I recognize the honourable member for Hants East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As Chair of the Committee of Private and Local Bills, I'm directed to report that the committee has met and considered the following bill. Bill 369, an act to amend Chapter 149 of the Acts of 1920, the Riverport Electric Light Act for Polling District Number 2 in the County of Lunenburg. The committee recommends this bill to the favorable consideration of the House with certain amendments.
Order that these bills be referred to the Committee of the Whole House on Bills. Are there any further presenting reports of committees? Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a pair of annual reports for the Nova Scotia Farm Loan Board 2021-22 and 22-23.
The report is tabled. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table the 2022-2023 annual report from the Nova Scotia Fisheries and Aquaculture Loan Board.
The report is tabled. Statements by ministers. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Gaelic Affairs.
Do you believe in good? Do you believe in evil? Evel Shiva Kretchen Erangil. Do you believe in the devil? Part man, part beast, maybe with a pitchfork and sinister-looking eyebrows. Well, the devil's presence among the Gaels has come in many forms. The black dog that roams around unexpectedly. My father told me a story about that. I know the spot where it happened, near a bridge in Judic. He heard it from his uncle. And he confirmed it was true when he asked he and the other man that witnessed it years later. That other man's name was John McIsaac. It was in the 1930s. My granduncle would have been one of the Alleneans. He was Alan Ian's son, McDonald's from the Shore Road. They went to a wake, and as their wives went inside, the men paused in the yard to have a little gillick, a drink. One of them said to the other, "Evelo feichen shien, are you seeing anything?" Ha mi geheichen agus vemi a shulshin a ro mi a fachen rutten. Evel usa a fachen shin kutchach. Yes, I am, and I was wondering if I was imagining things. Are you seeing that too? He said yes. They were seeing a well-dressed man in a black suit and hat who appeared to be walking on a slant. And this slant, it was almost like he was coming down a set of stairs, and it was lit with a glow. Down to the ground. And as he reached the bottom, he disappeared into darkness. Well, this happened a second time. And I remember my father telling me this story. I think he was taking me to hockey one day when I was young. And the third time, John McIsaac said, if he appears a third time, I'm going to ask him who he is. Sure enough, the man appeared again, and he asked, Cousa, agus J and Gil, how a Gianna when Course to Shaw. Who are you, and what in the hell are you doing around here? And Madam Speaker, I know that's unparliamentary language, but I'm hoping you give me some leniency, considering it's Halloween. The man said nothing. He disappeared. After a while, along comes a big black dog roaming around, and it too disappeared into the darkness. My father, as I said, asked both men later in life if they saw what they said they saw, and they confirmed they did. So I have no doubt they were sincere. They thought that the dog was the devil. So yes, the devil's presence among the Gaels has come in many forms. The black dog, the handsome man who arrives at the dance to the delight of the one who wished for him until she looks down and sees the hoof as they dance. The terror that chased the horse and wagon until they reached a brook and crossed it, for the devil cannot cross water. The priest who faced an unknown force that prevented him from reaching someone who was sick and dying. On one night, he came for a carload who crashed after a night of heavy drinking. The funeral director turned white upon reaching the scene, which is kind of strange when you consider a funeral director would be familiar with the tragedies they would see on the roadside. He could not see the evil, but he could hear the chains of bondage, and he could smell the rot and sulfur common to the presence. The priest, whom I knew as a much older man when I came to know him, climbed into the wrecked car to begin the fight for souls, or for the one the devil thought was his. Is such a story true? Is it entertainment? Is there a spirit world around us? Why is it there? Or perhaps for a moment we should take ourselves out of the world we see around us and ask a more appropriate question: why are we here, and when are we going back there? One of the most conclusive experiences with evil is the possession of a person or of a place. If that seems so far-fetched in our modern world, why is there belief in such phenomena in almost every corner of the planet and amongst the beliefs of almost every ethnicity of people? Christians can look to the Bible. Many would say the people of the past did not understand mental illness. Maybe. But anytime demons were cast out, those who wrote about it distinguished between afflictions of the physical and mental and afflictions of the physical sort. Often Jesus would silence them so as not to reveal things he did not want them to reveal about him at that time. In truth, and I've done some reading on this, exorcisms are very rare and can only be considered after modern science has ruled out all phenomena it can explain. And a good portion of them fail because the person is often not able to give up the desires which brought it upon them. Our free will is a gift, but it can be a dangerous one. There are also cases where the evil presence is brought on by another person. But it's not just people who can be overtaken by evil presence. Places can also become infested. Often it is because somebody has opened a door to the other world, to hell. Evil cannot come until you let it in. A Ouija board, a seance, or maybe the location was marked by something. A murder, a place where there was great harm done to others. The story I wanted to tell you this year involved a house, and what was in the house moved to the barn. I think about the story, I heard about it every time I drive by the place. But I can't tell you the story because the priests involved asked people to stop talking about it. And those wishes are still being respected to this day. I feel I should respect that too. This affected people, a family, and the story would no doubt be painful for them. As a child, I heard my parents speak about it. Years later, a cousin of mine, Danny MacDonald in Hamilton, who was friends with one of the priests involved, and this priest was a burly man. I remember seeing him when I was in junior high. He had big, powerful arms. And he worked in the prisons in Ontario as a chaplain. I don't believe he was scared of much in this world, but what he dealt with there was not from this world. Who knows why it happened? Could a door have been opened by someone? Could someone else have brought it there through no fault of the family that lived there? Could someone have put a butcheck or a curse on the property? Years after the happenings, I knew someone who had worked in the barn, and when they were forking hay down, the animals began to behave strangely. The sheep started darting to one end of the barn and hurling themselves against the wall trying to get out. A horse was very worked up. Animals can sense things we cannot. Madam Speaker, I think you're getting scared here. And I won't say much more, but I will say animals were involved at the end of this exorcism in much the same way that they were involved in another very famous biblical story. Most have not seen these things, and you may not believe them. But talk to someone who has, and they'll tell you not to open these doors to the other world, for the consequences are very real. And even if things happen that would seem anything but believable, protect yourself, especially now at Oichihauna, Halloween, for the distance from this world to the next is but a breath away. And there are those waiting eagerly for you should you decide to take a step on the wrong side of it.
My head is spinning. I recognize the honourable member for Temberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And there's certainly a lot of spirits in the member opposite's riding. I have another true story out of Inverness County today. Legend has it there was a Kaliach, an older lady who lived in Port Hood, directly next to the graveyard. This one night, it was a warm fall night, and she had the windows open for some fresh air. She was headed to her bed, and as usual, she got ready and dressed in her nightgown, a long white nightgown. As she got into bed, she heard sounds, a bleating. She peered out her bedroom window and could hear it from the direction of that graveyard. She figured maybe a neighbor's animal, perhaps a young sheep, had got out and was trying to find its way home. She headed back downstairs, threw on her boots, and headed towards that graveyard. Once there, she looked around, and though she could still hear the sound, she couldn't see anything that matched that sound of the bleating. She walked around, following the sounds, and finally spotted an open grave, ready for a funeral the next day. She walked over, and sure enough, there was a small young lamb, miserably bleeding down there. She tried to get it out, but try as she might, she wasn't able to. So she decided to clamber down into the grave to help it out. And so she did, managing to hoist that lamb out and getting her bed-ready hair and long white nightgown dirty in the process. And just at that precise time, there was 3 young folks walking around the lane, running in front of that graveyard. They heard the sound of an animal, stopped speaking and turned towards the graveyard. Imagine the sight that greeted them of an elderly, disheveled lady dressed in a long, soiled white gown, climbing out of a grave under the shimmering moonlight. Well, that was surely enough to send them home in a hurry. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the stories today have reminded me that I wanted to catch you up on what happened to me last year when I was crossing the McDonald Bridge and bumped into the ghost of Helen Creighton. You may recall that happened. And after that happened to me, I kept going back. I was just kind of amazed by that, and I just wanted to talk with her again. And so I went back many, many times onto the bridge on a foggy night, and I never saw her again. It was like she was there and then not there. And this is a phenomenon in Nova Scotia, actually. And in Helen Creighton's book, Blue Nose Ghosts, she writes, in Nova Scotia, there are many instances of things having been seen, which upon investigation were not there at all. Take, for instance, the strange occurrence on l'Île of Frisé, as reported by Mr. Stanislaus Pache of Pubnico. Mr. Pache's story follows. A man had come on a vessel and on landing decided to go for a stroll. He was walking along by himself when he came to a place with no trees or grass, but with a beautiful garden in the middle of a clearing. He couldn't understand how such a garden could be in such a place, particularly at this time of year when it was too cold for flowers to be growing along the coast like that. He didn't touch the garden, but went back to the vessel and told the other men about it. They thought it was very strange too, so a few of the crew went back to see for themselves, and he couldn't find the garden then or at any time after that. And so these kinds of there but not there phenomenon, there's stories throughout Nova Scotia, from Duck Island, from French Village, from East Chesapeake, from Digby, from Middle Musquodoboit, from Ingramport, French Village, Peggy's Cove, and right here in Province House. So I bring all of this up because the other night, something happened to me. It was one of the long nights, I can't remember which one, where we were sitting until midnight. Could have been anyone. And I was exhausted, frankly, and so I decided to, while the bells were ringing at one point or another, decided to go into the library to have a sit down and a quiet moment. And I went in, and the person sitting at the desk I didn't recognize. The computer was gone from the desk, and there was a woman sitting there, and she had a beautiful silver tea service and a couple of teacups on the table. And I said, hello, and she said, sit down, MLA LeBlanc, you've had a hard day. You've been working so hard, you deserve to sit down and take a rest. So I sat down with her at the desk, and she poured us a cup of tea, and her voice was so warm and comforting, and we began to speak, and I thought, I love this. And so we drank our tea, we talked about our families, we talked about what was happening in the legislature, and soon enough, our teacups were drained, and she was pouring a second cup of tea, but then we realized there was no sugar. So I said, well, I'll just go to the lounge and get some sugar, because I was really enjoying this time with her. And I went into the lounge, I got the sugar, I came back, and she was gone. And sitting at the desk was David McDonald, the legislative librarian. He was working away on his computer, and I said, well, where's the woman that was just here? And he said, I don't know what you're talking about. I've been here all night. And I've been working, I've been listening, I've been here all night. There's no one else been here but me. I said, I was just having a cup of tea with a woman at the desk. And he said, oh, you met Annie. And I said, Annie? And he said, Annie Donahoe. She was a librarian here. She was the assistant librarian in 1889 to 1906, and then she was the sole librarian of the legislature from 1906 to 1954. And she loved to drink tea, and she would often pour tea for the members. Well, I was a little taken aback by that. And so I kind of gave my head a little shake, and I came back into the chamber. It was almost time to sit down for a recorded vote. And I literally like walked like this. I was sort of in, you know, a bit of a haze, wondering what had just happened. And I kicked something under my desk. And at the foot of my desk, there was a teacup, and it said, "Property of Annie Donahoe." And my blood turned from warm, feeling very warm and comforted talking to her, to icy cold. And I discovered the very teacup that I had drunk from with the ghost of Annie Donahoe. And I will table that.
Well done, everyone. Well done. All right. Are there any further statements by ministers? I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier, I was going to table some documents to do with my member statement, and I missed that before the member from Inverness stood up, and I just wonder if I'd be able to do that now.
Yep. With unanimous consent, is everyone in agreement? Yes, please go ahead. Okay. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to table documents to do with my members' statement and its poverty report, Cards Food Banks Canada, Farmers Market of Nova Scotia report, as well as copies of 3 letters from constituents regarding the Nourishing Communities Food Coupon Program. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The papers are tabled. Any further statements by ministers? If not, we'll move on to government notices of motion. I recognize the honourable minister for Acadian Affairs.
Madame la Présidente, en date ultérieure, je demanderai l'adoption de la résolution suivante. Attendu que la Fédération culturelle acadienne de la Nouvelle-Écosse est un organisme à but non lucratif dont la mission est d'appuyer et de promouvoir le développement des arts et de la culture de l'Acadie de la Nouvelle-Écosse, et attendu que depuis 2004, la Fédération culturelle acadienne de la Nouvelle-Écosse a appuyé le développement continu des arts comme l'un des piliers du dynamisme et de la communauté acadienne et francophone, et attendu que la Fédération culturelle acadienne de la Nouvelle-Écosse offre des programmes à l'appui du perfectionnement des artistes acadiens et francophones, professionnels et de la relève, organise des événements qui mettent en vedette ces artistes et établit des partenariats pour renforcer le secteur des arts et de la culture en Acadie de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Par conséquent, qu'il soit résolu que tous les membres de l'Assemblée législative se joignent à moi pour reconnaître le dévouement, l'énergie et l'engagement du personnel et des bénévoles de la Fédération culturelle acadienne de la Nouvelle-Écosse dans le cadre de la célébration de son 20e anniversaire. Madame la Présidente, je demande l'adoption de cette résolution sans préavis et sans débat. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the Fédération culturelle acadienne de la Nouvelle-Écosse is a non-profit organization whose mission is to support and promote the development of the arts and culture of l'Acadie of Nova Scotia. And whereas since 2004, the Fédération culturelle acadienne de la Nouvelle-Écosse has supported the continued development of the arts as one of the pillars of the Acadian and Francophone community's vitality. And whereas the Fédération culturelle acadienne de la Nouvelle-Écosse has programs to support the development of professional and emerging Acadian and Francophone artists, organizes events showcasing these artists, and has partnerships to enhance the arts and cultural sectors in l'Acadie of Nova Scotia. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly join me in recognizing the dedication, energy, and commitment of the staff and volunteers of the Fédération culturelle acadienne de la Nouvelle-Écosse as they celebrate the organization's 20th anniversary. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Christine Sinclair will play one of the final games in her impressive career in Halifax later today as Canada plays Brazil on their journey to the Paris 2024 Olympic Games. And whereas she has left an indelible mark on the sport of soccer worldwide, being the all-time leading goal scorer in international women's soccer. And whereas Sinclair's enduring legacy extends beyond the field, serving as an inspiration to countless young athletes, exemplifying the values of humility, courage, and leadership. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this legislature recognize Christine Sinclair as one of the greatest soccer players of all time and applaud her and her teammates for the pride they give to our country whenever they take the pitch. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas organizing an event of the magnitude of the 2023 North American Indigenous Games held in Djibouti and to Sibonagany and Millbrook in July required an extraordinary effort by many with significant planning and preparation, and whereas that team effort was evident from the one-year kickoff through volunteer recruitment and training to rollout of logistics and needs for all who participated in some capacity, and having to quickly pivot to ensure safety during flooding in Nova Scotia on the last day of scheduled events. And whereas the opportunity for all Nova Scotians and visitors alike to learn and participate in Mi'kmaq culture was truly a highlight and will have a lasting impact as we continue on our reconciliation journey. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly join me in recognizing the organizing committee and staff of NAG 2023 and thanking them for their tremendous contribution to sport and culture here in Mi'kmaq. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Introduction of bills. I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Schedule A of Chapter 1 of the Acts of 2018, the Education Act, to require naloxone kits in public schools. Here.
The Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2, begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Schedule A of Chapter 1 of the Acts of 2018, the Education Act, to require naloxone kits in public schools.
Bill 387, an act to amend Schedule A of Chapter 1 of the Acts of 2018, the Education Act, to require naloxone kits in public schools.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce an act entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 31 of the Acts of 1996, the Sales Tax Act, respecting lower grocery bills.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth South begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 31 of the Acts of 1996, the Sales Tax Act, respecting lower grocery bills.
Bill 388, an act to amend Chapter 31 of the Acts of 1996, the Sales Tax Act, respecting lower grocery bills.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Expand At-Home Testing for Human Papillomavirus.
The honourable member for Bedford Basin begs leave to introduce a bill and act to expand at-home testing for human papillomavirus.
Bill 389, an act to expand at-home testing for human papillomavirus.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to present a bill, an act to amend Chapter 92 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Consumer Protection Act, respecting transparent grocery pricing.
The honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 92 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Consumer Protection Act, respecting transparent grocery pricing.
Bill 390, an act to amend Chapter 92 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Consumer Protection Act, respecting transparent grocery pricing.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to present a bill, an act to amend Chapter 217 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Income Tax Act, respecting a senior's income benefit.
The honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 217 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Income Tax Act, respecting a senior's income benefit.
Bill 391, an act to amend Chapter 217 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Income Tax Act, respecting a senior's income benefit.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Require the Government of Nova Scotia to Purchase Food Products from Maritime Producers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Require the Government of Nova Scotia to Purchase Food Products from Maritime Producers.
Bill 392, an act to require the Government of Nova Scotia to purchase food products from maritime producers.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Support Commercial Greenhouses and Vertical Farming. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Support Commercial Greenhouses and Vertical Farming.
Bill 393, an act to support commercial greenhouses and vertical farming.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motion. Statements by ministers. Statements by members, sorry, my mistake. Statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Madam Speaker, before I begin, I beg leave to make some introductions.
Yes, certainly.
In the Speaker's Gallery, you will find a number of volunteer firefighters from Chester St. Margaret's who I am incredibly proud to introduce to the House. I would ask the volunteer firefighters, ask you to stand as I say your name. Amos Robia, Peter Andrews, Clary Coolin, Mitchell Kaiser, Chris Turpin, Steve Short, Cody Stevens, Michaela Dory, Doug Ryans, Blake Rayfuse. Over the past 2 years, our volunteer firefighters have faced numerous natural disasters with great skill and tremendous courage. I would ask that all members join me in giving them a warm hero's welcome to the legislature.
Welcome. It's nice to have you here. I recognize the honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to bring recognition to our volunteer fire departments for their outstanding service to our communities. We had devastating fires, then floods within a 60-day period. This has been a demanding summer for all those involved. This has been a record year for fires in our province. Volunteer fire personnel were continually at the ready and quick to respond to new developments. In many cases, they had real concerns about their own well-being and the safety of their families. In July, volunteer firefighters were again called upon to assist with the devastating flooding that hit our province. Throughout the night of July 20th and into the weekend, they were called upon to pump out flooded basements and rescue residents stranded by flooded roadways. While performing this service, they had to contend with roads that were weakened or washed away from sudden erosion. They are true heroes. On behalf of all Nova Scotia, I want to honor and thank the members of the volunteer fire departments for their aid and personal sacrifices on our behalf. Thank you, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in sadness as I join my home community of Yarmouth in mourning the loss of our very own Gary Nickerson. Gary Nickerson was one of Tri-County, Nova Scotia's most trusted and respected voices in broadcasting. He was with CGLS Radio, now known as Y95, for over 28 years and was the station's news director for many of those years. His voice, integrity, and leadership in broadcasting were truly missed upon his retirement. After his retirement, he co-hosted the podcast Outside My Window with his dear friend, Mr. Quinn Taggart, which featured conversations with people in our community and outside discussing local events and interests, and that have been the source of many engaging and meaningful and enjoyable conversations. One of their highlights, I know, was when Dr. Strang appeared on their show for an interview. Gary Nickerson was an engaging conversationalist and a respectful listener who brought out the best in his interviewees. Beyond that, he was a truly good person who was as liked as much as he was respected. I was very lucky to have been interviewed by Gary over the years. I have fond memories, particularly of our conversations on the Weekender. But I'm even more lucky, Madam Speaker, to be able to call Gary a friend. I, along with so many in our community, will miss him very much, and I ask this House to join me in extending deepest sympathies to Gary's family at home, at CGLS, and all the friends who will deeply miss him.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Madam Speaker, may I introduce some guests?
Please do.
Well, it's a great joy for us to have with us in the House this afternoon two Halifax Special Olympians. I wish to speak about them each in turn in members' statements, but first I'd ask Malcolm Rainey and Alfie McCarthy if they would please stand and receive the warm welcome of the members of the House of Assembly.
Welcome to the House. It's so nice to see you and to see your medals. Very nice. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
In the first of two statements, Madam Speaker. I'll make the second when it comes my turn again. The congratulations of the House are extended to Alfie McCarthy of Halifax, a team participant in Special Olympics soccer. Alfie takes part in Special Olympics soccer with the Halifax Titans and unified soccer with Halifax City Soccer, and is recognized for being a team player, dependably respecting other team members and their roles. Alfie is known, in fact, for the way that he plays with a great sense of community and for an approach that always involves celebrating the achievements of others. At each goal, celebrating and cheering, supporting all the members of the team. Alfie has worked hard to build his skills and is aiming towards winning medals in next year's Special Olympics Provincial Games. I ask the members of the House to join me in wishing Alfie and his soccer teammates the best of outings in the Special Olympics Provincial Soccer Program.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction, please.
Please do.
Madam Speaker, in the East Gallery, I have some guests here from Kings West, students from the grade 7 to 9 class from Apple Blossom School in Grafton, and with teachers and parents who've reached out to me. They wanted to come in today to learn more about the political process. I don't know how much they're going to learn today, but they're being entertained for sure. And it's only going to get better, I think. But anyway, just want to welcome them, and if I could ask all members, we had a little tour before the legislature, and they asked some great questions, and I just want to ask all members to help me welcome my guests to the legislature. So thank you.
Really nice to have you, and had an opportunity to speak with you earlier. I recognize the honourable member from Cumberland South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Fundy Geological Museum, who will be celebrating their 30th anniversary this November. The Fundy Geological Museum allows you to explore Nova Scotia's ancient geological past and walk in the footsteps of some of Canada's oldest dinosaurs. The museum is located in Parisbro along the majestic shoreline of the Bay of Fundy, where the world's highest tides erode the sea cliffs to reveal 500 million years of geological history. Please join me in congratulating the Fundy Geological Museum on their 30th anniversary and wishing them many more years of success. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I would like to recognize Jennifer Watt, the CEO of ISENS, which is the largest immigration service Atlantic settlement agency in Atlantic Canada. Jennifer also served as a council on Halifax Regional Municipality for 8 years before joining ISENS as the Director of Settlement and Integration. Her work plays a vital role in Nova Scotia growth immigration community. Madam Speaker, I'll ask the members of this House to join me and to thank Jennifer Watt for her commitment and dedication to serve all newcomers in Nova Scotia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The congratulations of the House are extended to Malcolm Rainey, a team participant in Special Olympics swimming, silver medal team anchor. Malcolm has been participating in Special Olympics swimming for 2 years. He began competing in swim meets at 14, with competitors ranging all the way from his own age up to older adults. Based on his commitment to practices and attending regional meets, he was selected to be a member of the Halifax Special Olympics swim team for the Provincial Special Olympics competition in July in Wolfville. He traveled with his team, swam in several individual events, and was the anchor for a silver medal winning men's relay. He also participates in Special Olympics multisport. I ask members of the House to join me in congratulating Malcolm on the silver medal win and in wishing him all the best in future Special Olympics work.
I recognize the honourable member for Queens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, 1 year ago today, I became a nanny twice over, and my life became even richer as our family welcomed Atlas Sterrett Robar into the world. This incredible young human is kind, loving, bright, curious, and brave. He is quick to flash his beautiful smile, he loves to laugh, and his amazing blue eyes have a special twinkle that melts your heart. He adores his big brother and protector, Easton, and he has already made all of us so proud. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to join me in wishing my beautiful grandson, Atlas, a very, very happy first birthday. Nanny loves you to the moon, Goose.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Happy birthday, Atlas. Halloween's always been one of my favorite days of the year, Madam Speaker, and I just wanted to wish all the kids that are going to be trick-or-treating in Bedford South here and across the province a safe, happy, sugar-filled evening. I will say Bedford South is a great place to trick-or-treat. The houses are very, very close together, so you can fill up your pillowcases and your garbage bags several times over. And yeah, we use those. And I just wanted to give a special shout-out to the 2 trick-or-treaters in my house, very spooky skeleton, and the prettiest mermaid you ever saw, who are gonna have a wonderful night tonight. So thank you, Madam Speaker, appreciate it.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction relative to my member's statement.
Please do.
Joining us today in the West Gallery is Dr. Jacqueline Gahagan, who is the Associate Vice President Research at Mount St. Vincent University. Let's make her welcome here in the house.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor Dr. Jacqueline Gahagan, who will be inducted into the Order of Nova Scotia on November 9th. Dr. Gahagan is currently the Associate Vice President Research at Mount St. Vincent University after serving as a full professor of health promotion at Dalhousie. Dr. Gahagan is a passionate advocate for addressing health inequities amongst marginalized populations, including those living with or affected by HIV and STIs, older 2S LGBTQIA+ folks and their access to housing, primary healthcare utilization amongst 2S LGBTQI+ communities, and end-of-life decision-making. Dr. Gahagan's academic expertise has been recognized as the co-director of the Atlantic Interdisciplinary Research Network for Social and Behavioral Aspects of HIV and HCV, as a founding fellow of the McEachran Institute for Public Policy and Governance, and is currently an affiliate scientist with the Nova Scotia Health Authority. In recent years, Dr. Gahagan has led the call to ensure that former youth in care receive tuition waivers at post-secondary institutions. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to congratulate Dr. Gahagan for their Order of Nova Scotia induction and contributions to making Nova Scotia a healthier place.
I recognize the honourable member for Digby Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to extend congratulations to Marian Clements, who turned 95 years old on October 26, 2023. Marian is a proud resident of Weymouth Falls, where her roots in the community and surrounding area run deep. Marian is a Southville girl, and at 95, she remains a powerful voice for her community. She attends many community events, loves the outdoors, and gardening. Marian has volunteered with the former Ladies Auxiliary of the Royal Canadian Legion Weymouth branch, number 67, for many years, as well as at her church, the fire hall, and various events, such as the annual harvest suppers at the St. Teresa's Roman Catholic Church in Southville. 9 decades have not slowed her down. Madam Speaker, Marian is a person who makes us all proud to call Nova Scotia home, and that is why I ask that all members of this House share a round of applause and celebration for this wonderful woman, Marian Clements. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge Jake Furlong of Upper Tantallon for being chosen as this year's captain of the Halifax Mooseheads. Jake grew up in Westwood Hills and started playing hockey with Tassa. Jim Midgley, coach of the Mooseheads, said Jake exemplifies the values of the Halifax Mooseheads. His work ethic, consistency, and commitment make him a great ambassador for our organization. Jake was presented with his jersey in front of his teammates and Mooseheads coaching staff by his parents and Jim Midgley, head coach. Jake recently returned to Mooseheads following training camp with the San Jose Sharks, who drafted him in the 5th round of the 2022 draft. Jake was a 2nd-round draft pick of Halifax in the 2020 Q draft and is entering his 4th season as a member of the Mooseheads. He set career highs with 7 goals and 43 assists last season in the 10th franchise season. I'd ask all members, Madam Speaker, to join me in congratulating Jake Furlong of Upper Tantallon on being chosen as this year's captain of the Mooseheads.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Food Banks Canada recently released a report on which Nova Scotia received the worst score in all of Canada, an F. Nova Scotia is lagging behind many other provinces on the pathway out of poverty, with no updated poverty reduction strategy and an insufficient framework to eliminate poverty and low incomes in the province. We find ourselves in a desperate position. Nearly 1 in 10 seniors in Nova Scotia live in poverty, the highest ratio among this age group in all of Canada. Although poverty rates have dropped in recent years, including for seniors, the poverty rate among people aged 65 plus remains nearly 2/3 higher in Nova Scotia than the national average. The Food Bank report stated that 22% of all Nova Scotians are food secure, 22%, while at the same time the government has reduced the funding for the Nourishing Communities Food Coupon Program. That program sets out to do many things in helping people achieve local food security. Today, I'm asking the PC government to make food security a priority along with local healthy food and commit to not only reinstating the full funding for Nourishing Community Foods Coupon Program, but in fact substantially increasing the funding. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, may I make a quick introduction?
Yes, please.
I would love to bring the House's attention to the West Gallery, where Cindy Fowler has joined us. Cindy is a resident of Dartmouth North, someone who I've worked with on many occasions in the community, and please give her the warm welcome of the House.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, when the Halifax Volunteer Award recipients were announced last spring, I was very pleased to see Dartmouth North resident Cindy Fowler on the list. Cindy is a warm, friendly, and positive member of the Dartmouth North community. For over 3 years, Cindy has been involved at the North Grove. She completed the North Grove's Community Action Training and became one of the centre's peer advocates in the spring of 2022. In that role, Cindy has helped empower fellow community members by doing things such as helping people do their taxes, filling out forms like the heating assistance rebate, helping people find resources, and advocating for people to get their lost benefits back. Cindy also worked at the North Grove in the kitchen, performing tasks such as meal prep and washing dishes. In addition to volunteering at the North Grove and raising her son Alex, Cindy started the group Hope for Highfield to bring Highfield Park tenants together to push for better living conditions in their community. I asked the House to join me in congratulating Cindy on being named one of District 6 Halifax Volunteer Award recipients and to thank her for her amazing contributions to our community.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we know our volunteer firefighters often go beyond the call of duty. And today I wish to share an outstanding example that took place in my constituency in the aftermath of the July floods. In the overnight hours of July 21st, torrential rain destroyed a section of the Cornwall Road, a key connector for communities in the north of Lunenburg County. Knowing public works crews had to focus on 100 series highways and bridges in the immediate aftermath of that terrible weather event, the Cornwall and District Fire Department, under the leadership of Chief Mike Wilson, together with community members Sid Jodry, Harold Wenzel, and Kendall Vino of Lawrence Vino Enterprises, undertook to repair the otherwise impassable road. During one long day of work, they successfully restored connectivity to residents of the northernmost communities of Lunenburg County and ensured access for first responders. Madam Speaker, please join me in expressing my profound gratitude for their efforts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I stand to recognize a local entrepreneur based in Cole Harbour, Rick Horseman, owner of Rick My Trainer. Rick is a personal trainer and boot camp instructor with 15 years of experience. Rick began his career at St. Mary's University, where he worked full-time until 2018 and continues to teach one of their premier classes weekly. In 2016, he began Rick My Trainer, a small group personal training and boot camp service, which has proudly been serving our community ever since with a safe, comfortable environment. In September 2023, Rick took the plunge and opened his studio location where he inspires his group to take control of their health while getting in the best shape of their lives through fitness, improved nutrition, and a deeper community connection. Posted on the wall in Rick's studio is the phrase, "Clear your mind of can't." I applaud Rick for continuing to foster and educate his group on their journey towards a fitness version of themselves. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. It is now time for oral questions put by members to ministers. The time is now 2 o'clock. We will finish at 2:50. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this government has failed to hire staff for our jails and our courts. They have drugged their feet when it comes to appointing judges. They won't hire Crown prosecutors. I will table all this. This has led to Jordan Rule applications being at an all-time high in our province, which means alleged serious criminals aren't even having their day in court. The Justice Minister, true to form of the government, laid all the blame on previous governments, when in fact 20% of Crowns have actually left the profession in the last year under this government's watch. My question to the Premier, why is he neglecting to properly staff our criminal justice system?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And obviously, issues around the justice system are utmost important for sure. We're concerned about some of the backlog in the courts for sure. Just want to take this opportunity to inform the member and correct a couple of his statements. Since we've come into government, there is now a full complement of judges. We've appointed 8 judges since coming to government, and the member. We've appointed 8 judges in just 2 years, so the member can deduce from that why we had to do that, Madam Speaker. But we've also, just in the last 2 years, the Public Prosecution Service has received 13 additional FTEs, 9 of which are Crown attorney positions. Of course, recruiting remains a challenge, but we'll continue to focus on supporting those working in our justice system.
I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition on his first supplementary.
It took them 2 years to appoint those judges, and only after the judges actually started making a fuss about this. And here's what's happening as a result in our criminal justice system. And this is unique to Nova Scotia. Other provinces are not going through this. Madam Speaker, we've got a 30% backlog in homicide cases. We've got a 101% increase in the backlog of sexual assault cases. The outcome of this is that these cases are being tossed and perpetrators of serious violent crimes are walking our streets and are free to reoffend. Crown attorneys are actually telling us that people are going to die as a result of this. Does the Premier recognize that his inattention on the justice system is leading to a more dangerous situation for Nova Scotians with more violent criminals not going to jail?
I recognize the honourable Premier.
I just categorically reject the member's statements about we are interested in, we're invested in, we're doing what we can to support our justice system. Of course, the member will know the justice system is separate. It's not for politicians to dabble in the justice system, Madam Speaker. The courts will schedule the cases that come before them. The courts will address them. As government, what we will do is make sure that there is a full complement of judges, which there is at this point in time. We've appointed 8 8 in just 2 years. They didn't all come in one go. We had to start appointing them as soon as we came in because of the state that we were met with when we came, and we will continue to add FTEs. 13 FTEs for the prosecution service. 9 of those are crowns. We will support those that are delivering justice in this province.
I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition on his final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, the Premier can reject the facts all he wants, but here's the facts. Backlogs, 30% more under this government's watch for homicide cases, 101% increase in backlogs for sexual assault cases. These are the most violent criminals in our society that aren't even seeing their day in court because they're not having a chance to be prosecuted. Prosecutors are crying for this government to help them out, to hire more prosecutors, to fill our staffing shortages so that criminals can at the very least, be tried and our streets can be safer. My question to the Premier, does he not recognize that the situation in Nova Scotia has gotten drastically worse under his watch?
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, we support those delivering justice in this province. We will continue to support them with investments. We will continue to support them with making sure there's a full complement of judges on the bench, which there is, Madam Speaker. We know there are 5 vacancies in the Crown. There's FTEs that are there, but there are vacancies. To say that we're not supplying with the investment is just fear-mongering. It's just false, Madam Speaker. I completely reject it. We will be there to support those delivering justice, and I encourage the member opposite to get in line with us too.
I recognize the honourable leader of the New Democratic Party.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Premier. It's increasingly common to see signs like the one outside of the Tim Hortons in Bridgewater recently, which read, "Senior couple, age 74 and 71, living in van for 5 weeks, need apartment and help," and I'll table that. That's because seniors in Nova Scotia are facing the brunt of the rising cost of living. Nearly 1 in 10 live in poverty. This is the highest ratio among people 65 and older, and the poverty rate among those folks remains 2/3 higher in Nova Scotia than the national average. Last week, the Premier said he is open to better ways to support seniors. When is he going to do more?
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is an important question. We know the struggles that Nova Scotians across the spectrum are facing, and really across the country and in North America. The cost of living crisis is really causing people to suffer. There's no question about that. The housing issues are a concern for us. We're investing in housing. We're investing in seniors. Is there more work to be done? Of course there is, Madam Speaker. There'll be, as long as there's a government, there'll be things for them to do in terms of investing in Nova Scotians. We'll continue to do that. We'll look for ways to do that, innovative ways to do that, and I do encourage the members opposite to, I know it's easy in opposition to take a negative spin on everything, but there are people struggling, and we're trying to support those people.
I recognize the honourable leader of the New Democratic Party.
There is more to be done. In British Columbia, seniors receive an automatic payment of $99 a month on top of OAS and GIS. In Ontario, up to $83 a month. That's going to increase next year. In the Yukon Territory, seniors receive $288 a month. In Newfoundland and Labrador, seniors receive up to $505 a month. And here, seniors receive $0 a month automatically. They work their whole lives to contribute to our province. When is the Premier going to make sure that Nova Scotia treats its seniors as well as every other province in this country?
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in Nova Scotia, they have a seniors care grant, which no other province has. So, Madam Speaker, it would be unfair. To use one word that comes to mind, to suggest that we on the government side are disinterested in the plight of our seniors. That is absolutely unfair to suggest that. That is why we will continue to invest in Nova Scotians each and every day. We will always want to do more, but we do what we can, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable leader of the New Democratic Party on her final supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So far, what we can is not enough. From a recent ad in the newspaper titled "Homeless on the Eastern Shore," quote, Living accommodations desperately being sought in this area. I'm a retired senior on a pension and living in my old car as a home. Thus far, I've been unable to secure a small apartment or even a room to live in. If you know of anybody who can offer me a place to live, I'd really appreciate hearing from you. I can pay a monthly rent in the range of $400 to $600 a month. If you can help in any way, please call me. Thank you, and I'll table that ad. Will the Premier please commit to closing the gap for seniors in Nova Scotia so that they can live with dignity?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we know the housing challenges that exist for sure. That's why we've made the first investment that this province has made in 30 years. We made under this government in affordable housing. We know we've invested over $300 million in the housing issues in general to support seniors, to support those that are, unhoused, that are living rough for sure. And one thing I would say to the member though is, it's really important that existing affordable housing stock be reserved for those that truly need it. And I would ask everyone in a leadership position to do their part to make sure that affordable housing stock is used only by those who truly need it.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, the Premier said, well, there's only 5 vacancies left. That those vacancies have been there for close to 2 years now. And if it takes this government 2 years to hire 5 people, how are they going to fully staff our justice system? Last week, the Justice Minister seemed to indicate that it was actually the federal government's responsibility. And that's why serious crimes and serious criminals were going free in our province. Well, guess what? It's the provincial crowns that actually staff those federal courts. Well, it's the Fed's job to appoint the judges in federal courts. It's the province's job to staff and run the courts. I'd like to ask the Premier, does he think part of the problem that we're seeing this backlog is because his own minister won't take responsibility in hiring these staff?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you through the Leader of the Official Opposition, who must have been asleep the other day when I did point out to him that, and I thought it was loud, maybe it wasn't loud enough, maybe he wasn't listening, Madam Speaker, I'm not quite sure, but I did point out that in this year's budget we did put $800,000 to hire 7 new crowns. We have the intent to have even additional crowns coming forward in this year's budget. We're aware of the challenges. We're not the only province across this country that's having challenges with recruiting people for crowns for PPS and other things throughout justice.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, here's who's not sleeping well. The victims of criminals who aren't being prosecuted. Parents who are worried their kids are going to be in jeopardy. People living on the street who are subject to violent criminals going free because this Attorney General won't see that they're prosecuted in our courts. That's who's not sleeping well at night, Madam Speaker. And here's the reality here. The government can brag all they want about spending money. That seems to be their go-to. Look how much we're spending here. Look how much we're spending there. When the outcomes are getting worse. Backlogs in homicide cases increasing. Backlogs in sexual assault cases increasing. Does the minister not think we need a little more attention to this than just these flippant answers we're getting in the House from him?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, it goes to show the ignorance of the and ignorance means unawareness.
Order.
Ignorance.
Order. I think we are all using words in here in the last couple minutes that we know are better not to be used. So I would say that you would retract that statement and begin. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have no problem retracting the word, but I would like to ask for a clarification on the definition of the word and whether or not it was appropriate or not. I think it was, so I'd ask you to do that, but I will retract it for this and use the word uneducated around, can I use that word?
You may use the word uneducated, but have you retracted the other word?
Yes, I did.
You have.
Yeah.
Okay, please proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. So as I said, may not be educated in regards to how the court systems work. Once again, what I will say is whether or not a case is prosecuted or not is not up to the Attorney General of the province of Nova Scotia. It's at an arm's length. It's dealt with by the Crown and the prosecutors, and that's judicial, and they have somewhat independence from government. So thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Temberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I was paying attention very closely yesterday when the minister said that I would say the member, being the leader of the opposition, almost seems to make it sound like it's the worst of the worst. Typically, that would be a federal, and I'll table that. That's what the minister said. So for some education here, the minister is conflating two issues here, even though that there are federal offenses at the Canada Criminal Court. Which is the prosecution? Which prosecutors are prosecuting for murder, for sexual assault, for violent crime? That's the question for the Minister of Justice today.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice.
Thank you, Speaker. And Speaker, it wasn't yesterday, it was actually Friday. And the next thing I would say as well, Speaker, is that the federal courts have prosecutors as well. So thank you.
The Honourable Member for Temberley Prospect.
Is it the Minister of Justice of Nova Scotia contention that there are federal prosecutors dealing with violent crime in this province? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
No, it's provincial, but federal have prosecutors as well. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Temberley Prospect on a new question.
I appreciate the answer from the minister. So we are talking about violent crime today, which we were talking about on Friday. We're not talking about the type of prosecution from the federal government that has to do with fisheries, that has to do with tax law. So let's stay focused. My question, with the neighboring province of New Brunswick facing similar issues, they have added a 50% increase to their Crown staff. That is 30 new positions, not vacancies, 30 new positions on top of the vacancies that they will be filling. Can the minister defend not adding this kind of scale to support to keep criminals off the streets?
The Honourable Minister for Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I said, we did increase the number of crowns last year by 7. We recently asked for a report from the Director of Public Prosecutions, which has come to us. It is identified that there is a backlog and a need for Crown prosecutors. And as I said previously, we are looking at increasing that number in the upcoming budget.
The Honourable Member for Temberley Prospect.
So New Brunswick is adding 4 times the amount, and now you're looking for a report from a position that you've just hired with it being vacant for a year and a half, and that's an acting director position. And just a minute ago, you said you had nothing to do with it because of independence. My question is, why did it take a year and a half to fill the very important position of the director, the head of the public prosecution, to start to prioritize these very serious offenses?
The Honourable Minister for Justice.
Yes, thank you once again. And as I said, the Crown decisions of the Crown prosecutors are independent from government. The funding for that does come through government, and so we do work around the operations, but not around the courts of it.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, I'm honored to rise this afternoon and pose the first question to Nova Scotia's first Black woman cabinet minister, the Minister of African Nova Scotian Affairs. This government made a legal commitment in the historic Dismantling Racism and Hate Act that African Nova Scotian communities would be consulted on matters that impact us. The government committed to actions and initiatives identified through community engagement that recognize the unique history and contributions of African Nova Scotians in the impact of systemic anti-Black hate and inequity and racism. My question is, can the minister tell us how she is holding her government to this incredibly important commitment?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for African Nova Scotian Affairs.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Madam Speaker, the government has made a commitment, as you know, that legislation would go through an that it would goes through in an equity lens, in the equity and anti-racism strategy. The office is working right now on that in terms of a very important tool in terms of implementing it. That tool should be ready by next week. So you can be assured, I'm sorry, I'm dressing. So you can be assured that yes, I am very much aware of the fact that we will look at these situations which affect the African Nova Scotian community.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you to the minister for that, and I'm so grateful to hear that we will be examining things through an equitable lens, which in turn should be what we should be looking at all pieces of legislation through. So maybe we need to halt on some pieces of legislation in order for us to do that work. Madam Speaker, people in our African Nova Scotian community are fighting all the time and have been for decades, and the minister understands that. They've been fighting to be heard and respected. So how is the minister going to make sure that her government does not overreach and ride rickshaw over decades of community planning to protect historic African Nova Scotian communities?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for African Nova Scotia Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that question. I think, you know, our government are going to ensure I'm here now. And so I'm going to ensure that these things are looked at, that these things are taken care of, that we are consulted, that we are informed, that we have a say, that we are involved in these decisions that are made. We do have the anti-racism strategy, and we will be working with that as we move that forward. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the number of cases being thrown out is getting out of control. There was never more than 4 in previous years. And after this government has taken over, there were 7 last year. Now it's reported as 15, and that's in the middle of the summer. So my question is, given that they waited for months to fill the judges after they spoke out, given that legal aid's budget has been frozen the whole time, tying up resources, and given that now Crown prosecutors are begging for more support to ensure that they can actually try these criminals, Madam Speaker, my question is, given that this is 15 in July, can the minister report had there been any more cases thrown out since that reported 15 in the summer?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Not that I'm aware of. You'll have to check with the judiciary and PPS. I can get back to the minister, or I'll do that, and I can get back to the member.
The Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
I would think that the Minister of Justice would have some more serious attention to this issue. That's 15 so far this year. That is almost the entirety of what happened under previous 8 years in our government. And that's just half of a year. Madam Speaker, I'll table that we know at that time that there are 7 cases pending. 7 cases are being considered right now for being thrown out, Madam Speaker. So I'd expect the Minister of Justice to show some attention to this very serious issue. So I'll ask the Minister of Justice, will he report back to the House in this session how many more cases are being thrown out?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as I just previously said, I certainly will. I would also point out to the member that Jordan cases and decisions being thrown out are not unique to the province of Nova Scotia. Jordan's relatively new. It's something that is Crowns and legal systems across this country are facing. But I will certainly report back to the exact number.
I recognize the Honourable Member from Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have learned this month that once again this government has made the conditions and requirements to get rent supplements more difficult for those who need it most. After cutting the program to change income requirements from 30 to 50%, we now know that there are also requirements for proof of income for lease, which was not necessary in the past. And as we know, many of those who are applying for rent supplements are some of the most vulnerable Nova Scotians who may not have easy access to those documents and to that work. And this causes more barriers for those who are already struggling to make ends meet. I would like to ask the minister, will he reverse the decisions to make sure that rent supplements are more accessible for the Nova Scotians who need them most? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, we have probably one of the most accessible rent sup programs in the country, and we've tripled our investment. We're now investing close to $50 million, which $42 million is ours. So we have an incredibly successful rent sup program compared to other provinces, which indicate, as I've said before in this House, they can't spend the money there, but their portals are obviously not accessible. So we're doing an incredible amount in rent sup. I'm very proud of that. What the member is referring to is an effort to tighten up the application process to be more in line with other programs in terms of proof of proof of lease and proof of income.
The Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And speaking of proof of income, if you go to page 36 of the Housing Needs Assessment, which was released in the last couple of weeks, you'll see that the average income for a rent supplement recipient is $15,816 a year. And so I have a hard time accepting the minister's argument that the rent supplement program is working extremely well when Nova Scotians who are making less than $16,000 a year and might be spending 48% of their income on housing are no longer eligible. So I would ask the minister, when will he make changes to the program so that we can help the most vulnerable Nova Scotians who in many cases are living on $16,000 a year? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So not only have we tripled our investment in it, we've doubled the number of people who are serving it to all receiving rent subs to almost 8,000. We're projecting that number to continue to grow. We will continue to invest in this space, and we realize the urgent need for it, and we're working hard to make that happen. When we care about every Nova Scotian, especially those who need rent subs, and we're working to make that successful for them. We have made changes in the program requirements just to do due diligence to protect, for the as our responsibility as a government to manage government money. Thank you.
I now recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West joining us virtually. Please go ahead.
Madam Speaker, we know that seniors are facing extreme challenges right now during this cost of living crisis. Seniors on fixed income are not able to make end meet. They have to choose between prescriptions, groceries, and paying rent or mortgage. However, this government has used Seniors Care Grant, which the Premier just spoke about, as a key pillar of the housing strategy, even though seniors can't use it to pay rent or a mortgage. My question to the Minister of Housing, how is the Seniors Care Grant going to help this minister build more housing?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So we know that seniors are finding it tough in the province. We have a number of programs for seniors, Madam Speaker. We have increased funding into the home repair programs. We've done many different things. When we put out our housing strategy, this was a cross-government strategy where we asked other departments to contribute in, so we appreciate all the things that my colleague in seniors long-term care has, and I would suggest one of the most successful seniors long-term care ministers in the country, and we really respect her. We really respect the incredible build program she is on in seniors long-term care, but this was a reference to the fact that we are contributing to seniors. We're concerned about them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Madam Speaker, I'm really confused. Is the senior grant is under seniors or is it under housing? That's one. And while Seniors Care Grant may help seniors in other aspects of daily life, one thing it does not help with is seniors struggling to pay a roof over their head. and more should be done for seniors. And it just does not make sense that this should be under housing right now when they cannot pay for rent or mortgage. So I hope the minister can clarify this. And how is the strategy? Has he invested any money to help seniors to find housing? That's the answer that I want to hear. Did he invest any money for the seniors?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for this important question. So on the question of whether we're investing in housing for seniors, we're building 3,500 nursing home beds in 34 new nursing homes across the province. So, Madam Speaker, I want to explain the Seniors Care Grant. When the Premier asked for a Seniors Care Grant, he said, who should we give it to? We decided frailty levels 4 and 5. Those are seniors who want to stay in their own home, who have trouble with mobility issues, starting to use a cane or a walker. This allows them to hire someone to do the yard work, lawn maintenance, snow shoveling. It applies to their power. It applies to their cell phone bill. Whatever they save that $750 on, it will also allow them to use $750 on something else, Madam Speaker.
Just before we proceed, just a friendly reminder, no phones and no eating in the chamber, please. I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Community Services. Last night, temperatures dipped to 0 degrees and there's snow forecast in many parts of the province this week. We don't know where a winter shelter will be in HRM, but we do know that it will only be 50 beds, not nearly enough to meet the needs of the hundreds of people facing winter outdoors. Living outside in the winter can be deadly. Why hasn't this government put forward a plan to house every person in HRM this winter?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the member for the question. And we recognize the urgency of temperatures dropping and homelessness here in the province, and certainly, you know, here in HRM, but across the province. And absolutely, we are working hard with our partners with HRM to secure a location for this shelter. I also will take the opportunity to talk about the pallet shelters that will be coming, 200 of them for across the province, certainly 100 of them for here in HRM, as well as 100 more for the rest of Nova Scotia. And certainly we know the urgency, we sense it, we're continuing to work with our partners, and we know there's more to do, and we'll continue to do what we can, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
So let's do the math here. We've got 50 beds in a shelter. We've got 100 pallet shelters somewhere else. Madam Speaker, since this government was elected 2 years ago, the number of chronically homeless people in HRM alone has more than doubled as a result of its housing policies. There are now more than 1,000 people actively homeless in HRM, many of them in Dartmouth. The minister is referencing a number of things, sheds, tiny homes, shelters, but they do not add up to a warm place indoors for every single person who needs one. So when will the minister guarantee a roof for every person living outside this winter in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we recognize that everyone deserves a safe place to live. And over the past 2 years, this government has made significant investments in supporting people who are experiencing homelessness. I think of a couple of innovative projects, including the bridge that has been quite successful, and the overlook. And again, we have talked about the pallet shelters as well as the tiny homes. But just for some perspective, Madam Speaker, over the last 2 years, 417 new supportive housing units have been created by this government. And we know there's more to do, Madam Speaker. We do know there's more to do, and we'll continue to do what we can to support our most vulnerable. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'll continue along the same theme. Right before the House session, we learned that this government was going to bring in 100 pallet shelters to the HRM. But they will not be here until January. So my question to the Minister of DCS, can he confirm when these pallet shelters will be here, the exact date, when will they be arriving in HRM? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. And we're very excited about kind of this program and looking at at how we can support certainly some of our most vulnerable people. And again, 200 pallet shelters have been ordered. Our understanding from having conversations with Pallet, who creates these shelters, is that there's about a 9-week turnaround. We ordered them several weeks ago, so we anticipate them being delivered well before January, and we're working hard with our service providers and with municipalities to get that land ready so that we can have those shelters up quickly as soon as we do get them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, the Minister, for the answer. Shelters need it now, and we need to look outside the box and use the resources in our community, like our struggling church halls and community centres could be something that we could be using now while we're waiting for these things. So we have over 1,000 people actively experience homelessness in HRM alone. Shelters are overflowing, and we know that people in the HRM all around the province need help. My question to the Minister is, where are people who need the shelter this winter supposed to go, and will he actually look at our empty church halls and community centres as a temporary solution to this? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. And we are constantly in conversations with municipalities, with service providers, with organizations who are interested in supporting some of our most vulnerable people. And again, you know, we commit to kind of looking at all options. But I will say we're very grateful to HRM who are working with us on looking at shelters and supports. They have said that they would commit to a community center if need be, but we are very focused on getting our shelters up and going, and certainly as soon as we can, we'll announce the times and dates of when that will happen. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's been 3 weeks. It's been 3 weeks from now, and we still don't know where 100 shelters will be going, Madam Speaker. We need housing all across the province. And we don't know where these 100 shelters that were promised outside of HRM, where they're going. Madam Speaker, when I first asked the Minister of Community Services, he couldn't give me an answer. So I'll ask him again today, where are these 100 shelters going to be outside of the HRM?
The Honourable Minister for Community Services.
So thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. There is work on their way, certainly with service providers across the province to understand who is available for support and where these supports can go. I can think of the Cape Breton Community Housing or Cape Breton Community Housing organization that we're working with in CBRM, and certainly we're working with organizations in Kentville and in other locations in the province. We are certainly, engaged with our community members across the province, and will continue to do so to have those places and spaces ready for when those shelters do arrive in December. So, thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, we hear the challenges all across the province when it comes to homelessness and the challenges around helping our most vulnerable. And it's been a few weeks since the announcement has been made. And I have organizations in the CBRM, and there are other organizations across Cape Breton Island reaching out asking where these shelters are going to be. I'm sure that MLAs in other parts of the province are hearing it from stakeholders in their communities as well. So my question to the Minister is that winter is here, and these 100 shelters matter to communities right across the province. Can he provide us with a timeline and a definitive date when these communities can find out whether or not they're going to have shelters or not?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we sent, here in their government, we sense the urgency too. We know that these 100 shelters are very important to Nova Scotians who are experiencing homelessness, and we're working very hard, certainly with our service providers across the province, and certainly here in HRM and in CBRM. And when those timelines can be definitive, and once we have all that sorted out, we'll certainly let members know of those timelines. And again, we're working as hard as we can, and we're going to continue to do what we can to support our most vulnerable. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So many Nova Scotians are struggling with access to healthcare services. Sorry, my question is for the Minister of Health and Wellness. The government is about to take a huge step backwards for access to care in Cumberland County. As of November 30th, EHS paramedics will no longer be providing care at North Cumberland Memorial Hospital, meaning the facility will no longer be a collaborative care centre. I will table a document outlining this. With a lack of daytime physician coverage at the emergency department in Pugwash, this change is yet another downgrade to services and access for the people. Will the Minister of Health and Wellness please tell this House why services are being removed from North Cumberland just as the multi-million-dollar new hospital is about to open?
The Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member opposite for the question. So certainly we have had some significant challenges, as everyone knows, around recruitment. So we continue to work in Cumberland and Colchester counties in the northern zone around recruitment for physicians and nurse practitioners in particular in order to deliver services. So that recruitment effort is ongoing. We have 2 physician recruiters actually in that zone that are helping us and helping settle. So we continue to look at ways in which we can grow our own workforce and how we can bring people to this province, and we will continue to do that.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I didn't actually hear an answer from the Minister, and I know the people of the Oxford and Pugwash and Wallace, Wentworth areas would like to have an answer, Madam Speaker, on what is the plan for this hospital. There's been no community consultation done with the people. The paramedics have provided outstanding service. There is a huge mine, the Pugwash Salt Mine in Pugwash. There absolutely needs to be a 24-hour emergency department in that community with that huge industry. This is a downgrade, and I think the Minister, the people of Cumberland North and all of Cumberland County, for that matter, deserve an answer from the Minister of what is the plan for the new hospital in Pugwash. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for the question. So certainly we know that there have been some challenges around staffing, and there's been some, recent loss of physicians in that community and surrounding area, which has been very difficult. And I send sympathies to the families and to the staff. Work with those physicians. So the member from Cumberland South and I have been working very hard. We're in the community on a regular basis, working with Nova Scotia Health to understand the needs of the communities, working with EHS, working with primary care, working with the hospital administration to understand how best to serve and to support folks. Recruitment definitely is an important part, and I know I continue to go up very regularly with the member from Cumberland South to visit and to understand the needs of healthcare workers and community members.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
My question is for the Minister of Community Services about this winter in Cape Breton. Recently, this government announced $7.5 million purchase of modular crisis shelters. It is still unclear how many of these will be available before winter sets in, and how many will be in non-HRM areas like CBRM. Some local companies have stated that they would have been able to locally build these shelters cheaper and faster, but this government instead awarded this untendered contract to an American company, and I'll table. Nova Scotians deserve transparency. When and where will we see these shelters, and why was this contract so secretive?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. And certainly, again, we feel the urgency. We know winter's coming, cold weather is here, and certainly the pallet shelters are one tool that we're using to support Nova Scotians. Really proud of this government's unique initiative here. We are trying new things, and certainly we are engaged with other organizations here in the province who are interested in these types of initiatives. Pallet is a world leader in this type of initiative, and certainly we're going, we're working with them to support Nova Scotians to the best of our ability, and certainly people experiencing homelessness. And again, we are working on those timelines. We're working with organizations across the province, including in CBRM, and we are working hard to get those shelters in place as quickly as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Madam Speaker, last year we stood here in October and we said winter is coming. We said winter was coming. This government had a whole year to prepare for the next winter, and we still don't have a full-fledged plan. Many people across CBRM are currently living rough in tents, cars, and outdoors. But there are only 28 provincially funded shelter beds in Cape Breton. And this government's plans for new overnight shelters completely excludes the region. And even if there are some, if 100 shelters came to CBRM, it would not be enough, because at last count, there were 300 actively homeless people in CBRM. This number is certainly getting higher. Yes or no, can this government guarantee every person in Cape Breton has a roof this winter?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. And again, I'll reiterate it over and over and over again. We as a government, we feel the urgency. We know how important it is to support our most vulnerable, and we'll continue to support people who are living homeless or experiencing homelessness to the best of our ability. We're very excited about certainly those 100 pallet shelters going across the province and the 100 here for HRM. We'll continue to work with service providers across the province to make sure that we're supporting those people who are in desperate need of housing, and we'll continue to do the best that we can. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we brought to this House last week, we know that Bryony House has had to give an eviction notice to the current residents in the shelter, and that they have an ever-growing wait list. My question to the Minister of Community Services, is the government going to open a new shelter for women escaping domestic violence while other shelters now are at overcapacity? Does the Minister feel the urgency for these women?
I recognize the Honourable Minister responsible for the status of women.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for the important question. Of course, women fleeing domestic violence remain in our hearts and our minds when we're thinking about the struggles that they're going through. As the minister has indicated, we're working really hard with all of our community partners and making sure that those who are most vulnerable have a place to stay and have a roof over their head in those situations where they need it most. The minister, I know, has mentioned many different things that are happening, and I'm very encouraged by working with him closely to make sure that the most vulnerable in our province are protected this year.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Madam Speaker, we've seen the news out of Sault Ste. Marie this week, where tragically 5 victims, including 3 children, were murdered due to intimate partner violence. Sault Ste. Marie wants to declare domestic violence as an epidemic. And we need to support our victims who are facing homelessness when trying to leave an abusive situation. My question to the Minister of Community Services, will any of the new shelters this government has committed be specifically for those fleeing domestic violence?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. And certainly we recognize, people who are, homeless or experiencing homeless for a number of variety of reasons. Certainly we are doing what we can, and we will continue to support the sector to the best of our ability. We're diligently working with HRM to secure certainly a location for our winter shelter, and we continue to look at other options as well, Madam Speaker, to support people who are experiencing homelessness. So we'll continue to do what we can, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question's for the Minister of DNRR. The Community Land Trust in Upper Hammonds Plains has made an application for a piece of Crown land so that they can enter into the community development that is going on in their community. I wonder if the Minister can provide an update on the request that was made this summer.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank the member opposite for the question. And certainly this past spring and summer was certainly devastating for the members area and the members area from Shelburne. And look, we entertained the conversation on many fronts to learn from those issues that we saw this past spring and exits and entry points into communities. There's nothing at my desk as of yet. I know there's some application and conversations going on. I'd love to give the member the proper update, but it's not at my desk as of yet. But I do want to let the members' residents know there's a willingness here from this government to make a safe area in communities, as we did learn from the experiences this past spring and summer.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
So just to clarify through the speaker, this is an organization that was established to respond to the gentrification that's happening in Upper Hammonds Plains. They have come together as a community. They have done some work with HRM around zoning and protecting the cultural historic integrity of that community. They've made an application specific for a piece of Crown land so that they can become part of the community development that's taking place, not specific to egress or connectivity or emergency access, but to develop affordable housing for the community of Upper Hammonds Plains.
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Yeah, no, certainly. Thank you. And I thank the member. It certainly was about that aspect as well, but further conversation after the fact. It did evolve into further discussion of how this can be evolved. I do know that it's with the department. It hasn't made it to my desk yet. Certainly looking forward to that, and certainly as soon as we do have that information, I look forward to sharing that with the member across and sharing with the community. So all different communities throughout Nova Scotia can evolve with their own heritage and their own cultures and make Nova Scotia that much more rich in our heritage and culture. So thank you very much.
Order, please. The time allotted for oral questions put by members to ministers has expired. I now recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Madam Speaker, it doesn't matter where we sit in this House or what our political stripes are. One thing that connects each and every one of us in this House is the fact that we all have family and loved ones back at home. And for many of us, the time that we spend away from home, whether it be 2, 3, 4 days a week here in the city, is a big personal sacrifice. It's been said that family isn't an important thing, it's everything. And today in your gallery, I'm very honored to welcome two very special people in my family. I'm very honored to welcome my mom, Odette, and my grandmother, Donna, who I have to say that without their love and support from day one, not only would I not have the seat, but I would not be where I am in life today. So I want to recognize these two very special people in my life who I love tremendously, vous aime en masse, and I ask all members of the House to join me in welcoming them.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Queens on an introduction.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the East Gallery today, we have joining with us Jamie Dawson. Last spring, Queens County became the new home for Jamie and Dr. Asha Dawson. The Dawsons moved from Scotland, and Asha is now a family physician into the Queens General Hospital Collaborative Care Clinic. The Dawsons have totally immersed themselves in the community. They are so loved and appreciated, and now I have Jamie as one of my part-time constituency assistants. So it's truly my privilege to introduce Jamie here today to the legislature and to officially welcome he and Asha to Nova Scotia. Our beautiful province is certainly much richer because of both of you. So thank you so much.
The Honourable Member for Argyle on an introduction.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Since we're on a roll, I do want to recognize 4 members from my team at the Department of Cybersecurity and Digital Solutions, specifically with the Digital Strategy and Performance team in the East Gallery. Is that the right direction? Krista Spur asked you to rise to receive the warm welcome of the House. Katie Chambers, Elke Hanlon, and Hillary McEachern. So thanks for coming up to the House today. Thanks for your hard work on behalf of all Nova Scotians.
Okay, I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
I should be paying attention. I'm all excited about my introduction. Madam Speaker, I ask that you please leave the chair and we resolve in the committee the whole House on bills.
I will now leave the chair and we'll take just a few moments to form set up for Committee of the Whole House.
Order. The Committee of the Whole House on Bills will come to order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please call Bill number 329, Halifax Regional Municipality Charter, and the Housing and the Halifax Regional Municipality Act, an Act to amend.
Bill 329, the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter, and the Housing and the Halifax Regional Municipality Act, an Act to amend. We're on clause 3 now, and we'll continue on clause by clause. I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would like to direct the House's attention to Committee of the Whole House amendments Lib 1, which reads as follows. Page 4, clause 3, proposed section 229C. Add after proposed subsection 15 the following subsection 16. The minister shall electronically publish any decision of the minister under this section, including reasons, forthwith after making the decision. And as we go through amendments on this bill here, Mr. Speaker, the House will recognize and notice that there is a theme here with these amendments that we're putting forward, at least from our caucus, and they're around the issues of transparency and accountability, which I think is a real bone of contention, at least from my perspective with this bill, and where I think there is potential for abuse and corruption, as other members have said in discussing this bill. And again, I want to emphasize this amendment is really not taking any power away from the minister. It's not saying the minister can't make a decision anymore, because we recognize that that's what the government wants on this bill and on this issue of housing and HRM, and so therefore that's what they will get. But what we are hoping to do in the opposition here through our amendments, and this one first and foremost, is to shine some light on the decisions that the minister may make. There's a great line that I don't know where it came from, but it's been rattling around in my head for a while, that sunlight is the best disinfectant. And throwing something out there under the light, follow Mr. Speaker? Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll get a t-shirt. So basically the idea is that the more transparency, the more willingness there is to explain decisions, the easier it is to identify where there may be flaws. And so this amendment would simply require the Minister of Housing to publish decisions that relate to the Trusted Partner Program, which is a piece of this bill which I think does have some merit, and based on submissions that HRM made at law amendments, they are also interested in the idea of a Trusted Partner Program, which would essentially allow developers who have done a lot of work in the city, who have a long track record of success delivering projects, would essentially be fast-tracked perhaps, or move through the process faster than a developer, let's say, who sets up shop in Halifax and has never built anything here before, and so there's not that track record. And HRM is generally supportive of the idea of a Trusted Partner Program. I believe that we are as well, and I am as well. I think it makes sense. Anything we can do to make sure that projects are not unduly delayed, I think is something that we should take seriously. However, there are, of course, opportunities for abuse when you're talking about trusted partners, when you're talking about fast-tracking developments through the minister's office, as we've mentioned. And so the purpose of this bill is to just shine a little sun on it and make sure that the minister has to publish any decision. And we used the word electronically in here deliberately because I don't think it makes sense to have decisions published wherever they would be published, in the Royal Gazette or something, you know, a month, 6 weeks after the fact, where everybody has to go digging and trying hard to find them. So I think it would be helpful for the minister to publish these decisions, and the reasons, I think, is also a key point. So we don't want to just see the minister has added X development company to the Trusted Partner Program. That's obviously a piece of it, but we also think it's really important that a decision would say the minister has added X development company to the Trusted Partner Program because they have a track record of success. Here are the 3 projects they've done in the last 5 years that have been delivered on time and have provided 350 units of housing. And I think if we as opposition members have that information, if the public has that information, what that will do is actually breed trust and confidence. So this, I know sometimes opposition amendments can be predatory in nature, perhaps, and designed to trip up government. I actually think this is one that is made in good faith, and I think if the minister and the government really think about it, I think it actually makes their lives a little easier, because anything that happens under the cover of darkness, or any decision that is made without any explanation or oversight, is going to get the opposition members interested, whether or not the decision is correct. And so if the minister makes a decision and puts out a notice and explains the reason, then actually that takes some ammunition away from us and makes it harder for us to make an argument. So from a political standpoint, I think that there is a lot of merit politically for the government to do this, because it would reduce the amount of political pressure that would be inevitable from an opposition standpoint for a decision made under this Trusted Partner Program to happen kind of in the dead of night, or maybe an order in council after a cabinet meeting, or whatever process might follow on this bill. And again, one of the issues we have is that we don't know what the process of a decision will look like. Yeah. And so the aim of this amendment in particular is to make sure that that process is transparent and open to the public, and to do it quickly. You know, in the amendment here it says forthwith. I'm not sure what the exact definition of forthwith might be. I don't know if it's 10 days or 2 weeks. Quickly. A fortnight. So that is another piece of it. It's two things I think that are really important on this particular amendment, and that would be transparency, first and foremost. And again, I think that will be a very common theme across the amendments that are put forward throughout this evening. And the second piece is timeliness. And I know that speed is something that this government talks about a lot, that they love. They love the idea of it. It's more healthcare faster, more housing faster. Okay, more decisions faster, all these kinds of things faster. What we would also like to see happen faster is explanations for decisions. That's all. Again, I'm not asking to take all the power away from the minister and revert it back to the executive panel on housing. We're not asking for the minister's power to go back entirely to HRM Council, which obviously would destroy the intent of the bill from the government's point of view. All we're asking for, very small, simple ask, is for the minister to make decisions in a transparent way, to make the minister's life easier, to be honest, to make the opposition's life easier, but most importantly, I think, to make the public's life easier. Because if the public cannot assess decisions, understand why a decision has been made, then they start to question, they start to wonder, they start to get cynical. And we all know, because we deal with constituents on a daily basis, all of us, that too many Nova Scotians, unfortunately, are very cynical about government, very jaded about government. And one of the main reasons why is because we hide information.
Order. There's just a lot of chatter that's happening here. Just ask that we just take her down a little bit. It's Halloween. It's all good. All right, I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
No, I don't think so. Well, maybe. Just figure it out. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. As I was saying, I do think far too many people are cynical and jaded about politics, and the main reason, or I shouldn't say the main reason, one of the reasons I see is because government of all stripes across the board, to be honest, hides too much information and thinks somehow that hiding information is good for them and is politically advantageous. It's actually not. I think, I won't go through all the history and the examples that come to mind, but in the last number of years since I've been really paying close attention to provincial politics, there have been numerous instances where information has been hidden for a long period of time for reasons that are unknown, and then it comes out and it turns out that it's actually not that big of a deal, and people move on. And all of the political strife and debates were meaningless and pointless. And so I think this is another good example of a minefield. That's what I really think this bill puts in front of the government and in front of the Minister of Housing, is a minefield. And when you're dealing with development, when you're dealing with major projects that are tens and hundreds of millions of dollars in value, and when you're talking about substantial changes to communities and substantial changes to neighborhoods, of course, there's going to be a lot of interest from developers, from the business community, from those who are concerned about the environment, from those who are concerned about traffic, noise, all of these issues come up obviously anytime a development is put forward. And to put all of those issues on the desk of the minister without any obvious mechanisms for oversight or accountability is really, really questionable. I think it's bad policy. It's bad politics, as I've said. I think the government could save itself some grief by following our lead that we're laying out here in our First Amendment, which is essentially accounting, showing your work, right? We all remember math class from school, show your work, right? So that's all we're asking for, is for the government to show its work, justify its decisions. Justify might not even be the right word, because you have the decision-making power. At least explain it. That's all we ask for, is to explain the decision, justify why you have decided to make the whole municipality a special planning area, which is possible under this legislation. That type of decision, which is massive, I think, requires a little bit of explanation. I don't know if that's too much to ask, but I don't think so. And again, when we have a trusted partner program, which is what this amendment specifically deals with, and is a program that I think makes sense and is an innovative and interesting idea, there are still pitfalls there. There are still opportunities for abuse through any kind of trusted partner program, because there's a lot of money involved. That's the way things go when we're talking about millions and millions of dollars. There's going to be a lot of pressure. There's going to be a lot of desire to move things quickly through these projects. And so that essentially is the argument that I'm making on this amendment, and other amendments that we put forward will be similar in terms of theme. And I would just urge the government members to think about how they want to explain or justify decisions that the minister may make under this bill. And I know that there's opportunities for regulations to come forward after the fact, and perhaps those regulations will outline some kind of reporting process. I've heard the minister, in speaking to the media since this legislation was introduced, say, oh yeah, we will, of course, we'll make it public when we make these decisions. And that, I appreciate that the minister said that, but we also in government have to have rules in place to make sure that those good sentiments are followed. And so again, a very simple amendment. It does not change the spirit of the bill. It does not change the intent of the bill. It does not in any way restrict what are essentially unlimited powers for the minister to approve development within the boundaries of HRM. It doesn't do any of those things. So it doesn't change or strike at the heart of the bill at all. What it does is provide a very small amount of oversight and accountability, which is pretty basic, is kind of the bedrock of what we do here, to have oversight and accountability. And so I would urge the minister, I would urge the government members to consider, if you don't want to take this amendment as written, okay, but let's find some kind of path forward that will allow all of us collectively and the Nova Scotia public to judge the decisions that are made under this piece of legislation, because those decisions are huge from an economic point of view, from a social point of view, from an environmental and cultural point of view. And I think when you're talking about those kinds of issues at this kind of scale, it deserves at least a little bit of sunlight to make sure that we know what's going on. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I will take my seat on this amendment. Thank you.
Shall the amendment carry? There's been a request for a recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Order. Committee on the Whole House Bills resumes. I will recognize the clerk to conduct a recorded vote on the amended clause.
Brad Johns.
No.
Tori Rushton.
No.
Barbara Adams.
No.
Kim Maslin.
No.
Tim Houston. Alan McMaster.
No.
Twyla Gross.
No.
Michelle Thompson.
No.
John Lohr.
No.
Trevor Boudreau.
No.
Tim Hallman.
Nope.
Kent Smith.
No.
Dave Ritzie.
No.
Brian Wong.
No.
Susan Corkum Greek.
No.
Brian Comer.
No.
Colton LeBlanc.
No.
Jill Balzer.
No.
Pat Dunn.
No.
Greg Moreau.
No.
Becky Druin.
No.
Larry Harrison.
No.
John White.
No.
John A. McDonald.
No.
Keith Bain. Chris Palmer.
No.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
No.
Danielle Barkhouse.
No.
Tom Taggart.
No.
Carla McFarland. Steve Craig.
No.
Patricia Arab. Keith Irving.
Yes.
Brenda McGuire. Derek Mombercat.
Yes.
Zach Churchill.
Yes.
Kelly Regan.
Yes.
Ian Rankin. Susan LeBlanc.
Yes.
Claudia Chender. Kendra Coombs.
Yes.
Susie Hansen. Gary Burrow. Lisa LaChance. Rafa DiCostanzo.
Yes.
Tony Ince.
Yes.
Laura Lee Nickel.
Yes.
Ben Jessam.
Yes.
Braden Clark. Ali Duale. Carmen Kerr.
Yes.
Ronnie LeBlanc.
Yes.
Fred Tilley.
Yes.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossin. The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 14, nays 28.
The amendment is defeated. Shall Clause 3 carry? Carried. Clause 4. I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I put the amendment for page 4, clause 4, proposed subsection 236A1A, add and at the end of the proposed clause C. B, delete and at the end of proposed clause D, and substitute a comma, and C, delete proposed clause E. I want to acknowledge the minister's amendment last night sort of touched upon this, but I'm hoping to speak on a broader approach with regards to this particular amendment. HRM is currently undergoing public consultation for the areas outside of their center plan. To understand exactly where that is, many of the MLAs in this room actually represent those areas. Parts of Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, Lake Loon, Cherry Brook, Eastern Shore, Eastern Passage, Lower Sackville, Beaverbank, Hammonds Plains, Fall River, Waverley, to name some communities. Now, to understand density bonusing, this is why I rise, because I want to comment and read from Stephen Kimber's article that he wrote reflecting on the intent of Bill 329. CAO Kathy O'Toole with HRM began her remarks at law amendments, noting that not only is she the municipality CEO, she's a chartered professional accountant and has significant experience in municipal utility, finance, and infrastructure, which was a reference to her position as director of Halifax Water before taking on the helm at HRM. O'Toole said, "I've been qualified as an expert witness on these topics on several occasions and have served national and international committees and boards working on these topics. But the comment I want to lead with is, with its proposed freeze on all development charges, the bill constrains the municipality's ability to pay for growth. As I've said earlier, growth should pay for growth. Halifax has one of the lowest permitting fees in the country, and the cost of facilitating development is highly subsidized by the public. So the PC legislation isn't simply unneeded interference, O'Toole suggested. It could cause real harm to the cause of encouraging affordable housing." So back to my earlier comments and all the communities that I listed, density bonusing is now currently provided within areas of the center plan through a bylaw. This bylaw is enacted by council, and I know that perhaps the minister wasn't aware, because in Stephen Kimber's article, when he asked specifically John Lord demonstrating what his understanding was, he said, well, we could call it a tax.
Order. I would just remind the member names are not printed in here, and I'll recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Apologies when I'm quoting exactly as read. So thank you. And it says he's not aware of exactly what HRM is doing with the money for affordable housing. Maybe they have done something and I just don't know. But as far as I know, that just still remains a pot of money that they intend to use somewhere. And I will also table that the somewhere, every year for the last 3 years, HRM has had intakes of grants applications, and council approves them to provide affordable housing. And among them, Affirmative Ventures received hundreds of thousands of dollars, as did Welcome Housing with the YMCA, Compass Nova Scotia, et cetera, and I'll table that, and I could list them all. And right now, HRM is currently reviewing and vetting more applications to provide density bonusing. So I understand that perhaps what the minister tabled last night is going to continue to enable that in the center plan. But if my amendment is not passed, that means the areas outside the center plan where there is no existing bylaw to actually create grants. So when development happens, we'll say in Eastern Passage, and council wants an opportunity to provide affordable housing in a multi-unit development, HRM will not be able to negotiate what that could mean in the development, meaning the developer could want to go higher, and council will grant that if they give them some money back in return for affordable housing. Say, you go higher, well then, give us some money for affordable housing. That's density bonusing, because it's allowing the developer to provide more density in that parcel, in that building. So council gets the money in return for density bonusing, puts it in the bank, then the following year they receive grants from affordable housing, not-for-profits, and the money is given to them to provide affordable housing. But without a bylaw outside the center plan, this is not going to happen. They will not be able to negotiate affordable housing in future development agreements coming forward in those areas. So I can't emphasize how much this is important. If the only role that HRM has in providing affordable housing is through density bonusing, not passing this amendment is disallowing it from happening in the area that is currently being consulted with as HRM goes and looks at the various corridors within HRM to go higher. So we're going to have height, but the municipality itself will not have a negotiating tool to provide affordable housing in those areas. So I could go at length and speak much more about the whole thing, but By not passing this amendment, you are saying that to HRM, affordable housing is not required in parts of Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, Lake Loon, Cherry Brook, Eastern Shore, Eastern Passage, Lower Sackville, Beaverbank, Hammonds Plains, Fall River, Waverley, and many other communities. And on that, I shall take my seat, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this amendment. Of course, affordable housing is necessary for us to move on, and I do not think that the minister or the provincial government has really thought through the potential impacts, as highlighted by my honourable colleague, of the loss of the density bonusing. Certainly, we support reducing costs, as we stated before, to building. If the density bonusing regime was not the best way to accumulate those costs or accumulate those revenues to redistribute, then the province should be stepping up and figuring out a way to do just that. Because what's going to happen is that either the municipality will not have funding to deploy to those doing affordable housing, retrofits or new builds or small upgrades, whatever it is. The municipality either have to raise taxes, as they've said, to do this, or the not-for-profits, the community organizations that the province is actually leaning very heavily on to provide emergency housing, to provide shelter for women and children fleeing abusive relationships, to those who are escaping trafficking and sex work. There's going to be a big problem that develops here. And I mean, again, this is the most acute symptom of the housing crisis that we're experiencing, is vulnerable people are finding themselves in vulnerable places, either on the street or not able to even find shelter. This is creating broader implications for our society, for our communities, for our economy as well. So there's a big gap that's being created here in the tunes of millions of dollars by the province's move to eliminate the density bonusing regime. And again, okay, if you're going to get rid of that to make development more affordable, and then make housing more affordable, where's that gap going to be filled from? You know, and I think it's incumbent upon, as my colleague said, the province to be paying attention to that, because there was, I think, a dozen organizations that are doing that critical on-the-ground work in our communities who needed this money to put bathrooms into their facilities, to fix leaky windows, leaky roofs, to deal with other problems in their building, to even build new spaces. And now they're going to lose that access to that funding in the medium and long term. And this is something that the government certainly has been silent on. And it does require an answer here, right? We are failing those that need affordable housing. The government says they're going to fix it with their small public housing announcement. Again, that's going to take years to get on online. You know, new public housing isn't going to be built overnight. In the meantime, while we wait for these 200 units, homelessness is going to increase. And when these community groups that are dealing with emergency housing for vulnerable women, shelters are losing funding in the interim, you're actually going to lose space and units that are designated for those people that need it the most. So at the very least, this amendment needs consideration. I think it should be supported by the governing caucus, who, according to them, care about affordable housing. And according to them, they're also relying on not-for-profits, community organizations who don't have access to a lot of capital. All the capital they get is coming primarily from the public, so either through the municipality or the province or the federal government. This government is relying on these folks to do their job for them. And these folks are now going to be losing funding. So if the government does not support this motion, I expect that they won't. At the very least, they need to be answer the question: who's going to fill the gap here? Who's going to support these not-for-profits, these community organizations, these local volunteers or people who are working for very, very small wages to do the critical work that they're doing to get vulnerable, again, primarily women, out of dangerous situations, to help them restart their lives and get to safety. But also all those people that are extremely vulnerable right now. They're living in tents and who have extreme addictions, who are in some cases engaging in some criminal behavior to get money to feed those addictions, who don't have access to wraparound services. And again, the only places where these are really being done effectively, primarily, are with these not-for-profit community organizations who are going to be losing out as a result of this bill. So again, we totally recognize and understand the reason to reduce costs to development. That's something that we've called for. It's something that we support. But when a gap is being created on the vulnerable and affordable housing front as a result of this change, the government certainly needs there to backfill that, or at least have a plan to ensure that the most vulnerable folks, those who need affordable housing, who need emergency housing, and who are dependent on these local community organizations, volunteer groups, charitable organizations, et cetera, that they're not going to lose out as a result of these folks not having money that they require and that they need. Thank you.
Shall the amendment carry? There's been a request for a recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Order. Committee of the whole House on Bills resumes. I will.
Counting on an hour.
I'll recognize the clerk to conduct a recorded vote.
Brad Johns.
No.
Tori Rushton.
No.
Barbara Adams.
No.
Kim Maslin.
No.
Tim Houston. Alan McMaster.
No.
Twyla Gross.
No.
Michelle Thompson.
No.
John Lohr.
No.
Trevor Boudreau.
No.
Tim Hallman.
No.
Kent Smith.
No.
Dave Ritzie. Brian Wong.
No.
Susan Corkum Greek.
No.
Brian Comer.
No.
Colton LeBlanc.
No.
Jill Balzer.
No.
Pat Dunn.
No.
Greg Moreau.
No.
Becky Druin.
No.
Larry Harrison.
No.
John White.
No.
John A. McDonald.
No.
Keith Bain. Chris Palmer.
No.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
No.
Danielle Barkhouse.
No.
Tom Taggart.
No.
Carla McFarlane. Steve Craig.
No.
Patricia Arab. Keith Irving.
Yes.
Brendan McGuire. Derek Mombercat.
Yes.
Zach Churchill.
Yes.
Kelly Regan.
Yes.
Ian Rankin. Susan LeBlanc.
Yes.
Claudia Chender. Kendra Coombs.
Yes.
Susie Hanson. Gary Burrow.
Yes.
Lisa LaChance.
Yes.
Rafa Di Costanzo. Tony Ince.
Yes.
Laura Lee Nichol.
Yes.
Ben Jessam. Braden Clark. Ali Duale. Carmen Kerr.
Yes.
Ronnie LeBlanc.
Yes.
Fred Tilley.
Yes.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan. The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 13, nays 27.
The amendment is defeated. Shall Clause 4 carry? Carried. Clauses 5 to 8? Shall Clause 5 to 8 to carry? Carried. Clause 9. I recognize the honourable member for King South. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to speak to Clause 9 because it stood out to me. You know, when we look at
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you very much. I had suggested an amendment to delete this clause, but Ledge Council informed that you just vote against the clause as opposed to putting forward an amendment. So we learn something every day, so I thought I'd share that. Clause 9 really struck me when I looked through all the clauses of the bills. And in some ways, you know, when we look at this bill, we wonder where the motivations of this bill come from. And this clause struck me because it was very specific about a 30-meter part of the planning legislation with respect to HRM. It's not often that a provincial government gets involved with deciding about a 30-meter requirement. So I took a closer look at that specific clause, and what that Clause 9 is doing is eliminating the requirement in the HRM Charter that gives Council an opportunity to inform those folks beyond 30 meters of a development next door. So in the HRM Charter, if Council decides that a variance to a property to build closer to the lot line, to build higher, Council must make a definitive motion to say we're going to inform more than people within 30 meters or 100 feet. This clause is, in fact, taking that ability for a councillor to go to council and say, look, I feel that the neighborhood needs to know about this variance. And taking that away. Now, why is that? Why is this bill removing the right of councillors to inform their citizens. Very curious. Clearly, there's a developer who didn't like the community raising their voice about some development that was asking for a variance. So one can only speculate what this is about. So if I was to base a supposition on my experience, there's a developer who decided that they wanted to build additional stories. They asked for a variance, and HRM said, well, we have the power, the councillor said, we have the power to inform the neighborhood that we've got a higher building. It might be something different, but this is a reasonable guess. And now a developer's come to this government and said, we don't want to allow HRM Council to inform the community. I mean, that's a serious breach of the democratic process. To not even allow a democratically elected council and councillor from informing the neighborhood of what is happening in their community. Why would you take that? Why would the government take the ability for a councillor to do their job? You know, democracy is messy. We say it a lot in municipal politics. Talking to people, hearing their views, giving them an opportunity to raise concerns, to put their views on the table. And as Mayor Savage said, they're not always happy, but at least they have an opportunity to raise their voice. But this government has decided that they will not even allow a councillor to inform the community. So here's an example. I was alluding to it beforehand. A developer comes in, they go to HRM Council and they say, we want to build 6 more stories on top of the building here in HRM. Well, that 6 more stories now casts a shadow over a neighborhood. Let's say they have solar panels. They just invested $30,000 into solar panels on their house. And now they won't even know that a developer has come in and asked for a variance to block their access to light. It's incredulous to me that this government would be so undemocratic to not even inform citizens of about what is happening in their neighborhood. The HRM bylaws, the charter, the planning rules are there for a reason. They're there for citizens to know and understand what's happening in their community. And this amendment, this clause 9 in this bill, is taking not only the citizens of HRM to know what's happening in their community, it is taking away from the elected official the right to ensure that their community knows what's happening in their neighborhood. Democracy is messy. We as elected officials knows that it's messy, whether it's the Minister of Natural Resources approving a clear cut, or the Minister of Environment allowing a solid waste site to be developed. But there are processes that allow that community discussion to happen, for people to have their voice. And in this Clause 9, you are taking that voice away, even taking away the ability to inform people of changes in their community. And for that reason, I would urge all members of this House to vote against Clause 9. Thank you.
Shall Clause 9 carry? Carried. Clauses 10 to 12, shall they carry? Carried. Clause 13, I recognize Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move the following amendments to Clause 13, Section 4A. A, delete proposed subsection 1 and renumber proposed subsection 2 as 1. A, delete not in the first line of proposed subsection 1 as renumbered. B, add not immediately after may in the third line of proposed subsection 1 as renumbered. C, add immediately after proposed subsection 1 as renumbered the following subsections. 2, the minister shall electronically publish any decision of the minister under this act forthwith after making the decision. 3, publication under subsection 2 must include reasons for the decision, the names of the proponents of any related development. C, when any related development is expected to begin and conclude construction. D, the number of housing units that will be constructed as a result of the decision. And E, the number of affordable housing units that will be constructed as a result of that decision. I want to repeat these just because I may have mislettered them. So under 3, publication under subsection 2 must include A, reasons for the decision, B, the names of the proponents of any related development, C, when any related development is expected to begin and conclude construction, D, the number of housing units that will be constructed as a result of the decision, and E, the number of affordable housing units that will be constructed as a result of that decision. So, Mr. Chair, I think the intentions of this amendment should be self-evident. This is about primarily transparency and accountability in this process. And 2, making sure that this effort by the government is actually producing units for the market and perhaps for non-market units as well. Because at its heart, the big risk with this bill, with Bill 329, is a lack of accountability, a lack of transparency, concentrating decision-making on big, massive developments in one person's office. And that creates major risks from an ethical perspective. They say absolute power corrupts absolutely. There are real risks with this legislation that we are incentivizing corrupt behavior and corrupt decision-making. And I think that is a legitimate concern. I think that is a legitimate concern because of the government's own record, where we have seen this government and this premier systematically cut independent oversight boards of crown corporations that ensured massive amounts of dollars were not being distributed for partisan purposes. We have seen the premier hire people that he labeled as his personal friends after independent boards were cut. And so this amendment is about ensuring that similar things don't happen with this bill. Because again, what this legislation does is it it gives the minister potential to override HRM decision-making where they do have established processes of consultation, process that is transparent, and that certainly is accountable. This creates a situation where all of those processes, all of that transparency, all of that accountability could be undone by a simple stroke of the pen by the minister. And again, there's reasons to be concerned about the potential of this bill, of the government using it for favoritism and for self or partisan gain. We've watched the government weaponize CNS and the public service with publicly funded ads that were partisan in nature, according to Elections Nova Scotia, before and during a writ period. So this is about ethics. This amendment is about ensuring that previous government behaviors that I would argue are unethical, that overstepped certain ethical lines out of partisan and self-interest, aren't repeated when it comes to development and housing. And again, there is a real risk of this. I think because of how this government makes decisions, because of their own record that indicates they're willing to make decisions based on partisan gain. Again, a very clear record of doing this. It hasn't been hidden that well. And now there's the risk of favoritism and partisan decision-making coming into one of the biggest issues that our province is facing, and that's the housing crisis. So guess what? We don't have time for that with housing. We don't have time to pick favorites and play games. The best people need to get the job done, and they certainly need a path to do that, to build homes, to build apartment buildings. But we don't have time for the government to mess around and pick favorites based on who's donating to them, based on who their buds are.
Order. I'd ask the member of the official opposition just to remind that we're speaking to clause lib-3, and with that said, I'll recognize the leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And obviously, this amendment under this clause is about transparency and accountability. I think that's self-evident. I have not strayed at all from discussing those important issues and what this bill, what this amendment can do to ensure that we minimize the risk of this happening. And again, this isn't just a risk that is created for a Conservative government. I mean, if you do move forward with this, you can trust yourselves, but every single minister or government going forward could potentially have these sorts of incentives where there's big donors at play that are looking for favors, and there's no transparency or accountability to disincentivize whoever the government is from making decisions for the wrong reasons, which would be who are my friends, who is donating the most money, and who votes for us. And I think that's a legitimate concern that we can have here. And again, it's very similar to what's happened in Ontario. So this amendment, the change to subsection 4A, specifically is about bringing in an ethical process, a transparent process, a process that is accountable to the public and the House to avoid what's happened in Ontario happening here. And again, we have a scandal in Ontario.
Order. Just to remind the member, we've debated a lot of Ontario this past little bit. I just ask that, let's stick to the bill at hand, let's stick to the clause at hand, and respectfully, we could ask you to stick to lib-3. And I recognize the honourable member of the official opposition.
Yeah, so this amendment to clause 13 in subsection 4A is about preventing what happened in Ontario happening here, because there are similarities to Bill 329 and what happened in Ontario. So, I mean, Mr. Chair, obviously I have a right to speak in the House, right? I've been interrupted several times when I think it's very clear and demonstrable that I'm speaking exactly to the specific amendment that we're bringing forward. So I would ask for fairness there. This might be uncomfortable for the government, certainly, but this is important. We have an RCMP investigation happening in Ontario. And we can avoid that happening here if we move on these amendments. So in Ontario, we've had an RCMP investigation that was launched into the Greenbelt land swap. And again, this was done by the Ford government and the minister overriding local decision-making authority and concentrating that decision in the office of the minister. Sounds familiar. What they found in Ontario was that there was favoritism given to certain developers who had ties to the government. Again, there's a concern of that happening here. There have been ministers that have resigned because there wasn't transparency and accountability, which is what we're pushing for in this amendment. There was an Auditor General investigation because there wasn't transparency and accountability, as we're suggesting to achieve in this amendment. Furthermore, there's been an erosion of public trust in that process because of these. So specifically what happened in Ontario that this amendment can help us avoid in Nova Scotia is that developers with close connections to the minister and the Ford government were given preferential treatment. And again, the province changed the rules of the game so they could override local decision makers so they could provide that favoritism. And now we've had a complete backtrack by the Ford government because they didn't do, as we're proposing in this amendment, have processes in place that will ensure proper reporting, proper oversight, proper transparency, and proper accountability. And this is important because it's not just about housing. And I'll bring the House's attention to an article written by Tony Keller that was published in September of this year, where they, again, recognizing the purpose of this amendment is to ensure that corruption can't happen, to ensure that decisions that favor people can't happen, that decisions that favor the governing party of the day, whether it's PC, Liberal, or NDP, can't happen. Because what happens when we don't do these is not only do we jeopardize and erode public confidence in development and housing, and that takes longer when you've got court cases and investigations and developers get nervous to invest. It also impacts and saps economic growth, as Tony Keller says. And the evidence that can exist when we don't have clauses like the one we're proposing are pretty serious. Because in Ontario, they found without amendments to the bill or clauses in the bill, such as we're proposing, that there became evidence of conflicts of interest, evidence that public office was used to produce private gain and without facing consequence, and evidence of state capture by narrow vested interests. Really big problems. Really big problems that don't help you build more houses more quickly, that actually slow you down. And according to Mr. Keller, the Greenbelt scandal, and again, the amendment that we're moving here is to prevent this from happening in Nova Scotia. So I think it's important to read the examples of what happens when there's not clauses like the one we're suggesting be brought into this. The Greenbelt scandal, according to Mr. Keller, bigger than home prices, bigger than geography and protected land. It's not just a political travesty. It's a neon bright legal question mark, which may yet reveal legal exclamation points. Former Housing Minister Steve Clark didn't just resign, he also hired a lawyer. Suggestions of possible non-legal activity is why the Auditor General and the Integrity Commissioner both investigated. It is also why the police are looking into the affair. The Ontario Provincial Police said last December that it was inquiring into allegations of wrongdoing related to the Greenbelt real estate transaction, but last month it abruptly handed the matter over to the Mounties. Said the reason was a potential perceived conflict of interest. And there's risk of that here. This amendment is to ensure that there are not conflicts of interest. And I'll point out one glaring potential conflict of interest for the government, and that is the chairperson of the transition team, a big developer, who allegedly, according to a number of folks, is heavily involved in the direction of housing policy by this government, who we've been told people who want to develop are being directed to speak with as a representative of the government. And these questions have not been answered by the Premier nor the Minister sufficiently in this House. So we are left to speculate. And again, these are not facts. These are rumors, and I'll state that on the record. I don't know for a fact that this is happening, but all I can say is that we've heard it, and we've heard it enough times where suspicion has been generated, not just by our party, but also other folks in the development community. So there's and this individual has also fundraised in the last 2 years over $50,000 for the PC party. Fundraised more than that. I mean, this money came specifically from him and the family. So, you know, we've got potential evidence already here. Maybe not evidence, but we've got speculation, I should say, not evidence, but speculation that there is a conflict of interest at play when it comes to housing policy and potential decisions made around which developments are getting passed. That I do think exists already. This amendment would help waylay certainly the opposition's concerns around this perceived conflict of interest, and I think would go a long way into ensuring that the public can have confidence in this. Again, we don't think what the government is doing is right to begin with. We've got to work with our municipalities. We are not going to get through this housing crisis if we do not have all orders of government working with warlike effort to fix it. We know why this is so important, because our population is growing, housing starts are down, and people are exponentially becoming more homeless year after year. So it's a big issue, and if we're going to have a process that makes sense, if we're going to have a process that actually achieves results and produces more units, there needs to be benchmarks put in place for that. There needs to be reporting done on that. And so this amendment does two things for the government. It alleviates concern over perceived or real conflicts of interest at play within the dynamics of the governing caucus in the Premier's office. It will help ensure that favoritism is not given to certain developers and not others. And again, and we'd have to know why that favoritism was given. It should be based on their ability to build, and build quickly and efficiently and economically, not how much money they're giving to the governing party or any other party who sits in government. But this amendment will also ensure that the government is actually reporting on the outcomes from their efforts. You know, we hear every day, this is a government of action. We're going to build more homes. We're going to build them faster. Even though home starts have been going down over the last 2 years, despite the government's initial intervention in HRM's housing development planning and development. Housing starts have decreased since the province stuck their nose into HRM's processes. So we haven't seen any evidence yet that these special planning areas have helped. Hopefully that changes, because we certainly need to build more houses, but the evidence is showing it going the other way. But why, Mr. Chair, it is so important to actually be paying attention to the numbers. So I'll remind the House, not only is this about reporting, transparency, and accountability to make sure that there's not corrupt behavior happening on big land and development deals, and so that we can identify if there are any real or perceived conflicts of interest. But it's also about timelines on development. So when these developments will start, when they're expected to be concluded, the number of housing units that will be achieved as a result of the province's intervention and overstepping of HRM authority, and also the amount of affordable housing that's being developed. So this is about transparency, not just on the decisions that are being made to make sure that the minister or the premier aren't picking favorites based on who's close to them and who's aligned with them and who gives them money. But also on the back end, the public will be informed about, okay, this is either working or it isn't. Here's how many units are going to get built. Here's the timeline on them. Here's how many affordable units are being built. And for a government that says they're all about action, certainly reporting on the impacts of that action has to be important for them, one would argue. If this amendment is not supported, my suspicion and concern about this bill is going to increase, because all this is about is reporting. It doesn't even interfere on the minister's ability to make decisions. It just says you've got to tell the public what decisions you're interfering with, what ones you're making, why, and what the outcomes are going to be. So this amendment, Mr. Chair, is not going to impact the minister's ability to decide what he believes is right and wrong. I think by having the minister report on it, it will create a good disincentive for corrupt behavior and favoritism, which again we've seen evidence of already with the government and how they make decisions. But it will also help the minister ensure that he's achieving what his intended desire was, and that is to increase housing units in this province at a faster pace. Right? And again, this is a government, this is a premier that in opposition railed about transparency, railed about accountability, and the need for those systems to be in place for a democracy to function. And here's an opportunity to come through on that commitment that the government made to Nova Scotians in their platform and the commitment they made to Nova Scotians in this House and outside of it. And again, it is not just us that are concerned about this. There are legitimate concerns here. There's legitimate potential for real or perceived conflicts of interest. And there's also a real need to pay attention to what the outcomes are and if the government's actually being successful or not at achieving what they intended to do. And this amendment to Section 4A can help ensure that the government is being honest and upfront and held accountable on both of those key fronts. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, and I will be brief, Mr. Chair, very brief. And that is first to say, this is a bad bill, full stop. It is a terrible bill. But, and it is undemocratic, it's not transparent, it's an overreach, but an amendment like this could make a very bad, terrible bill put a little bit more transparency back into this House, and we'll be supporting it.
Shall the amendment carry? There has been a request for a recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Order. Committee of the Whole House on Bills will resume. We'll be voting on Amendment Lib 3. There'll be several amendments here, so I'll name them, and I'll recognize the clerk to conduct a recorded vote.
Brad Johns.
No.
Tori Rushton.
No.
Barbara Adams.
No.
Kim Maslin.
No.
Tim Houston. Alan McMaster.
No.
Twyla Gross.
No.
Michelle Thompson.
No.
John Lohr.
No.
Trevor Boudreau.
No.
Tim Hallman.
No.
Kent Smith.
No.
Dave Ritzie. Brian Wong.
No.
Susan Corkum Greek.
No.
Brian Comer.
No.
Colton LeBlanc.
No.
Jill Balzer.
No.
Pat Dunn.
No.
Greg Moreau.
No.
Becky Druin.
No.
Larry Harrison.
No.
John White.
No.
John A. McDonald.
No.
Keith Bain. Chris Palmer.
No.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
No.
Danielle Barkhouse.
No.
Tom Taggart.
No.
Carla McFarland. Steve Craig.
No.
Patricia Arab. Keith Irving. Brendan McGuire. Derek Momberpat.
Yes.
Zach Churchill.
Yes.
Kelly Regan.
Yes.
Ian Rankin. Susan LeBlanc.
Yes.
Claudia Chender. Kendra Coombs.
Yes.
Susie Hansen. Gary Burrell.
Yes.
Lisa LaChance.
Yes.
Rafa Di Costanzo. Tony Ince.
Yes.
Laura Lee Nickel. Ben Jessam. Braden Clark. Ali Duale.
Yes.
Carmen Kerr.
Yes.
Ronnie LeBlanc.
Yes.
Fred Tilley.
Yes.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan. The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 12, nays 27.
The amendment is defeated. I recognize the honourable member for Sydney Member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want all members to refer to change sheet CWHB Liberal Lib 3A. Page 7, Clause 13, proposed subsection 4A1, line 1, delete and substitute subject 2, subsections 3 and 4. And the D, and then page 7, clause 13, proposed section 4A after proposed subsection 2 the following subsections. The minister may not exercise any power under this act or the regulations unless the necessary infrastructure is in place to accommodate any increase in traffic resulting from any development authorized or expanded by the exercise of the power. The minister, and also section 4, the minister may not exercise any power under this act or the regulations unless adequate provisions have been made to enable access by first responders to any development authorized or expanded by the exercise of the power. And I'll speak for a few minutes on this, and you'll see a bit of a trend as we go through some of these amendments that ultimately, and this is something that we've kind of talked about, Mr. Speaker, throughout the bill, is that when the minister now under this bill essentially will have all the authority in dealing directly with developers. As we all know, the municipalities play a big part in the planning process when it comes to when a development is built. They're looking at all the aspects of a neighborhood or an area before they make that decision. And they're also talking as well as I say in this amendment, they're also talking about access by first responders or any development authorized to expand by the exercise of the power. So they're taking all of that into account when they're doing it. And we believe, and I believe that, and why we don't support this bill is because it ultimately, all that work that happens by the HRM, and I would argue by any municipality across the province, is that they're taking all of this stuff into account. They're taking into account the fact that if you're going to build a development, you know, they're looking at the infrastructure that's not only in the ground, but also they're looking at you know, the key partners that are involved with the development in any community. And, you know, first responders in this case play a huge part in that, and there are first responders in this community that are in the legislature that could probably speak much better about their own personal experience than I could, but I do know enough in the sense that, you know, the HRM is looking at that all of the time. They're looking at a whole number of aspects when it comes to development, and now they're not going to have the overall authority, and I would argue, as I argued last night, that you're breaking that one line of communication for developers that instead of just going to the municipality, working with their planning departments, working you know, through that decision-making process with the municipality. Now, not only do they have to do that, and they have to go that, ultimately they're going to the minister's office, which I would argue does not have the capacity, not because there's not good people there, but because it's just not their mandate to look at that stuff. You know, when you take over decisions like this, you have to keep all of the stuff into account. We believe that these amendments are important because, again, it just shows the overall scope and the magnitude and the depth that the municipality would go through to make those decisions on development. I think that, and as I said, there's a number of these that we're going to look at, and I'll get a little more specific as we go through these four. But this one particularly goes to our first responders, folks who protect our communities every day, folks that, you know, as new developments come, they actually set out plans for response in the event, you know, God willing, it never happens. But you know, they respond in our neighborhoods. They respond in our communities to you know, a wide array of challenges that we may face. We've seen that here in the HRM with the floods. We saw that with the wildfires, and we see how quick they were able to respond, but also the relationship that they had with the municipality at the time. So. I think that you know, to this bill and talking about development in the HRM, I personally believe that by taking all of that authority away and giving it to the minister, you're just making that first responder plan that much more difficult when you're dealing, instead of dealing with just one decision maker. You're dealing now with a decision maker that does not have the expertise that the municipality would have on the ground when it comes to planning, when it comes to underground infrastructure, when it comes over. So I'll leave, I'm sure there'll be some other comments on it, but I'll leave my comments there for now, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, and again, I will be brief, and I want to reiterate what I'm going to continue to say, and that this is a bad bill. And this is a bad bill because it allows, for one, I'm glad some people think it's funny that you're passing bad bills here tonight, but I don't. Mr. Chair, I don't think it's okay and funny to be passing bad bills tonight. And so I will say, so what I'm going to say is this, and get back on track here. When you allow one person the sole responsibility, the sole powers to make planning decisions, to make development decisions, who has no real expertise in the matter, when there is a full municipality that has the expertise, amendments like this have to come before the legislature in order to make a bad bill actually take into consideration first responders and how they are going to get to emergencies, because we've seen it with the wildfires. We saw what happened there. And now we're going to leave it up to one person to decide how safe it is? Come on, that's what this whole bill's about. One person, sole decision. Very undemocratic, non-transparent. And because of that, and because we don't really have a huge planning department here in the province, because that's mostly left to the municipalities, we have to put things like this into amendments like this into bills to ensure people are safe. And first responders can get to them, and they can get to them in times of crisis, and people can get out of their neighborhoods in times of crisis. So we will support this amendment, again, trying to make a bad bill not so bad. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise to speak in favor of this amendment. I think this is a pretty critical one. We just experienced here in Nova Scotia some of the worst catastrophes on record. Of course, down your way in our part of the province, Mr. Chair, in Shelburne County with the largest wildfires on record, with the devastating and catastrophic floods. Of course, inclement weather, extreme weather is going to keep increasing in Nova Scotia as that what used to be cold water that surrounded us keeps warming with climate change. And so we are going to be more susceptible to extreme weather, to wildfires, to potential flooding, to hurricanes that are developed overnight. We are seeing, we just had evidence, I forget the name of the hurricane that just hit the United States, but they didn't even know it was coming. So our ability to even guess at the extreme weather is starting to regress a little bit because of how rapid climate change is impacting us. So it's really important to plan around that and to plan for safety and for things like safety, safe access and egress in our neighborhoods, which means to be able to get in and get out at multiple places. We saw how critical that is in the neighborhoods that were affected in HRM with the wildfires, with the areas that were impacted by the floods. Neighborhoods that are not built with 2 entry points or an exit point. So this is about making sure that we are, as we develop neighborhoods, as we race to increase housing stock in this province, as we build new neighborhoods, that we don't do that without these safety concerns being fully considered. Because again, this is life and death here. The way we build these neighborhoods is going to matter. The ability to gain entry and to exit at multiple places is really going to matter. And this is a very simple amendment that will ensure that if the minister is going to overstep municipal planning processes that do now take into consideration these things, they didn't previously, and the neighborhoods that were impacted and didn't have multiple entry and exit points, they were built in a time bygone where the appropriate municipal regs weren't in place to ensure there was safe access and egress. It would have been a safer situation for all those residents. So where the minister is now giving himself the authority to overstep HRM's planning process, we need to be reassured that the minister, in his haste to get housing developed, in the words of the Premier and the Minister, more housing faster, and that's obviously where the political incentive is, and we need more housing very quickly, that we don't lose the necessary steps to ensure the neighborhoods we're building, the buildings that we're building are going to be safe, particularly with the threats to our neighborhoods growing and growing and growing, and they will continue to grow in this province. So this is a very simple amendment that, one, will ensure that you're paying attention and utilizing municipal staff to understand the planning needs around safety. Very simple thing to do. And again, the expertise on this, the engineering expertise, the planning expertise, none of that is in the Department of Municipal Affairs or in the Premier's office. All of that is with the municipalities, because that's where those folks work. That's where the jobs are. And until this bill was brought forward, that's where these decisions were made. So if we're going to overstep the municipal planning process, and concentrate that decision-making in the minister's office and allow him the ability to override municipal decisions or make his own without consulting the municipality, certainly the government would agree that safety considerations need to be considered there, that access to first responders needs to be made a priority, that having multiple entry and exit points is going to be a priority, so that people don't get trapped in a neighborhood if it's flooded or if it's on fire or if it's being battered by a hurricane. Certainly this has to be an acceptable amendment by the government. Certainly this government cares about safety. And I'd urge them to support this as a result. The other part of this amendment is also about infrastructure. The government doesn't have the information on critical infrastructure that's underground or above ground, meaning sewage and wastewater capacity, water capacity, or power capacity. They don't have that expertise either. That expertise is in the municipality. And this government's actually made big funding decisions without having that information. In a rush to get a public housing announcement out the door, the government neglected to consult with the municipality, who told us they actually couldn't build this development because their wastewater pipes are at capacity. Right? In Bridgewater, power is nearing capacity there. So the government has already made decisions on housing, again, in haste, without consultation, without working with municipalities, that didn't take into consideration whether the pipes under the ground could even handle those developments, or that the power grid could handle the increased demand and pressure on the power grid. Right? One of the issues we're having with cell phone coverage is also the growth in population and the increased demands that are being put on our cell towers. So all of these things need to be factored into decisions that are being made by the government. And again, I've got an article here that says Nova Scotia's public housing announcement came as a shock to the Bridgewater mayor. A shock to a municipal leader who is going to potentially benefit from public housing. And the reason for that, the mayor said, was a concern about infrastructure capacity. We've gone and met with that council. I mean, surely if the opposition members can go and meet with these councils to talk about these issues, I would guess the government would have a certain, if not a responsibility, an impetus to do the same, to understand these things. So Mayor Mitchell tells us that they've got an urgent problem with a $55 million price tag and a town with a $6 million capital budget when it comes to their pipes. Our pipes are literally not big enough, Mayor Mitchell said.
Order. I'd ask the leader of the official ops. You have a couple of clauses here. One, the minister may exercise power to the regulations unless necessary infrastructure is in place to accommodate increased traffic resulting from any development authorized or expanded by the exercise of power. And the other one has to do with the minister may not exercise any power under the Act or regulation unless adequate provisions have been made to enable by first responders in the development authorized or expanded under this Act. I just asked the Leader of the Official Opposition to stick to the clause at hand, and I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Touche, you finally caught me, Mr. Chair. So traffic is also important. Of course, the infrastructure underground and above ground is important, but related to this amendment, we have to be paying attention to traffic. So let's think about what's happened in HRM with traffic. We are now, I believe HRM was quoted as being one of the most cities dealing with the highest level of traffic congestion in the country. Right? That's a problem from perspective of people who live in the suburbs or live in the city and have to get to work and back, but also from the standpoint of first responders, their ability to get in. So we do have traffic issues already. The municipality has expertise around traffic. They do traffic studies. They're the ones that do all the work. They have the engineering capacity within their municipal offices, and these things are considered. So this will be to ensure that, again, safety and development neighborhoods and planning is considered, but also traffic and the appropriate infrastructure to accommodate an increase in traffic. And so this is a very simple amendment that will ensure the minister is actually paying attention to these things, which again involve safety of new neighborhoods, ability to get in and out, which is becoming increasingly important in our province, as we've seen all too clearly this last year, but also to ensure that we are not in HRM adding to the traffic congestion, which again, HRM is now ranked at the top of the list in Canada on. That didn't used to be the case. So we have growing traffic congestion here. This impacts first responders' ability to get to sites of emergency or respond to whether it's a domestic abuse situation or someone with a heart attack on the side of the road. These things have to be factored, right? And again, the minister does not have this expertise in his office. This expertise is housed in the municipality. So the proposed subsection of this amendment is to ensure that the minister doesn't make any decisions that don't factor in these key and critical factors that are absolutely necessary for good long-term sustainable planning, but also critical to ensuring that people can get help when they need it, that people can get out of their neighborhoods when they're under threat, and that we don't add to the already increasing problem around traffic congestion here in the city. It's a very simple amendment. It's one that would strengthen this bill. Again, we do not support this bill overall, but we are offering practical ideas that can at least make this bill better, at the very least not as problematic. Because again, I mean, the government's stated goal is more, faster. Great. We need that, but that can't be at a loss of attention paid to public safety or good planning. And we certainly are worried that the minister is not going to pay attention to these things unless it is mandated in the legislation. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to rise on this amendment to point out a point that I had intended to make previously with respect to issues of traffic. And it's the irony of the government trying to make things move more quickly. Well, the fact of the matter is that the calls that I've gotten recently about developments being slowed down in Kings County are in fact because of the province. I had a gentleman who was trying to build a house, and his approval was being held up by the Department of Transportation. It was the province slowing down the housing. They wanted a traffic study. I got a second call from a building half under construction. They had received approvals from the municipality, but oh my goodness, the Department of Transportation didn't check a box because the building was in a certain distance of the 101. So there are processes there that are holding up development because the province has to do their due diligence on issues like transportation. It is important, as this amendment has indicated, to take into consideration things about traffic and emergency access. So while the government is ramming through a bill to take the powers away from municipalities, from HRM and their planning staff, who have all the systems and checks and balances to go back to the province to make sure the province is happy. It's actually the province that's slowing down development. So how the minister believes that he can ensure that issues of transportation, of safety, with a handful of staff, can do a better job than the municipality that has the systems, it has the expertise, it has the staff to ensure that these developments are being constructed to code, to issues of safety, to issues of future development, to issues of effective use of precious infrastructure dollars. So there's a huge hypocrisy here with respect to the idea that this government thinks that their heavy-handed interactions are going to create developments faster and safer. So I just wanted to bring that up in the context of this bill, that what we're trying to do is ensure that public safety is protected from a minister who does not have the experience or expertise to deal with all the complexities of proper, good, and safe development. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Shall Amendment Lib 3A carry? Motion is defeated. I recognize the honourable member for Sydney Memberton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So now I would refer all members of the House to Amendment CWH B Lib-3B. And these are the changes recommended to the Committee of the Whole House on Bills. Page 7, Clause 13, propose subsection 4A1, line 1, delete the and substitute subject to subsection 3, the. In page 7, Clause 13, proposed section 4A, add after proposed subsection 2 the following sections. Number 3, the minister may not exercise any power under this act or the regulations unless schools in the affected area have been expanded to accommodate any increase in enrollment resulting from any development authorized or expanded by the exercise of the power and recorded consultation with the Halifax Regional Centre for Education has been conducted. And number 4, the minister shall table evidence of the consultation with Halifax Regional Centre for Education in the House of Assembly prior to exercising any power under this act or the regulations that could affect school enrollment. And we believe this is important, Mr. Speaker. As we know, Halifax's population has continued to significantly increase over the last number of years. We know that, and you know, we actually kind of see this at home too, but this is specific to Halifax, and I'm sure some of my Halifax colleagues may have something to say on this as well. But again, it goes back to the argument that we've been making and kind of the theme of these amendments that I've been proposing, that I don't think the government has taken into account enough the fact that when you're going to move all the decision making to one individual, whether it's this government or the next or the one after, that now the Department of Municipal Affairs has to play that role and housing of what are the first responders situation like? How does that plan look? How does the infrastructure plan look both above and below the ground? And again, what does the school situation look like? And when you're increasing populations within these communities, again, the Department of Municipal Affairs, I believe, does not have the same relationship that the municipality would have with the regional centre as they're looking at, you know, busing routes, and they're looking at, you know, the safety of roads, and when these developments happen, that collaboration back and forth with that happens now between the regional center and the Department of Education. I know in my experience as Education Minister, you know, we had a good relationship with HRM and every other community when it came to making decisions around school infrastructure and ensuring that, you know, schools are community centers. And if you're going to build developments around them, there's going to be stresses on them because new residents coming into a community are going to, of course, use those schools, utilize them as community spaces, utilize some of the services that the community will be that provides through various organizations will be provided through that building. So, and I can tell you, my time as Education Minister, we had a number of developments in HRM looking at new schools, and also had a large conversation about the stresses that you know, government has to make decisions around building new schools. This government will make decisions around building new schools, of course, and that's great if it's going to support our kids and it's going to support the growth within these communities. So, again, now that all falls to the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and it all falls to one person who ultimately now will have to have an assessment of not only infrastructure above and below the ground, not only first responders and the plans they have in place, but now also school development and population growth and ensuring that schools are part of that conversation. I said this last night, Mr. Speaker, I just don't understand why the government wants all that authority. And I really think that whether it's Halifax or, you know, I used to say the CBRM because I think a lot of the stuff the government would like to do there eventually. I think that it's just putting so much burden on one department that they're going to have to build the capacity within the department. They're going to have to build those relationships with HRM because they're really going outside the scope of what Municipal Affairs and Housing is doing. You're consolidating all of that decision-making under one roof, and I believe it's just going to make it that much more difficult to plan for new schools in the community. I've heard it first and foremost, Mr. Speaker, from my colleagues up here with population growth, and I've seen some of the decisions when we were in government to try to accommodate what has been thousands of families, and it's great. You know what I mean? It's great to see the communities full of children. I love seeing it at home too as well. New families coming in, but you have to accommodate that. And a lot of those conversations when you're making infrastructure decisions in the department and eventually with Treasury and Cabinet are based on conversations with the HRM, because HRM has land that they may have surplus that may be advantageous to the government to say, okay, maybe this is where, if we're going to make a financial decision on building a new school, this land's owned by the city. So then we negotiate with the city and we work with the planning department, and you have those conversations about infrastructure needs and can it handle a school and what infrastructure needs to be built on this land to support that. And there's a big community consultation that has to happen with schools, and the municipalities involved with that. They play a partnership role in that. I lived one of those, you know, in the fisheries minister's area, beautiful area. We went through a big community consultation, went back to the public to make sure we were making the right decision on behalf of that. The municipality had some feedback on that as well. But a lot of times when you're building new schools and you're developing new schools, you're working with the municipality that is really kind of the one that owns the land. So it's like now they're not going to be part of the decision making in that. Now the minister is just going to take over that role completely. So again, as I said, these are some of the themes that we've heard from. These are ideas that we've brought forward, but also these are things that we've heard from in my own experience. I don't understand why. Here we are again talking about this amendment, and I'll make sure I stay on it, Mr. Speaker, that now we're into the Halifax Regional Centre of Education. So not only are we impacting the relationship, I believe, with HRM, I believe this is also going to cause some communication breakdowns, some communication barriers, and just another step that is not necessary in dealing with the Halifax Centre for Education. So I'll leave my comments there for now. I think this is an important amendment, as the last one was around infrastructure, and I look forward to hearing comments from my colleagues.
Recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would like just to add a few comments to my colleagues' interventions on this particular point. I think I am the only person in the House today who has actually served 3 different ridings. And the reason I've served 3 different ridings, Bedford Birch Cove, Bedford, and now Bedford Basin, is because the area I live in, the area I represent and have represented, has grown exponentially. In the space of 14 years, 3 different ridings. And I can tell you that because Bedford and sort of the edge of Clayton Park, what we call the Larry Utech area, has grown exponentially during this time, it has meant we have suffered from overcrowding and a number of the other issues that we have quite frankly heard about this evening, everything from traffic on down. And so what happens is you have change all the time. Children don't go to a school and stay in that school. They get moved around. And in fact, in a recent conversation that I had with HRCE, they basically said, it's going to be non-stop boundary changes as we try to adjust and deal with population growth. But if we're continuing to grow at the pace that we've been growing, or in fact increasing it as the Premier wants to do, what we are going to see is that we will run out of room. We open schools. So since I've been elected, we've had 3 schools built, modular units, and so that was 2 high schools and then 1 sort of elementary to grade 9 or 8. Modular units added to virtually every school that we have. 2 schools that were supposed to be decommissioned, they're very old, are still open. They still have students because we have to put children somewhere. And we actually have a school in a mall. And that's just the English system. I'm not even talking about the French system. So when we're talking about increasing housing, which is important to do because if we're going to have this phenomenal growth that the Premier wants to double our population, if we're going to have this phenomenal growth, we have to have places for our children to go to school. Because, there are fire codes and things like that, so we can't just, jam kids in hallways and things like that. Although, my kids actually did go to a school where the gym was a hallway. So it is, to me, it's important that we have this in here, that everyone understands that we have to be prepared when the province decides they're going to announce some great big subdivision going in, then we have to have plans in place where the school's going to go. Because I'll tell you, when we went to build what are now the Broad Street schools, we didn't have a lot of options in terms just of land. And I remember, someone taking issue with the fact that I was asked, was I okay with where a school went? And I didn't really care where the school went. We needed a school. There wasn't any land. And so when everybody is all driving hell-bent for leather to have more housing, which is in itself a good thing, because we don't want people living in tents as they are now, and we want families to come here and be welcomed, but we have to make sure we have the facilities for those families. And so we need schools. So it's important that when these subdivisions are actually being carved out, there actually is land there. So you can have a school, or a high school every other couple of subdivisions. Because otherwise you have overcrowded conditions, and that leads to other problems, especially for children who have, for example, autism. They need to be in a quieter environment. But if you're in an overcrowded school, that's not great if you have a child with autism. It can be very difficult. So I just wanted to add my 2 cents worth to the very extensive comments of my colleague, the former Minister of Education, because quite frankly, if we're going to welcome all of these people to Nova Scotia, we want to make sure that they actually are welcomed with appropriate facilities. We don't want people leaving because my kid can't get into a decent school, or my kid is jammed in school, or there's no place for gym, or all of that. We need to make sure when we build housing that we have the health care, the education, the roads, all the other facilities to support it. And without that, Nova Scotia will not be a success. Thank you.
Shall Amendment Lib 3B carry? That amendment is defeated. I recognize the honourable member for Sydney Memberton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to refer everyone in the chamber to change sheet CWHB Lib-3C. Changes recommended to the Committee on the Whole Host of Bills, page 7, clause 13, proposed subsection 4A1, line 1, delete the and substitute subject to subsection 3, the, page 7, clause 13, proposed section 4A, add after proposed subsection 2 the following subsections. 3, the minister may not exercise any power under this act or the regulations unless recreational infrastructure is in place to accommodate any increase in population resulting from any development authorized or expanded by the exercise of the power. And 4, recreational infrastructure includes, for the purpose of subsection 3, ice rinks, sports fields, dance studios, dog parks, walking and biking trails, indoor and outdoor pools, and community centers. And again, Mr. Speaker, happy to rise in my place to talk about this. As we know how important it is, and it's not just important in HRM, but it's important all over the province. And again, the Minister of Municipal Affairs is now going to be responsible for parks, and he's going to be responsible for making a lot of those, because he has the sole decision on development. This is something else that they're going to have to take into account before they sign on the dotted line to support any new development. And again, I'm just kind of perplexed by why, who's really kind of benefit from this. As you know, I'm a former councillor. Mr. Speaker, you are as well, and there's a number of former councillors. You know, a lot of the conversations that we're into are about community space, right? So parks and you know, new communities spring up, and ultimately the city's making the decisions on what goes where, and in their land use bylaw, some of the neighborhoods have a certain percentage of land that is dedicated to green space, and you know, depending on the population of a community, you start looking at some of these things. There's some great examples all over the province, Mr. Speaker, of how municipalities work collaboratively with communities. I remember in my time as Minister of Municipal Affairs, you know, this is about HRM, but I think this example can be really used anywhere. You look at Guysborough and the community center that they have there, and you look at Hants and their community center, and you look at these other spots. These were direct partnerships at the time between departments and these communities. But again, you were engaged. They were built based on the information that we were receiving from councils at the time about developments, about population growth, and trying to understand the trends when it comes to how a community is growing. So, you know, here we are again with another amendment similar to the last, and this one is important because this is what really is the foundation of communities. You know, we talked in the last two amendments about, you know, ensuring a plan for first responders, and having that the relationship that they have had with the HRM, and making decisions around plans, and we saw, as my colleague, the leader of our caucus said, the breakdown when the announcement was made in Bridgewater, and Mayor Mitchell indicating to everyone that the infrastructure just couldn't handle it. So now we are on this amendment, which talks about recreational infrastructure and talks about the fact that a lot of this is decided by the municipality. A lot of this is decided by elected representatives on the ground, and I go back to the fact that the minister now can exercise the power when this passes, because they have a majority government, that I'm afraid that those conversations are going to be lost. I'm afraid that ultimately whoever the minister is, whoever's in that office, is going to be making decisions without all of the information. They're going to be making decisions on developments when maybe the municipality is looking at that as a great community space, or is looking to put in walking and biking trails, or trying to build that into what a future development plan is. Maybe there is a new rink that's going in, and again, so you're creating another step that I believe will not only create confusion, but also will delay some of this stuff. Like, will delay a lot of this community work that, developer goes to HRM. HRM has a community recreation plan. I know we have one at home. We have a recreation plan. And so they're building their recreation plan, and then all of a sudden, in an area where they wanted to build a dog park or they wanted to build something, they find out that the minister approved the development for housing on a piece of property that is in their recreation plan to build for recreation. So like, this could create a lot of community conflict. And again, it's you have this situation where one person is going to have all this authority. That's probably one of the best examples I could provide, and because you probably could find examples of it happening in other communities, is that the minister makes a decision on a development on a piece of land and doesn't consult with the municipality, but the municipality has a recreation plan where they're going to put a community pool in, or they're going to put a bike park in, or they're going to put a dog park in. And again, so like, you're creating this confusion and conflict when right now people can go to the municipality, they get a sense of, a developer gets a sense of what the municipality is doing. They look at a piece of land and say, well, that's not for housing development, that's for something that the community wants, something that helps ultimately builds communities, right? And they're building their transportation around it, they're building their public infrastructure, what they need for that community space. And now they could be doing all that work and all of a sudden find out the minister signed off on someone to build on that land. And I'm just, again, I don't know how that's all going to work out. That's the interesting thing for me. So it's like, I don't get why the government thinks that this is a good idea, because ultimately it's just going to cause conflict, I believe, between municipal political leadership and provincial political leadership. And you're definitely going to get into a situation where, so a developer goes to the minister and says, we want a developer, and the minister says, okay. What happens in that situation when they find out that they can't develop on that land? So I'll leave it there for now. Again, this again is another important amendment that we think should go forward in the bill. That I think ultimately will go well for the community, because, as we said, as our population grows, we also need housing, but we also need to ensure that we have community space for those communities so they can feel like communities, and that the HRM continues to control that narrative. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to speak in favor of the amendment. I'll be very brief on this. I just want the House to reflect on the incredible work HRM has done on actually developing the recreational facilities in this city, and how important that is for a number of things. Not just to have complete communities where, no matter what where you land on the economic spectrum or income spectrum, you have access to high-quality, safe spaces to enjoy with yourself or with your loved ones. This also impacts things that line up with the government's stated intentions on doctor recruitment and retention, on recruiting other professionals, young people from across the country, across the world to come here. These are things that really matter to people, particularly professionals that have choices in terms of where they want to work, where they want to live, where they can build their careers. And this is why Halifax has been, I think, so focused on these things, so successful, whether it is the complete revitalization of the commons in the north end of the city, the new public pool, which I walk by regularly, that is being used by tons of people from various backgrounds. The diversity of the city is really showing up in these public spaces and our recreational spaces, very much on display, and very much a symbol of how important these spaces are to our communities, to our growth plan, and to the quality of life that people have here. And again, this impacts whether people are choosing to come, whether they are choosing to stay, and how much they're enjoying themselves while they're here. How healthy they are too. I mean, this is a government that said they're going to fix healthcare. Well, we're not going to do that unless we start talking about people's health. Recreational spaces and consistent access to them, whether it is a track to run around in the winter, a gym, an outdoor workout space, or trails, or ice rinks, or playgrounds, or soccer fields. All of these things really do matter, not just from a housing perspective, but also from a health and well-being and quality of life perspective. These things are critical to the government's own agenda of fixing healthcare, because it helps people be healthier. That takes pressure off of the healthcare system. And I do want to commend HRM and other municipal councils and leaders like my own that have paid a lot of attention to this. I have to give a shout out to Yarmouth as well, who have built a splash park. We've got hotter and hotter summers. The use of these recreational spaces like the splash park has been so critically important, and it's accessible to everybody, no matter if they have to drive or what their income status is. They can go there, they can enjoy these places, they can be healthy, they have a place to go to with their kids and with their loved ones. And we're seeing down on my way too, the Mariner Center expansion was going to see an increase in recreational soccer pool facilities. And again, this is so critical to planning. It's so critical to having complete communities. It's so critical to ensuring that we can recruit and retain healthcare professionals, other professionals, and people that are coming from diverse backgrounds in other countries, because everybody wants these things. And again, I worry that this government is going to be on a track of being too hasty and not thinking through all of the critical components to planning and community and housing development. And certainly recreational infrastructure is one of them, and that's why I want to urge the government to support this amendment. And once again, on the record, thank HRM for spending a lot of time focused on recreational spaces, because the city that I spend a lot of my time in now, away from home, is so much better because of that effort, because of that attention. And I'm worried that if we don't pass this amendment, that the minister is not going to have that same impetus, that same care for developing these recreational spaces in the city, because we know if he has the ability to overturn HRM, that same incentive just might not be there. And I think that needs to be changed, and that needs to be addressed in this legislation.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you to my Mr. Chair, and again, I will not take a lot of time here, just sort of echoing the comments, maybe amplifying on them a bit that my two colleagues have made. But you know, one of the things I talked earlier about the fact that I have represented 3 different ridings during my time in this House. Bedford Birch Cove, Bedford, and now Bedford Basin, and so my riding keeps getting smaller. And now, with the shrinkage, we have less access in Bedford Basin to a rink within the riding boundaries, but we still have a growing population. So you know, all throughout my time in office, and in fact, even before I was elected, it has been a huge issue, the lack of recreation facilities. As new neighborhoods were opened up, they didn't always come with, have recreational opportunities come with them, because we're all focused on housing. So, you know, we have struggled to ensure that we had enough rinks in Bedford. And You know, that's been an ongoing battle at times. Plans have been announced by certain quarters that don't come to fruition and things like that. So I really, and land is at a premium. So I really think it's important that when we are planning out these communities, I really think it's important for the Minister of Housing to not just think about housing, which is, of course, housing first, the most important thing, but we also have to think about quality of life. And so ensure that families and seniors and everyone has access to recreational facilities. I can also tell you that during the recent flooding, one of our most popular walking trails was flooded and heavily damaged because there's a great walk along the Sackville River, under the 102, and then into Sackville. All of that was flooded. And the last time I checked, it was still damaged. So we have to make sure that when we're planning these neighborhoods, that there's actually places where people can engage in recreation activities. And I would argue, you know, in addition to these, that libraries should be of concern. I'm assuming they would be in community centers, but we have to make sure that people have access to things that feed their soul, that get people moving. That we don't end up like some communities in other provinces where everybody just jumps in their car and drives everywhere. We want to make sure that when we plan communities, when we plan housing, that we are taking a holistic view of what people need to be successful. And one of the things they need is recreation. And so I do have concerns once again about the sort of the overreach of this bill from government, which gives the minister extensive powers, but nothing that constrains him from doing things without considering things like, we talked about schools, trails, recreation, and there will be other issues that we will talk about too, but things that need to be considered when we're actually planning communities. Because when you have a government that primarily comes from areas outside HRM, or on the with a few members on the outskirts of HRM, who haven't experienced the kind of explosive growth, quite frankly, that Bedford and area has experienced over the last while, you may not realize what that does to people. So I would just say that I really would hope, I understand members are part of a majority government and they're going to vote the way the government is telling them to vote, but you really should stop and think. Members should really stop and think about the effect of the people who are going to be moving into those homes, what the effects will be, because it's not just good enough to have homes. And I'll talk about all the other things we need to have with them in a future amendment. Thank you.
Shall Amendment Lib 3C carry? The clause is defeated. I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This last one I will be tabling for now. This is I'd like to refer everyone to to change sheet CWHB Liberal-3D. Halifax Regional Municipality Charter amended and Housing and Halifax Regional Municipality Act amended respecting housing. Page 7, Clause 13, proposed subsection 4A1, line 1, delete the and substitute subject to subsection 3, the. Page 7, Clause 13, proposed section 4A, add after proposed subsection 2 the following subsection. The minister may not exercise any power under this act or the regulations unless necessary emergency services are in place to accommodate any increase in population and expand service area resulting from any development authorized or expanded by the exercise of the power. And I'll talk for a few minutes on this. This one's very important, and I'm sure that I have other members of my caucus that will talk to this, but I can't talk in my own experience because I was I was very fortunate to be the chair of the Police Commission and the CBRM for a number of years before I got into provincial politics, and I spent some time nationally with the National Police Board as the VP there, and you know we're police government. We were police board members from all over the country into a lot of these conversations, and I think one of the most important aspects to realize when you're dealing with this bill and the fact that the minister now is going to have full authority. You know, you have fire services committees, and you have police commissions, and you have other committees that deal with emergency services within municipalities. And the amendment here, which is asking that the minister look at the necessary emergency services that are in place, now he becomes the Fire Services Committee, and now he becomes the Police Commission. And when you're looking at developments, and Madam Chair, you were a councillor, I was a councillor. We all served on these committees in our time in municipal government. Those committees are important. You know, you're having conversations with the leadership of these services, and a lot of decisions are made. A lot of these conversations around developments in communities and community growth and some challenges in communities. A lot of those decisions are ultimately made at these committees that eventually go on to the local government. So now we're in a situation under this bill, Madam Speaker, that the minister will have full responsibility, whoever is there. I said this last night, I believe this bill eventually will be repealed by government. But in this situation, as long as the bill is here, now the minister is going to have to attend all those. Somebody from municipal affairs plays an active role in those communities, or in those committees, I'm sorry. These important committees that make a lot of decisions around emergency services in the HRM. We all hear about them. Lots of committees around, a lot of committee conversations around this, especially in this community where, you know, it's by far the largest. They're constantly expanding, so and their services are constantly under strain. And I do want to say this on the record. I did have the privilege of sitting in a lot of these committees and chairing a lot of committees in emergency services over my career. And I do want to, on behalf of everyone, thank our first responders and thank these emergency services. We saw firsthand how they had to deal with event after event and tragedy in the HRM over the last year, between the fires and the floods and everything else. And what they were able to do in such difficult times, and you know, we're following along from other communities, but you know, we have a connection to it too as well, because we had major floods in Sydney not that long ago. You know, the first responders and the emergency services that our communities provide are it's the best in the world. Some of it's career and also some of it is volunteer. And a lot of volunteers step up. You had yourself, Madam Speaker, you had some representatives in yourself today giving a member statement. And I really want to thank them. But I go back to my own experience with this municipally, and I think about the Police Commission at the time, and we're looking and talking about resources that we would be deploying in communities and talking about some of the challenges that the community would have at the community level with community boards, not only elected representatives, but community volunteers that would step forward, that would have certain expertise, whether it be in fire service, whether it be in police, public safety, et cetera. So we're making decisions around that. You know, I was the Minister of Municipal Affairs for a time. As I've said, great staff. But we were never engaged in those conversations. We always took the lead from the municipalities. The office of the Fire Marshal was in that department, and we deal with EMO. So now we're in a situation where, you know, there's new developments coming. You know, I know in my time in that department, we approved money to look at floodplains, floodplain mapping and all that stuff. So there is some work that happens within the department. But when you get into the emergency services piece of it, these committees are critical. And these committees are the ones that are ultimately recommending to the councils who have the budgets, they still control their budgets, that this is where you should deploy resources. And can I get some water? Yeah, so they're deploying resources. So now the minister approves the development. And emergency services, instead of hearing it through their committee, where a lot of times it comes, and hearing it through the council and planning, because planning is involved, everybody's involved. There's some sort of facet, as many municipal councillors would know, are in these committees. You'd have planning, you'd have emergency, you'd have fire, you'd have police, you'd have elected representatives, you'd have community volunteers, you'd have community stakeholders. So now the minister makes a decision solely on the development. And what if this committee doesn't hear about it? So that committee's making recommendations, hearing that the minister made development on in the community, and now they're hearing it, instead of hearing it from the planning department or hearing it from the council, the minister now has sole authority over those departments to make those decisions. Again, and I've said this, thank you so much. And I've said this in the last 3 amendments that I put forward. I don't understand why the minister wants this authority. I don't know why the government wants, this ability. And I do think it's going to create problems. And this is where people's safety matters. It does. And they make plans around developments. But it's all interconnected when it comes to the municipal side and new developments, and ensuring that, as we've said earlier in the other amendments, I'm talking now about emergency services. We've talked about first responders. We've talked about parks and recreation. We've talked about schools. You know what I mean? Like healthcare. It's all interconnected. So it's just going to be a lot of work, and this is going to pass. Obviously, they're a majority government, but it's going to be a lot of work for the Department of Municipal Affairs. I don't think, as I said last night, financially it's been costed out, but also the costing of like what this means for resources within the department, and the people that they're going to have to bring in to help deal with one person being able to make the ultimate decision. So I'll stop there. Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Speaker. Look forward to hearing comments from my colleagues.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I'd like to say I thank you for your leadership, seeing all those members of our heroes to show up the House today, and to acknowledge their service for our communities. I don't know all those people, but I can tell you, just with their uniform, it was at least 3 or 4 different departments, and maybe 5. And I really believe this shows our communities and how we related each other and how we connected each other, and also how we can be stronger when we are united to do the right things. I'm standing here just to say a few words for the record about this amendment, and I really believe it's a very important, specifically when we talk about public safety. And we know how important it is, the public safety, and this particular amendment, it addresses that. We make sure we don't play with fire, because public safety, it's the most important things for our citizens. And to put our public safety only one person's hand, I really believe we're playing with fire. And we know what fire does. So I'll urge the members of this House, there's certain things that we need to take consideration, especially when we are talking about public safety, especially when we're talking about emergency, especially when we're talking about fire. You know, there's no doubt there is a need for housing, We have housing crisis, but that should not take away the importance of the public safety. And I wonder if the minister has the skills and the ability to find out what are the appropriate and decisions to make sure we don't jeopardize the public safety. Where the fire station should be located. What is the best place to place a police station? What are the response time for that location? What are the population that being built specific area? And what is the appropriate response for emergency purpose? We do have right now an entire department. We have the municipalities have been working and created organizations and individuals who have these skills and who can determine what are the appropriate places that you can build the fire hall, fire station, or a police station. Some of members of Liberal caucus have mentioned other valuable points, such as recreation, schools, public spaces, trails. All these issues are interconnected one another, and you cannot remove one or the other, because that is comprehensive connection, the way of life. We talk about a public health. We talk about the well-being of our communities. All those things are connected to one another. Here we're talking about to make small amendment for the purpose of the public safety. And I really believe we need to look. It's okay sometimes to disagree and to have two different points of view. We may see things differently, but there's a certain things that should unite us. There's certain things that should bring together, and the public safety is one of them. Madam Chair, I really believe this is a very important amendment, and I'll ask the members of government to have a second look. This is not something we only benefit, but our entire province and entire city will benefit. And we as oppositions, this is part of our job to address issues that we believe is the right things to do. I know for the fact this bill will pass no matter what. That is the fact of democracy. You get the power to decide, but also we as the oppositions have the right to challenge, to guide you, and to address issues that we believe may have an harm for our communities and people of HRM. A fire hall, a public safety space, is not a matter of just somebody decides. It has to be a collective vision that we all feel and believe is the right things to do. What we're asking here is not that much, and I really believe we can have the second look and accept this amendment. Madam Chair, those are my few words that I'd like to say for the record for this bill, and I thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, just a few words. I don't bring the kind of expertise to this particular argument that my previous colleague does as a professional firefighter. But all of us bring different experiences into this house, and we watch things unfold in our areas, and we learn things. So if we learned anything this past summer, it was that emergency services matter. We saw what happened when communities throughout this province were hit by wildfires. And we saw what happened when subdivisions did not have adequate emergency, I'll say facilities, but it actually comprises a number of things. Exits and entrances in and out of subdivisions. That was an issue. We're still grappling with that today. In the wildfires that swept through the Tantallon and Hammonds Plains area, there were neighborhoods that had one exit in and out. That should be a given. Everyone in this house should want to be sure that the neighborhoods we are about to build will actually have appropriate egress. And to do less than that is to be negligent. We have to make sure people can get in and out of their neighborhoods. And I know my colleagues in this House want that, so why not vote for this particular amendment? We have to make sure that they have the right kind of fire hydrants in them so they can actually get water to fires when and if they happen, or if and when they happen. Because that was an issue this summer too. I can tell you that during the flooding, getting in and out of certain neighborhoods was well nigh impossible. On Union Street, there are two exits. One is at the end of Union Street onto Bedford Highway, and the other one is to sort of dipsy-doodle through the Superstore parking lot and get your way out there onto Bedford Highway. They were both flooded. And the floodwaters were rising. People were coming out, if they were lucky enough to wake up, to water to their chest, and they were trying to get into vehicles. Some were flooded, they didn't get to. And they were trying to leave the neighborhood, but they couldn't take the ways out. So they had to, and because Union Street's pretty flat and the exits were pretty flat, and then you have the Sackville River here. So then they had to head up into the Nottingham subdivision. Except for Nottingham normally exits onto Union Street. So they had to go up to the very top of the Nottingham subdivision, where there's a walkway through into another subdivision, and saw down the bollards that were there, blocking that to make sure that it remains a walkway rather than a drive-through. And that's how people escaped that night. And so when we're talking about things as basic as ensuring there's adequate emergency services for the area, that's what we're talking about. Not long ago, HRM purchased some land on Bedford Highway, and they were planning to build a new fire department there. Because we want to make sure we have enough fire departments to handle the population. Only there was new flood mapping, and guess what? Where they purchased the land, the old Arby's restaurant, for those who are fond of meat, I guess, that's actually in a floodplain. So out that goes. These are things that have to be considered when you're developing. And if you're not, you may discover later on that, uh-oh, you can't really build where you thought you might be able to build. There may not be land available, or the land may be unsuitable. So that's why it's important to consider these things. And again, it may be that when the vast majority of a caucus come from less populated area where there's lots of land, here in HRM, there isn't always a lot of land left. There isn't a lot of suitable land. And so ensuring that we have proper entrances, exits, that we have the ability to build police stations, fire stations, to make sure that our population has the emergency services that they need when they need them are crucial. And these kinds of things should be taken into account when the minister, the all-powerful minister, is with a stroke of a pen deciding on a new development. They should be considering these things too. Thank you.
Seeing no more speakers, shall the amendment carry? No. The amendment is defeated. Shall clause 13 carry? I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to bring forward the following amendment. You should all have it in front of you. CWHB NDP-1, and I will read through the proposal. Page 7, clause 13, A, delete section and second line and substitute sections, and B, add immediately after proposed section 4A the following section, 4B. Where the exercise by the Minister of the power under this Act may impact marginalized communities, including African Nova Scotian and Mi'kmaq communities, the Minister shall conduct consultations with representatives of the impacted communities to ensure the protection of the communities before exercising this power. And so this proposed amendment is really building on the conversation that we had last night, that the honourable members from Halifax Needham and Cole Harbour were referring to. And I think, you know, they were really reflecting on their experience in the development of the Anti-Racism Act. And I was there as well. I was around the table for those discussions. And, you know, I think, when I think back to that period, what we were really looking to do was to take the good intentions of government, the good intentions of all of us, and to actually do something kind of interesting and embed it in law. So to really make all of ourselves accountable for the goals of the Act. And, you know, it was really a refreshing exercise to be able to work together across parties and to think about how to engage and work with diverse communities. You'll all recall that there was an extensive public engagement process undertaken across the province. I was able to host one of those sessions with my monthly queer forum, which was really appreciated by all. And, you know, and so the Act really brought together our commitments and some ideas forward, and ideas of ways forward. And what we expected from the moment that Act passed, from the moment that those good intentions became law was that, in fact, that spirit would be implemented across government initiatives. So across the development of bills and laws, in projects and policies, and this really not as some sort of technocratic exercise, but actually to strengthen the work that government does across Nova Scotia. We talked a lot in the Act about, overcoming the risk of unintended harm, that the decisions of government, although perhaps well-intentioned, can cause harm on communities. And, and I think back sometimes, this isn't my community to speak from or of, but sometimes I think back to the discussions that would have taken place in the 1960s around Africville. And the decisions that a government at that time all sat around and said, we think we know what's best for this community. We're not going to listen to what this community wants. And to come at that from a commitment to what they probably perceived as good principles. They weren't necessarily, those decision makers, I don't think, were wanting to do harm, but they did. They did deep, irreparable harm because they didn't listen to community, and they didn't respect community's history and culture and what they were saying about what they wanted. And so, what we really want from this, what we really wanted from the Act that we passed altogether, was that we would embed this spirit in our decision-making so that we would avoid situations like that, where we would not, as a legislature or as any one minister, think, I absolutely know what's best for this community and I'm going to make a decision about it. I absolutely know what's best for this community and we're going to do this. Because that's not, we've learned time and time and time again that that's not how good decisions are made. That's not how good decisions are made in urban planning. And if we need any reminder, honestly, we can drive past Africville and remind ourselves that not so long ago, folks in positions of power decided that they knew what was best for a community and made a decision and destroyed a community. So that's our legacy. And we should be, and I could, there are obviously lots and lots of other examples in terms of residential schools, the reserve system, et cetera, et cetera. But that's the legacy that we're trying to overcome. And so, this amendment is designed, it's perhaps even redundant because we have the law in place. However, on the other hand, this could be seen as the type of lawmaking that we anticipate and that we want because we have the anti-racism law on the books. We want that laws don't come forward without somebody saying, have we considered all the impacts on different communities? So, I think this amendment would go a long way to really reflecting that collective commitment that we made to anti-racism and to equity. That we made that commitment because that's the Nova Scotia we want to build. We don't want to continue the types of decision-making and urban planning practices of the past. I would say on behalf of our caucus, we don't support this bill. We don't support this approach. In third reading, I'll speak more to the consolidation of power and that sort of thing. But we do want government to take its commitments to anti-racism and equity promotion seriously and to show that in everything that government does. And so with that, this is the amendment, and we hope that since we've already all made these commitments in law, that we will all make these commitments again tonight. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to be very brief on this. My colleague and honorable member from Halifax Sable Island was a member of the all-party committee. And I, for the record, really didn't attend too many of those meetings because, in my opinion, I saw right off the top how things were being controlled, and it really wasn't going to be all party. So as my colleague had alluded to, we've seen historic decisions being made, as she pointed to, Africville. We can talk about Lake Loon and Cherry Brook and the water there. It's concerning, and it worries me, as I've already alluded to, that someone will have complete and utter control over some of the decisions that will continue to affect African Nova Scotian and quite possibly Mi'kmaq and Indigenous communities. It is of concern because there is no rationale, there is no explanation as to why this is needed. I have my own change I'm going to speak to in a minute, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
I do want to, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, to say a few words about this, recognizing the importance of this subject. And I do want to just address some of the comments. The all-party committee that was formed here in this legislature was the first of its kind in the country. And it created a Dismantling Hate and Racism Act, which was first of its kind in the country. So I think as a government, we've demonstrated our willingness and our concern about this subject and concern for marginalized communities. And that committee and that work continues to happen and go forward. This bill, I will say, we took measures in the bill to, in our concern that it not affect Akuma. The bill before us and in speaking to the amendment, I mean, really it's about creating housing. We know that marginalized communities will be disproportionately affected by housing shortages and housing crisis. We know that. And we're concerned about that as a government. So I just want to make that emphasis. I do want to, in terms of the African Nova Scotian community, I do want to remind everyone that it was earlier this year, in January 30th of 2023, that we had an announcement in Preston where which included working to transfer up to 50 provincially owned housing units in the Cherry Brook, Lake Loon, North Preston, East Preston, and Westfall to a nonprofit organization. We also announced $3.5 million at that time to support ongoing repair and maintenance for this community. Another point to be made is actually in the HRM charter, independent of this bill, the minister, whoever the minister is, happens to be me at the moment, but the minister has regulation-making power in regarding consultations in any case. So the minister can make consultations. It says, I'll just read it and maybe I'll table it. Section 229, Section 4, the minister may make regulations. Subsection 12, if I have my Roman numerals correct. Procedures not inconsistent with the public participation program established under Section 219 to be followed when amending or reviewing the municipal planning strategy, including procedures for public consultation and notice. So myself as minister or any minister of municipal affairs and housing would have that. So finally, just to get, in case you missed it, another announcement we did, which was, I think, maybe more significant than than the amount of notice it really got, and I think it will prove to be ultimately significant, was we partnered with CMHC in July 29th of 2022 to create the Black Community Technical Housing Resource Centre, which I understand will be housed here in Nova Scotia, which we will continue to fund, which is a national resource centre being initiated really by the federal government in partner with us, that to support Black-led organizations across Canada to create housing outcomes for Black communities. And I think that's an extraordinarily important thing. I will, like I said, that was in July 29th of 2022. So finally, I just want to read a quote from the January 30th announcement from Bruce Johnson, board member, Preston Area Housing Fund. We as a community have been waiting for such a long time for community members to participate in housing decisions, not having someone else make decisions for them. It is important to have ANSA under Associate Deputy Dwayne Provo at the table, which allows the ability to talk openly and know that we will be listened to and understood. It is comforting that we will have someone in place that is looking out for the community, not taking from it. That from January 30th of this year. So we have demonstrated, I think, in our actions, our concern about this subject. We will continue to do that. We will not vote for the amendment. We believe that the power already exists in regulations now. But I did want to make those points clear, and I guess I will table these documents that I quoted. I don't know if that's necessary money to the whole House or not, to table stuff. Okay, I'm getting a nod, yes, so
If
I
you're
will
quoting,
table those.
yes.
Yeah. All right.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll just say a couple of brief words. Far be it from me to continue a debate of several white people around a situation or an amendment that actually affects marginalized communities, African Nova Scotian and Mi'kmaq communities. So I won't say too much, but I will say two important things, I think. The minister has, in that last quote, I think, demonstrated exactly the point of this amendment, exactly why we want this amendment included on this bill. He quoted the person from the Preston Housing Association saying, they are finally happy to not have someone else making housing decisions for them. This bill is all about the minister himself making housing decisions for the province, and only the minister. And that is the point of why we are standing here debating this bill. Touché, teacher. But it is true. It is true. And so with deep respect, I reject that argument. Also, you know, again, the minister reiterated several times that the minister has power over the regulations. Well, yes, that's exactly why we think this amendment should be here. We don't want one person to have power over the regulations without consultation. I do think that the minister has demonstrated, just in his words just now, some very good things for housing for the townships of Preston and other Black communities in Nova Scotia. That's fantastic. We're not saying that that's not happening. We are saying we need to ensure it continues to happen for the... Yeah, exactly. So we want to change the words from may to shall consult. That is all we are doing. And if the minister is so confident that those consultations will happen, then there is no reason not to pass this amendment.
Seeing no more speakers, shall the amendment carry? There has been a call for a recorded vote. We will continue once the whips are satisfied. order the whips are satisfied, we will now have a recorded vote. I recognize the clerk.
Brad Johns. Tori Rushton.
No.
Barbara Adams.
No.
Kim Maslin.
No.
Tim Houston. Alan McMaster. Twyla Gross.
No.
Michelle Thompson.
No.
John Lohr.
No.
Trevor Boudreau.
No.
Tim Hallman. Kent Smith.
No.
Dave Ritzie. Brian Wong. Susan Corkum Greek.
No.
Brian Comer.
No.
Colton LeBlanc.
No.
Jill Balzer.
No.
Pat Dunn. Greg Moreau.
No.
Becky Druitt.
No.
Larry Harrison.
No.
John White.
No.
John A. McDonald.
No.
Keith Bain. Chris Palmer.
Nope.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
No.
Carla McFarland. Tom Taggart.
No.
Nolan Young.
No.
Steve Craig.
No.
Patricia Arab. Keith Irving.
Yes.
Brendan McGuire. Derek Mombercat.
Yes.
Zach Churchill.
Yes.
Kelly Regan.
Yes.
Ian Rankin. Susan LeBlanc.
Yes.
Claudia Chender. Kendra Coombs.
Yes.
Susie Hansen. Gary Burrell.
Yes.
Lisa LaChance.
Yes.
Rafa Di Costanzo. Tony Ince.
Yes.
Laura Lee Nickel.
Yes.
Ben Jessam. Braden Clark. Ali Duale.
Yes.
Carmen Kerr.
Yes.
Ronnie LeBlanc.
Yes.
Fred Tilley.
Yes.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan. The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 14, nays 22.
The amendment has been defeated. Shall Clause 13 carry? I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Clause 13, as demonstrated through the amendments put forward by our colleagues across the way, this clause will allow the minister to exercise the minister's powers without consultation or recommendations or request. Under this clause, the minister can exercise any power under the Act or regulations. It will be at the minister's sole discretion. The minister will not be required to consult with the panel or the municipality prior to utilizing this power. The minister can act without recommendation of the panel or request from the minister or by the municipality. This clause is a glaring example of the undemocratic and autocratic nature of this government. There is no transparency under this clause. The minister is not required to consult with the HRM, the municipality by which will be the most affected, and actually the only municipality at this moment in time that will be most affected by this bill. The minister not being required to have any discussions with the HRM on its changes to planning documents or development approvals can have negative impacts to the operations, services, and finances of the municipality. It has been demonstrated in such, when I say operations, services, I'm including in that water and sewer infrastructure, the cost of transit, and all the other services that you need to have a complete community. And all of this can be done by one person having the sole discretion, the sole responsibility, can completely eliminate the decisions made by another level of government, by another level of elected officials. We will be voting down Clause 13 for its undemocratic, its autocratic, non-transparency, lack of consultation. It is a bill that should not have been put forward here as far as I'm concerned, and these clauses must be voted down. I hope that I will have the support of my colleagues across the way. Thank you.
Shall Clause 13 carry? There's been a request for a recorded vote. We will take a short recess until the whips are satisfied. Order. We are now going to have a recorded vote on Clause 13. I recognize the clerk.
Brad Johns.
Yes. Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
Tim Houston. Alan McMaster. Twyla Gross.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
John Lohr.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Dave Ritzy.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Brian Comer.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
We.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Pat Dunn.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Becky Druin. Larry Harrison.
Yes.
John White.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Keith Bain. Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Carla McFarland. Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Nolan Young.
Yes.
Steve Craig.
Yes.
Patricia Arab. Keith Irving.
No.
Brendan McGuire. Derek Mombercat.
No.
Zach Churchill.
No.
Kelly Regan.
No.
Ian Rankin.
No.
Susan LeBlanc.
No.
Claudia Chender. Kendra Coombs.
No.
Susie Hansen.
No.
Gary Burrell.
No.
Lisa LaChance. Rafa DiCostanzo.
No.
Tony Ince.
No.
Laura Lee Nickel.
No.
Ben Jessam. Braden Clark. Ali Duale.
No.
Carmen Kerr.
No.
Ronnie LeBlanc.
No.
Fred Tilley.
No.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan. The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 27, nays 16.
Clause 13 is carried. Shall Clause 14 carry? Clause 14 is I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I just want to get up for a couple of minutes and talk against this clause. Again, there's a number of clauses that we're going to speak against and vote against coming up. Surprise, surprise. So Clause 14 allows the minister to make an order designating any or all of the municipality as a special planning area. Previously, there was a task force that had some level of collaboration and transparency to do special planning areas. Now the power is entirely vested with the minister. We thought the first step was controversial and concerning and required a lot of oversight. And now we get to the next step of ministerial oversight in the name of building housing, and it's deeply concerning. So the HRM, members of the council, have talked about how concerning this is. The people of HRM are talking about how concerning this is. This clause has the potential to create a lot of uncertainty around proposals, staff resourcing, planning, and conflict with HRM council. And I just will say really quickly, when I think about my riding, which is situated in the heart of HRM, Yes, that's right, folks. I said the heart of HRM. I think about a couple of areas. I think about the Shannon Park lands. I think about the Ocean Breeze. I think about the land that's on either side of Woodland Avenue, running into Lancaster intersection and then out onto the 111 and the 118. And all of those areas are either scheduled to be developed or are being developed right now. And all of those areas, there's been a lot of planning that has gone into them, especially Shannon Park, for instance. There's been years of consultation about how to design Shannon Park. We finally got to a plan that seems like it could be really great. And now the minister could sweep in and change all of it again. While that land sits empty, while it could be, being built into neighborhoods and house lots and lots of people. Ocean Breeze is another example. What is happening to keep Ocean Breeze affordable, Madam Chair, or to at least have some affordable housing options for people that live there now to stay in the neighborhood when the development takes place? What happens to that Lancaster intersection, which one day, God willing, according to the Minister of Public Works, will be some kind of roundabout, traffic-controlled roundabout. But when we add, there's already 2 new buildings that are like close to being finished, and then there's going to be 10 more at the mall, and then there's going to be probably more on the other side of the road. What are we doing when all of that development goes ahead unfettered with no checks and balances to make sure that the roads and the traffic can contain all of that? So, Madam Chair, this clause is the one that basically puts Halifax HRM into as a special planning area. It's a bad idea. There needs to be levels of consultation. There needs to be levels of expertise. There needs to be people with planning expertise involved. And right now, if this clause goes through, all of that will just not need to be there anymore, not need to exist. So our caucus will be voting resounding no against this clause.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to highlight an element of this clause that kind of takes this amendment to an area that is kind of inconceivable. And it's difficult for me to understand what the minister's intention is. Like, not only is the minister wanting the power to designate an area of the municipality for some special reason, but they've included a clause in here that the minister can do it for the entire municipality. So what is the minister trying to achieve? Why does the minister have to suddenly create something for the entire municipality, the urban, rural areas of the municipality, which there are communities, there are differences throughout the municipality, but there's something the minister wants to do to the whole municipality. It seems preposterous. And then whatever he wants to do with the whole municipality under 1B, he can exclude some areas that he wants. So I would really appreciate, we're going to vote against this, but I'd really appreciate the minister to share with Nova Scotians what his intentions are to change the planning for the whole municipality. Whether it's your house, your apartment building, your community center, your African Nova Scotian community, The minister wants to put everybody into one basket and say, I just don't understand what the minister's intent is, and I think Nova Scotians deserve to know what the minister is intending to do. Clearly, the minister wants the power to put up a minimum 6-story building anywhere in HRM, or something to that effect. Like, we know why the minister wants to do it to certain planning areas, because he has friends that want unencumbered development and to build the way they want to build. But I cannot understand why the minister needs to impose his will on every property owner in HRM.
Order. That was imputing motives. I would like for you to retract that statement in regards to the minister wanting his friends to, well, you know what you said.
Okay,
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
I'll retract that statement. What I'm asking is that the minister tell us what his motives are. Is that acceptable? Thank you. So that's really important. What are the minister's motives to want to use his powers for every landowner, every property owner in HRM? Because property owners have rights. They have their life savings invested in those properties. But for some reason, unknown to Nova Scotians, the minister wants a say in every property owner's rights and what they can do with their property. I'd suggest that that is undemocratic, perhaps unconstitutional, and the minister has not explained why he needs the power over every property owner in HRM. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Seeing no other speakers, shall clause 14 carry? We shall have a recess to carry out a recorded vote. Sorry, bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. order. The whips are satisfied. We will now have a recorded vote on Clause 14. I recognize the clerk.
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
Tim Houston.
Yes.
Alan McMaster. Twyla Gross.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
John Lohr.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Brian Comer. Colton LeBlanc.
Yes.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Pat Dunn.
Yes.
Greg Murrow.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
Larry Harrison.
Yes.
John White.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Keith Bain. Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Carla McFarland. Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Nolan Young.
Yes.
Steve Craig.
Yes.
Patricia Arab. Keith Irving.
Nope.
Brenda McGuire. Derek Mombercat.
Nope.
Zach Churchill.
No.
Kelly Regan.
No.
Ian Rankin.
No.
Susan LeBlanc.
No.
Claudia Chender. Kendra Coombs.
No.
Susie Hansen.
No.
Gary Burrell.
No.
Lisa LaChance. Rafa Di Costanzo.
No.
Tony Ince.
No.
Laura Lee Nickel.
No.
Ben Jessam. Braden Clark. Ali Duale.
No.
Carmen Kerr.
No.
Ronnie LeBlanc.
No.
Fred Tilley.
No.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossin. The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 27, nays 16.
Clause 14 is carried. Clause 15? Carried. I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to move the following amendment to Clause 15. A, lines 1 and 2, delete in the minister's sole discretion, or, and substitute after consultation with municipality and. Madam Speaker, I think this is a very important change for a number of key reasons. Ones that I think should be important to this House and should be important to the government as well as the public. One, this would be more in line with the actual duty to consult as subscribed in law by the actual Halifax Charter. And I will read the requirement laid out in the Charter, which states there's a requirement to consult with municipality. The minister shall consult with municipality respecting any proposed amendment to this Act. That did not happen with this bill. And two, the municipality shall consult with the minister respecting any proposed amendments to this Act. They are also not given a chance for that to happen. So it seems that the government actually did breach the law of the land and even moving forward with this bill to begin with. And the municipality, I've heard, is actually challenging this in the court. So this amendment is in relation to consultation with the municipality. So one, this would be more in the spirit of the actual charter of Halifax. The law of the land, again, that I think we can agree on this side of the chamber was breached by the government. They broke their own law and duty to consult as subscribed by the Charter. So we would like to have the spirit of that consultation be put back into this piece of legislation when it comes to the decisions that are made on housing and development. The reasons for this are quite simple. One, this would actually help ensure that the minister is making the right decisions in relation to development. This is another protection against favoritism by the minister toward developers or builders that are aligned with them or that are aligned with the party or that might have official roles within the administration of the government. If the government is required to consult with municipalities, that certainly would give this side of the House, more confidence that decisions aren't going to be made for the wrong reasons, but for the right reasons, because then again, we would see that it's aligned with what the municipality is saying and asking for. So again, there is great risk in this bill to allow corrupt behavior to take place. Behavior that is based on favoritism, based on picking winners and losers, according to their allegiance with the party in power, the premier, the minister, or any one of their friends. If the government is forced to consult on these changes, that certainly, I think, would ensure there's more integrity in the process. It would give this side of the House more confidence that corrupt behavior isn't going to take place, that favoritism isn't going to take place, that cronyism isn't going to take place, and that decisions will be made for the right reasons. And again, we can't, I think, emphasize enough how critical this is, and that this is a very real, I think, threat that this bill presents. It gives minister sole discretionary power over large-scale, massive development decisions, overriding power even over the local elected officials who have the expertise in their office to make these decisions, who have the engineering capacity, who know the infrastructure, who know the what's needed for safe access and egress, who know all these things. This would require the minister to actually consult with those folks, the experts, on any decisions that are made here. And again, I think it's critical that we bring in other levels of protection against sole discretion by the minister, because again, absolute power corrupts absolutely. And this is going to put a lot of power into the hands of a very small amount of people. And they're going to be able to make decisions, I think, based on their own incentives and not necessarily the good of the city, the good of the development project. And requiring the minister at least to consult with the municipality, I think, will help alleviate some of the concerns that we have around that potential. And again, similarities to this bill in Ontario. Again, the Doug Ford government is under RCMP investigation, Auditor General investigation for corrupt behavior, for picking winners or losers, and for overriding local decision-making in doing so. Okay, so it's not I do not say it lightly, it's not a joke. There are very clear similarities in this bill and what happened in Ontario. And we have suggested amendments throughout the night that will help protect Nova Scotia, this city, and the public from the same situations that are happening in Ontario, which again have led to ethics investigations, Auditor General investigation, RCMP investigation. Because as they found in Ontario, more than 90% of the land removed from the Greenbelt was in 5 sites passed onto then Housing Minister Steve Clark's Chief of Staff, Ray Amato, by 2 developers Amato met at an industry event, the auditor said. So they did not consult in Ontario. What happened was the minister and the Chief of Staff had direct contacts with developers, and they made decisions that favored the party and favored those chosen developers, not based on a competitive process, not based on consultation with the municipality, not based on any broader conversation other than a meeting that allegedly happened at an industry event. Again, this can be avoided if there's a requirement to consult. There was a second cabinet minister, Khalid Rashid, who resigned a week after news reports raised questions about his connections to another developer in a trip he took to Las Vegas. The same trip was attended by another individual who worked in the private sector at the time, but most recently served as Premier Ford's Director of Housing Policy. That individual also resigned. So you've got an individual who's directing housing policy that's meeting with certain developers outside of any consultative process with the municipality, any engagement with the municipality, and this behavior has led to RCMP ethics investigations and an Auditor General investigation and numerous resignations within the Ford administration. And I know the House has the rationality to see the similarities with this bill and what happened in Ontario. So this amendment, again, legislating a duty to consult the municipality, which also, and again, that's to consult. That's not, that doesn't even give the municipality decision-making authority over this. This should fit within the government's framework of trying to gain control over HRM processes here. All they have to do is consult. It's also in line, again, with the charter itself. Again, the government failed to consult on changes to the charter against the own law legislated there. And we'll see if that plays out in the courts and what the decision of the courts are on that. But this would at least bring that back to the areas where the minister has taken full discretion. And I think this is important. I think it's obviously important to do this so we can avoid the corrupt behavior that happened in Ontario and the favoritism that happened there. That wasn't based on consultation. That was based on the interest of the individual ministers and the friends they had in the private sector. And again, I think this is something that developers would be very interested in, because again, they are interested in having a fair, open, and transparent process for development. Developers want to make sure that they're working in a fair environment where favoritism and cronyism and whoever donates the most to the PC parties or whoever has the greatest connections to the party aren't being favored. And again, these are legitimate concerns because we've seen the government actually do this on other files. And we know there's an individual who's from the development community who has official status in the Premier's office and who has been involved allegedly with directing housing policy. Okay, similar situation in Ontario. That individual resigned because there was a conflict of interest. And this bill, as outlined, including in Clause 15, which gives the ministerial sole discretionary authority over these things, creates a very real risk of similar things happening here in this province. And we cannot raise the alarm bells enough on this fact. It's actually quite shocking that the government is moving forward with this in the way that they are, considering what's happened in Ontario.
Order. I notice that the honourable member is being repetitive. I ask that you stick to the points. I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
The other thing that this amendment would do in terms of legislating consultation with municipalities is to also help the government and the minister not make stupid decisions. Decisions that actually are well informed by municipal officials who know what the infrastructure capacity is, in the ground, on the ground, above the ground, who know what the safety issues are, who know where the waterways are, who are experts in planning, because we've actually seen this government not engage in municipal consultation and then make big announcements in relation to municipalities. We saw this in Bridgewater. And again, this government has a tendency to rush announcements out the door. They're very announcement and headline focused. You know, it's not a policy, this is not a policy-oriented government. It is a headline-oriented government. And what happens when you're oriented towards making decisions around the news cycle and capturing headlines is you make serious mistakes, particularly if you're not consulting in advance of that. So what happened in Bridgewater? I'm sure no one needs reminding, but I'll remind the House anyway. The government made a big announcement on public housing units. And lo and behold, Bridgewater is going to be the recipients of this, which I'm sure at a certain level they're happy with. But then it's reported that the housing announcement came as a shock to the Bridgewater mayor. So you've got this potential announcement that could do really good for a community, had it been thought through, had the consultation happened. But instead, an announcement happens, again in haste, in an attempt to chase headlines and get pressure off the backs of the government. And you've got a situation where the municipality doesn't even know if they can handle that development. They don't even know if they can approve it. They don't even know if they can do it. And the mayor of Bridgewater, David Mitchell, expressed his frustration with how municipalities are rarely consulted by provincial governments before making decisions that directly affect people in their communities. Mayor Mitchell said he was shocked last week to hear the announcement that included an unspecified number of apartments for a particular area of Bridgewater. The mayor was especially concerned about the infrastructure capacity of the town. That's because for some time, the fast-growing municipality of Bridgewater has been knocking on provincial and federal doors begging for funding to upgrade the aging pipes and inadequate wastewater system in the town. Mitchell said it's an urgent problem with a $55 million price tag for a town with a $6 million capital budget. Our pipes are literally not big enough, Mitchell said, to accommodate this request, this announcement. The wastewater system was built during the 1960s, and now when we get heavy rain, it overflows and runs into the LaHave River. That's clearly unacceptable, and you wouldn't build something to that standard today. So this is a great announcement. Affordable housing is what we need, but when affordable housing comes as a shock, again, this is to quote Mayor Mitchell, our first reaction is we don't know if we can approve this. What if the location, we know where it is, can't handle it? Now what do we do? That conversation isn't taking place, and that means we can't solve these issues because we aren't communicating. That conversation isn't taking place. We can't solve these issues because the province isn't communicating. And for him, it was just another example of disrespect with which politicians at other levels of government treat their municipal counterparts. The mayor goes on to say, and he's been mayor for 14 years, that municipal governments deliver the services that are closest to the citizens and yet are rarely consulted by other levels of government with respect to infrastructure projects and other changes. And that has led to an announcement being made by the province, by the housing minister, that the town of Bridgewater, who needs affordable housing, doesn't even know if they can accommodate because the minister didn't pick up the phone and ask. It's completely unacceptable. And again, it doesn't just lead to the potential of favoritism and corruption. It leads to stupid decisions. It leads to announcements that the government can't follow through on or that municipalities can't move on. So this is a very simple amendment to the legislation. The minister who now wants sole discretion would get that after consultation with the municipality. It's very simple. It's in line with the actual law of the land and the charter that the government chose to ignore because they believe they're above the law, evidently.
Order. Evidently. I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you. This would enshrine in the law something very simple. Call before you act. Understand if the infrastructure in a municipality can accommodate what you're proposing. Try to understand if the plan you have in place that you're approving meets the safety requirements of the municipality. Consult on the proponents so that the public can have some faith that you're not picking your friends, that you're not picking those closest to you, that you're not picking those aligned with you, that you're picking the people who are the best option to move forward with these projects and to move forward with these development opportunities. It's very simple to do this. It obviously needs to be legislated because the government will not do it on their own. We've seen that. Not only did Mayor Mitchell not get a call about that housing announcement, other municipalities didn't get calls about theirs. CBRM can't even lock down a meeting with the Premier or the Minister to talk about the issues they're dealing with around housing. And not only all that, HRM wasn't called about the changes to the bill. And that's required by law. Whoops. It's required by law that the municipalities consulted on changes to the charter. And that part of the law was ignored by the government in a very obvious way. And I think in a very shameful way. And in a way that can have serious consequences on our ability to deal with this housing crisis and move forward in a way that's collaborative with other units. That's why this needs to be in the bill. This is a reasonable thing to ask. I know it goes against the modus operandi of the government to do this because, again, we've seen that they believe they know better than everybody else. They know better than all the planning officials and authorities in HRM who've been doing this for years. They know better than the municipal leaders. They can just make announcements without even understanding if infrastructure can accommodate this. And I think it's a very arrogant way of approaching government. That the minister knows best and knows better than every other single person who actually have a lot more expertise on these issues. So at the very least, the minister could and the government could pass this amendment which would force them to at least pick up the phone before they move. And if they do that, we can avoid a lot of the headaches that the government has inflicted upon themselves to date. Thank you.
I saw that the honourable member was reading from a number of documents. I asked that these documents be tabled. Thank you. Seeing no other speakers, shall the amendment carry? No. The amendment is defeated. Shall clause 15 carry? Carry. Oh. The honourable member for Cape Breton, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier. People will
My apologies, Cape Breton Centre.
So, as we have been saying with regards to these clauses, this is a bad bill. These clauses are terrible. We'll add a new word to that, terrible. Again, autocratic, undemocratic, lack of transparency. So let's talk about clause 15. It allows the minister to amend or repeal land use bylaws, subdivision bylaws, and municipal planning strategies in special planning areas without the recommendation of the executive panel on housing in the HRM. This clause uses overly broad language with regards to the powers that it's providing, which is going to create a significant and it's going to significantly impact the HRM and create a lot of uncertainty in the HRM, because if the minister has the ability to amend or repeal land use bylaws, subdivision bylaws, and municipal planning strategies in these special planning areas, how is the HRM supposed to do their job and actually do the planning of complete communities? How are they supposed to plan for the underground infrastructure, the water and sewer lines that are going to need to be in place? How are they supposed to plan for furthering developing transit? How are they supposed to ensure that we won't have food deserts? And and also we need to ensure that we're going to have actual schools for people where they're living. All of this goes into planning communities. And with one person having the sole discretion, who has no expertise in the matter, when there's about 100 planners? Or something like 90 to 100 planners in the HRM who that is their actual job? again, this would cause a lot of uncertainty for what the CBRM, or what the HRM, sorry, oh my God, I'm getting my bills confused, what the HRM can and cannot do in its own responsible areas, i.e. planning. Again, I want to say that this clause is an overreach. It's undemocratic. It lacks transparency that this government continues to say that they are, which is transparent, which with these bills, I think we can safely say no to. It puts the power, again, in the hands of one person with no oversight. There is no rationale for this power grab. None. Except to push the HRM out of planning and remove all oversight. And the only thing we can ask is why. So again, the bill is bad, the clause is bad, lacks, it's undemocratic, and it's autocratic. We'll be voting against it. Thank you.
Seeing no other speakers, shall Clause 15 carry? There's been an ask for a recorded vote. We shall take a recess until the whips are satisfied. Order. There has been a request for a recorded vote on Clause 15. I now recognize the clerk.
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Tori Rushton. Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
Tim Houston.
We.
Alan McMaster. Twyla Gross.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
John Lohr.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Tim Hallman. Kent Smith. Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Brian Comer. Colton LeBlanc.
We.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Pat Dunn.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
Larry Harrison.
Yes.
John White.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Keith Bain. Chris Palmer. Melissa Sheehy-Richard,
Yes.
Carla McFarland, Tom Taggart,
Yes.
Nolan Young,
Yes.
Steve Craig,
Yes.
Patricia Arab, Keith Irving, Brendan McGuire, Derek Mombercat,
No.
Zach Churchill,
No.
Kelly Regan,
No.
Ian Rankin,
No.
Susan LeBlanc,
No.
Claudia Chender, Kendra Coombs,
No.
Susie Hansen,
No.
Gary Burrell,
No.
Lisa LaChance, Rafa DiCostanzo,
No.
Tony Ince,
No.
Laura Lee Nichol,
No.
Ben Jessup, Braden Clark, Ali Duale, Carmen Kerr,
No.
Ronnie LeBlanc,
No.
Fred Tilley,
No.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan. The results of the recorded vote are as follows: yeas 24, nays 14.
Clause 15 has been carried. I recognize the honorable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When the vote began, the Attorney General was not in his seat. He moved into his seat and voted, and that is not how it works.
The Attorney General was present in the chambers and was turning off the bells, so I dismiss your point of order. Clause 16. I recognize the honorable member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. I'm just going to add just a few remarks on this clause. Change CWHB Liberal 5. Page 8, Clause 16, proposed subsection 17.1, line 1. Delete in the minister's sole discretion or and substitute after consultation with the municipality and. I can't imagine that we are in a state of debating something that, when we look at parliament, government, legislation, that we have to ask that a duty to consult be considered. When we look at HRM, and this particular bill, it's already been referenced numerous times that they were not consulted. They weren't given the opportunity to address this piece of legislation. Now, when I look at HRM and the work it has been doing in relation to the African Nova Scotian communities, they have been consulting and working with the communities, for example, on a regional plan. It just baffles me that there is a belief that they could put something in writing to legislate that, hey, we've got full control of this. I've got one more statement on this piece, and I'm going to ask, is the government going to pay for the water and sewage connection for the Acoma Center? Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, I am going to take my seat and save some more remarks for the next change. Thank you.
The amendment is defeated. Shall Clause 16 carry? Clause Too late. He was up? Okay. I recognize the honorable member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Change CWHB Liberal 5A regarding Bill 329, page 8, clause 16, add after proposed section 17(1) the following subsection. 1A, the minister shall consult with African Nova Scotian communities before approving a development agreement or amendment to a development agreement under subsection 1. Again, I referenced the fact that we have to ask that there be consultation. The minister stood up earlier and referenced a consultation. Consultations should be broad and full. Speaking to and referencing a member in one particular African Nova Scotian community is not consultation. We have East Preston, we have North Preston, Lake Loon, Cherrybrook, Beachville, Upper Hammonds Plains, and there used to be Halifax, but that's gone. So, here we are again. You know, the minister said, we may. Well, for 400 years we heard that term, we may. I don't see how or why the Premier and the government believes it's necessary to control a piece of legislation that can adversely affect those communities I've mentioned. Are we seeing these communities as children who need to be, who you need to take sole discretion and control their future, dictate their lives? Ms. Chair, from where I stand as a person of a community who's had to deal with this thought process, this mindset, I'm seeing, in my opinion, us sliding back to colonial rule, control, implying that historic communities need overseers, protectors. I've said in the chamber before, our communities don't need protectors, we need allies. How can we be assured as communities, given current actions, and not just with this bill, on many other things, but current actions, that the communities will be involved in conversations, given the actions of this particular piece of legislation being pushed forward currently without those broad consultations with the communities. The minister talked about they've demonstrated concern. If the concern was demonstrated, those of us from those communities would have been at least brought into a bit of that conversation. Concern should be, in my opinion, Madam Chair, action, not just words. It's interesting. We look at the decade for people of African descent, the decade which ends next year, the decade that had 3 pillars. Those 3 pillars rung very strongly in my mind and in the community's heart: recognition, development, and justice. Well, Ms. Chair, I'm a little concerned with all those 3 pillars right now. I know that, Ms. Chair, given this particular bill and the direction that it's going, I need to take a copy for the next decade meeting to show them how development is being perceived. Last year, Ms. Chair, the former member of Preston, and I'm talking about the change that the NDP brought forward, and this change that I'm asking for. The former member of Preston put forward a similar amendment, and it was universally accepted in this House. So what's different today? What is different today? It is really, it's really interesting that we have to stand here for days, weeks, debating something that somebody sat in a room knowing they were fully aware of what they were putting on paper in terms of this piece of legislation. And I leave myself wondering, well, we're going to do it because we know we've got the majority, so we're going to put it through anyway. And this is how we govern? As I've said, to me, we're sliding back. Let me say it's dangerous precedent. It's a slippery slope, and we are sliding back to a time that really puts, I'm going to use the term, my community in a dangerous zone. We have HRM that has the road to economic prosperity. How will that be addressed moving forward? Will that even be considered? I would argue probably not, if the minister has full and sole discretion to do as he pleases. Again, you know, I'd like to see who was consulted, because many of the individuals in the community that I've spoken to on some of these things that I've just mentioned, the road to economic prosperity, the regional plan, have not been consulted. Only in the last couple of days, when myself and the colleague for Halifax Needham raised some of our concerns, did we hear, oh, well, now they're throwing out names of people that they've consulted. Again, I am truly concerned, especially when you put all that control into one specific area. All I'm asking is that we consider this change amendment and do what is right, do what you say you're looking to do in terms of work with these communities, and pass this amendment so that you can truly consult. Because if you're not consulting with the largest communities in HRM, I feel sorry for all those others across the province. This is my last ditch plea for now. I do ask you take a moment and consider that, because I can assure you, I'm asking and I'm calling on all African Nova Scotians communities to pay attention to this. You need to pay attention to what is going on and what can adversely affect your community. And I'm not talking about those that I've spoken to, because there are many communities outside of HRM that we need them to pay attention. So while we have some of those individuals who are keenly attuned to what's going on and are asking questions, because this seems to be an HRM issue, I'm going to ask if any of them are listening at this time of the night. Probably not, but if they are listening, they need to really step forward and get involved. And I am going to make it my personal mission to get out into those communities and bring this type of legislation to their attention. Madam Chair, that's all I'll say at this point. And I'll save something else for the third reading. Thank you.
Shall the amendment carry? Oh, sorry, I didn't see you behind. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I echo the sentiment of my colleague from Cole Harbour, and I'm just, sitting here and listening, but as well listening while I was outside of this chamber, and it brought me back to when consultation was done on the Dismantling Hate and Racism Bill, and I spoke about it today in question period, but I also wanted to make sure that all members in here remember what was said. And if you haven't, listened to the consultation or read any of the documents, I would encourage you to, because the glaring piece that community spoke about, the African Nova Scotian community spoke about, was that they wanted things to be legislated. And I know that that's what we're doing here today, is creating legislation or reading legislation. But I want every single member in this House to remember that that is exactly what African Nova Scotians had spoke about during their consultations. I mean, they only consulted because they thought that, the legislation that was going to be brought forward was going to be something that was going to be, impactful, and was also going to be something that would set the precedents for the pieces of legislation moving forward. So I also want to remind folks in this room that, this is an amendment that is saying the minister shall consult with African Nova Scotian communities before approving a development agreement or an amendment to a development agreement under subsection 1. And it may seem as though, we're inserting things that are maybe by this government not as important. But I need you to understand that this is an important piece that needs to be legislated, because it speaks volumes to what is not included in the bill. So I want to give you a little bit of a history lesson here. I don't know if you were aware, and maybe you're not. The member from Cole Harbour mentioned that, it's been over 400 years and we're still waiting on the promises of the settlers that have come here and have consistently broken promises to many of the people who have been originating here. But I want us to remember that, if you don't know, that the Black communities in Nova Scotia are the genesis of the Black communities in Canada. So it all began here. All of that migration, all of the slave trade, all of that began here and migrated out throughout Canada. So there is a bit of history here in Nova Scotia, specifically within the African Nova Scotian community. And so when I heard some of my colleagues and some of my members, some of my constituents said that they were very shocked to hear that the minister said that they were unaware and that it wasn't brought to their attention. It's really interesting, because I receive emails and messages and phone calls. Actually, my phone was buzzing off the hook just now while we were talking, discussing this particular bill and the amendments. People are watching. They're watching and waiting and listening and hoping that this government makes really good choices. And this is an easy one. This is an easy one. All it's telling you to do is insert a few words that acknowledge the African Nova Scotian communities in this province, that they will be consulted when there are decisions made when it comes to land or development. And I think we need to go back to what has happened, why we have a land titles initiative, why we have communities that are continuing to investigate their lands and their land rights. It's really interesting that, I haven't heard from anyone on the government side talking about their connection to the Black community and what that means. All I heard was, the money that we've given them, and, how grateful they are that we've given them money to do the things that they should be doing, because it should be by them. they should be making decisions. So this is a decision that could be made easily and inserted in the bill. And I mean, you know, I don't think it's asking for too much, but I think we need to do the right thing and listen to what has been said on numerous occasions, not just for this bill, but this bill in particular is something that we want to make sure that we protect these African Nova Scotian communities, because we want to consult them. We want to talk with them. We want to know what they need, because it was stated it was stated by the minister in the letter that he read by a community member that was really happy about the announcements that were made, that, you know, it's not about, you know, you guys making decisions for us. It's about having us do that work and we working together. So, I mean, I'm paraphrasing that. That's not what was said, but you know what I mean, in that essence. So I stand saying that, you know, me and my colleague shouldn't always only be the only voices for African Nova Scotians. And I know that we have passion in this room by a number of other MLAs, and I really would love to hear, I'd love to hear how we plan on inserting that recognition within this bill to make sure that our African Nova Scotian communities are consulted. So please consider that this amendment would make a huge impact, especially for those communities. Thank you, Ms. Chair, Madam Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the point that the last speaker made, I do think that this is important for members to speak to, especially if you represent Black communities, historic Black communities. So I'm privileged to be able to represent the community of Beachville. So I'm just going to take a couple minutes just to inform the members, especially the members opposite, of the good work that's happening in that community that serves as a great example to what could happen across many of the historic Black communities across the province when it comes to development. And so I want the government members to think about supporting this amendment, because it simply is asking for an obligation for the minister to consult before he makes decisions. So I'm not questioning the motives on this minister, but this is a powerful piece of legislation, whether you agree to it or not, to set in standard that all governments of the future will be able to override all the good work that's happening with respect to planning. And so for the context of where Beachville is, it's literally just minutes away from Province House here. It has shrunk over time. And I know both the last speakers understand the history of this community. But I do think it's important to note this in the context of this bill, because members all know, I guarantee every member in this House knows where the Armdale Rotary is. So the historic lands of Beachville began as soon as you go past that rotary on St. Margaret's Bay Road. That was the historic start of Beachville. 2,000 hectares of land was given to former refugees, basically, that came here that fought in war, the War of 1812. And that land went from all the way where the rotary starts to past where the boundary right now is for Beachville, in through to Lakeside towards the 9 Mile River. Huge. And why was that land given to them? Because it was hard to cultivate and grow crops. Rock. My area, Beachville, Lakeside, Timberlea, and Prospect, is rock and granite. Things changed over time. By the time my family moved there and development was happening, and it became attractive land for developers to purchase. And by that time, encroachment happened and land was purchased from families. And over time, the community shrunk. And the context of that is important because what's happening now in the discussions with HRM has evolved significantly, and there's actually work happening to rezone land. And so I question what happens with this bill. Will that land go and revert back to the zoning that it had in place before? That's my concern. There's another part to the work that's happening with HRM, is there is actually a new development district where the community has ownership on the planning of their community. If the minister is really wanting power to override these important steps forward, I wonder why that is. This is one of 50 communities in the province, but many communities are watching right now what's happening in Beachville. And the connections I have to other Black communities are asking leaders in the Beachville community to see the precedent that's happening. Actual pieces of land that HRM is prepared to give to community to grow housing developments. And so I question, and it was concerning that I've already heard the no vote before when one speaker spoke on this amendment, my friend who brought the amendment forward, so I can anticipate what the vote is going to be. But I asked the members opposite, what's the harm in just asking for a mandatory clause to consult with African Nova Scotian communities? In 2023, what is the harm? We're not asking that you have approval from communities. We're asking for the mandatory consultation. And this is land that over time has been annexed by the city and the province for things to access water and other resources. My colleague from Upper Hammonds Plains can speak, and Lake Bloom, member opposite. A lot of these areas where water, city water comes from. The members can speak to that. I remember growing up, I thought it was strange that the water in Pockwalk out of that lake was going to communities across Halifax County. But the Black community that lived on Pockwalk didn't have access to city water. Imagine that. And in Lake Major. And that had to change in the 90s, and eventually Upper Hammonds Plains did access water when my father was a councillor. But there's so much history to this, and I do just think that this is a practical amendment from my friend that would prevent the progress from being undone in communities. And I'm not challenging motives in the legislation in this regard. I'm challenging the resistance to listening to members opposite and really trying to help the government from making decisions that could be detrimental to communities, especially marginalized communities. This is part of our history. The last two members spoke to that in the 400 years of African Nova Scotian communities. So I just wanted to put my my thoughts on record tonight, and I do think that the work that's happening in the Beachville community, if the members opposite aren't aware of what is happening, it's all matter of public record. They're looking at redrawing boundaries. They're looking at all that that's important work. And if this bill goes forward without a mandatory clause to consult with African Nova Scotians, I think that they'll regret that decision. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Shall the amendment carry? There's been asked for a recorded vote. We will take a recess until the whips are satisfied. Order. Order. There was an ask for a recorded vote on the amendment. I will now recognize the clerk.
Brad Johns.
No.
Tori Rushton.
No.
Barbara Adams.
No.
Kim Masland.
No.
Tim Houston.
Nope.
Alan McMaster. Twyla Gross.
No.
Michelle Thompson. John Lohr.
No.
Trevor Boudreau.
No.
Tim Hallman.
No.
Kent Smith.
No.
Dave Ritzie.
No.
Brian Wong.
No.
Susan Corkum Greek.
No.
Brian Comer. Colton LeBlanc.
No.
Jill Balzer. Pat Dunn.
No.
Greg Moreau.
No.
Becky Druin.
No.
Larry Harrison. John White.
No.
John A. McDonald.
No.
Keith Bain. Chris Palmer.
No.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
No.
Carla McFarland. Tom Taggart.
No.
Nolan Young.
No.
Steve Craig.
No.
Patricia Arab. Keith Irving. Brendan McGuire. Derek Mombercat.
Yes.
Zach Churchill.
Yes.
Kelly Regan.
Yes.
Ian Rankin.
Yes.
Susan LeBlanc.
Yes.
Claudia Chender. Kendra Coombs.
Yes.
Susie Hansen.
Yes.
Gary Burrell.
Yes.
Lisa LaChance. Rafa DiCostanzo.
Yes.
Tony Ince.
Yes.
Laura Lee Nichol.
Yes.
Ben Jessam. Braden Clark. Ali Duale. Carmen Kerr.
Yes.
Ronnie LeBlanc.
Yes.
Fred Tilley.
Yes.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossin. The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 14, nays 24.
The amendment has been defeated. Clause 16. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. I'd like to direct just a very few words to this 16th clause. There's what an awful lot of words there have been brought forward in condemnation of this bill, from so many angles in the public and in the media and here in the House. But I think that of all the adjectives that I've heard directed against this legislation, the one that has really stuck with me through this debate is something that came from the Law Amendments Committee when Mayor Savage used the word to describe the legislation. He said he found it performative. Now that is quite a word, performative. When we say that something is performative, we're saying that people are presenting themselves as something other than what in fact actually they are. So it's a serious thing to say. Now I think in the 16th clause we come to the key words here, key words in so many other parts of this legislation, those words which have been spoken about earlier in several different forms in this committee, the whole debate, the words in the minister's sole discretion. So, the minister giveth and the minister taketh away, long live the minister. In the minister's sole discretion. So this is the core and the center of the spirit of a great deal of this legislation, and I think it speaks, when we think about it, in light of the thought that this is a performative business, this bill. It speaks about who the authors of the bill, the government, who they really are. That is to say that they are a formation which is more concerned with the centralization of their authority than they are with the very serious matter at hand, that is the supply of affordable housing. So that if there is, I think, one clear ringing thought that comes from all of the criticisms, all of the concerns that we have heard raised about this bill through this extensive debate, it is this: that the centralization of authority and decision-making power in the minister's hands will not do anything to promote and advance the necessity of building affordable housing in Nova Scotia. And therefore, what it will do instead is, and this is what is being advanced in this Clause 16, what it will do is just deprive, this clause, the decision-making process of the professional planning advice which would have been available to the process through the panel. And it does it, I think, in a way that is both performative and false. And so we, of course, Madam Chair, do not support the clause. Thank you.
Seeing no other speakers, shall Clause 16 carry? Okay. Clause 16 is carried. I'm sorry, I only saw one of you. All right, there has been a request for a recorded vote. We shall take a short recess until the whips are satisfied. Order. Order. There's been a request for a recorded vote on Clause 16. I will now recognize the clerk.
Brad Johns. Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
Tim Houston.
Yes.
Alan McMaster. Twyla Gross.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson. John Lohr.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Brian Comer. Colton LeBlanc.
We.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Pat Dunn.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
Larry Harrison. John White.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Keith Bain. Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Carla McFarland. Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Nolan Young.
Yes.
Steve Craig.
Yes.
Patricia Arab. Keith Irving. Brendan McGuire. Derek Mombercat.
Nope.
Zach Churchill.
No.
Kelly Regan. Ian Rankin.
No.
Susan LeBlanc.
No.
Claudia Chender. Kendra Coombs.
No.
Susie Hansen. Gary
No.
Earl.
No.
Lisa LaChance. Rafa DiCostanzo.
No.
Tony Ince.
No.
Laura Lee Nickel.
No.
Ben Jessam. Braden Clark. Ali Duale. Carmen Kerr.
No.
Ronnie LeBlanc.
No.
Fred Tilley.
No.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossan. The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 24, nays 13.
The clause has been carried. I recognize the honorable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak to Clause 17. And again, I will reiterate, this bill, this clause, is atrocious. I'm coming up with new words now because I'm getting tired of saying bad. So we'll go with the source here. So Clause 17 allows the minister and the panel to approve development permits and subdivision approvals in special planning areas. To put it more clearly, the bill, via Clause 17, gives the Minister of Housing the authority to make decisions on development in HRM without recommendation from the executive panel. It enables one person, just one individual, the Minister of Housing, who does not have thorough knowledge of the Halifax Regional Municipality or planning, and to single-handedly approve projects without accountability or justification. Kathy O'Toole stated it best when she stated, unfettered growth without proper planning and consideration creates a public safety and financial environment risks. Again, we are not taking into consideration growth in the suburbs is expansive when infrastructure such as water and sewer systems need to be installed. It can also cause harm to wells, as we have seen in other areas. And so with that, the NDP caucus does not support the bill. It does not support this clause. Thank you.
Shall Clause 17 carry? Carried. Clause 18. Shall Clause 18 carry? Carried. Clause 19. Shall Clause 19 carry? Carried. Clause 20. I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to put Clause 20, amended, proposed Section 26A, delete and substitute 26A, the minister shall, where required by Section 382 of the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter, consult with the municipality before exercising a power or doing anything under this act or the regulations. This bill and this amendment is all about relationship building. I can't imagine coming forward with a bill like this and not even having discussed it with the mayor. We hear a lot, I hear a lot, everyone stands up about we're here for all Nova Scotians. Well, half of those Nova Scotians live in HRM. Good developers, I've said it before, don't want bad policy. They want certainty. There's no certainty in the interest rates. There's no certainty in the labor shortages. And there's certainty in HRM's center plan. So much so that it gave the developers confidence to go forward. And this is why you're seeing so many cranes, as the member from Dartmouth North indicated earlier. The center plan gave them certainty. That's what good policy does. That's what good developers want. This bill, without certainty, will result in slowing down development. So if this is about being performative, be careful of what you wish for. If it's about appearances,
it is.
My colleague here seems to think it is. Confusion does not result in productivity, nor action. I've seen it many times. If you can't convince them, confuse them. And that's what this bill is going to do. Uncertainty in policy and rules is only going to delay things. Someone once told me in this room that I caused them to think deeper. Oh, how I wish I could with this bill. Forgive them, for they know not what they're doing. At the very minimum, try to pick up the shattered pieces of a relationship that you have tattered and thrown on the floor with the HRM. Support this amendment.
Order. Just to remind the member, you're speaking through the speaker, so direct your question, your dialogue to be spoken to third party. So I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
I'm done.
Oh, you're done? Okay. I recognize the honourable. Shall Amendment Lib 6 carry? No. The amendment is defeated. Shall Clause 20 carry? Oh. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we already know that this is a bad bill. We talked about it. There's lots of words to call it, but it's not a good bill on so many levels. When we heard from community, we hear from councillors and constituents of HRM, all of which feel like this is an overreach, and it was stated as well many times in this House. This is autocratic and undemocratic, with no data or information to explain or back up this legislation. This legislation wasn't discussed with the municipality about the changes, and in the charter it says that they are to be consulted. They definitely didn't consult community, because we're hearing from community members now, HRM in particular. And the minister didn't even respect to give the HRM MLAs a heads up, or even just a briefing on what this looks like, to even inform us once again. And like I said before, we're going to end up having to clean up this mess. So to this point, we need to make sure that we're being very respectful of those that are elected officials in our respective areas, HRM in particular. And you know, a year ago we were reminded in law amendments about the same exact thing, about overreach and miscommunication and transparency. And so I want to say that, you know, it was stated that it was a direct intrusion on municipal affairs and it happened without any consultation. This is from a councillor. The bill was introduced without notice in direct contravention of the provisions in the charter that requires notice. To call it concerning would be an understatement. And these are words from councillors that have said such things. All of this in the name of building housing, when we know that developers and builders are struggling to find trades and unskilled labor. They are faced with increased interest rates and have encountered costly supply chain disruptions.
Order. I believe we're on Clause 20, and Clause 20 is the requirements to consult with your municipality. I'm sure you're just leading up to it, so I'd ask the members to stick on to the clause, and I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, to consult the municipality, it was not done, all in the name of affordable housing. That was said, well, we need to speed it up because we need more housing in this province, or in HRM in particular, because they're dragging their feet. But we know, based on what we hear here every single day in the House, that there's a supply chain shortage, there's labor shortage, there's a number of things that don't ring true to what this bill brings forward. So consulting municipality would have been the key piece to know exactly what's happening and why things aren't happening, which was not done. So I want to say that, you know, a year ago, that was also a discussion. And we didn't learn from a year ago to consult with municipalities about the municipality, which really kind of sounds really, yeah, redundant, absolutely. So I will bring it to here we are now. You know, the discussion of this government's heavy-handed legislation to overreach and to bypass discussion with the municipality that has a number of experienced people that are doing amazing work. And we may not all agree, and some of our constituents don't agree that it's not as fast, but we also need to understand that there's a plan in place, keyword, P-L-A-N, plan that we consistently ask about. But I know that if I go contact HRM, I can find a plan. I can find something that gives me a direction, a timeline, that tells me when things are going to happen. And so the fact that we are going to take away that option, I mean, I think, to be honest with you, if I had someone that was doing my homework, I would keep them doing my homework, because that's exactly what has been happening when it comes to HRM. HRM has been doing a number of things that I would think is our responsibility. A number of things that the province should be doing, but we don't do it, and then we want to be mad at HRM and not include them in these conversations, and not even give them a heads up to say, hey, you know what, let's discuss this, because I think this is valuable for us to have a conversation about what this is going to look like for HRM over the next 10 years. And we heard from, I thought this was really interesting, because I'm talking about planning and consulting and being open and having open lines of communication. When we had law amendments, the water company came, Halifax Water, and there was something that they said that was really, really like stood right out. It was that, you know, they plan 30 years ahead. They plan 30 years ahead and they make adjustments as needed, right? And so here we have a bill in place that doesn't give us any actual information on what's to come, who's going to be doing that work, who's responsible other than the minister. And I mean, I'm pretty sure the minister has a lot on their plate, so I don't want to like assume. But, you know, this is a lot. This is a lot when you think about not communicating with HRM that has the expertise, has all of has 90 planners, we were told. HRM has 90 and the province has 4. So I would take 90 over 4. I would literally, like I said, have the person that's doing my homework continue to do my homework, especially when that's a lot of work. When we were talking in law amendments, and I mean my colleague from Cole Harbour, Dartmouth, am I right? Okay. Cole Harbour, Dartmouth mentioned, you know, we literally make up the largest population. Like when we think about what HRM is responsible for, I really, you know, I really would hate to think that we would interfere in the work that's happening by a number of planners that have been doing this work over these many years. I feel, and I said this before, like it's disrespectful. Like that's just like saying, you know, I understand that you're doing amazing work, but guess what? We don't really care. And so when I said before that this is a personal issue, it is really personal when you come to HRM and you don't, when you present a bill, a piece of legislation that says you're going to override everything that they say, they have no say over the minister's decisions, and completely disrespects the work that has been done by many planners, many you know, consultants, community members, constituents of HRM, and then you don't even want to consider that this work has a timeline, that there's planning in place. Because one of the things that was in the bill mentioned that the minister, you know, pretty much doesn't need to explain themselves with any decision that is made, and that was in a previous clause that was voted down with our amendments were voted down. But in saying that, this is transparency. This is when we talk about communication. And so when I bring it back to the conversations that were not had, it makes me think, why were these conversations not had? Why was HRM not consulted? Why were they not given even just a respectful meeting to talk about what this looks like for HRM? Because as every part of the province is very complex, every part of the province has municipality units that have their own councillors that are doing the work in their own areas. It's really disheartening to see that we would completely bypass their expertise to be able to put forward a piece of legislation that completely overrides what they do, who they are, and the work that they do. So I just want to say that, you know, we do not, the NDP caucus here, we do not approve this bill. We do not want to see this bill go through. We've talked about it many times. We've even said, just hold off until we have, you know, a little bit more time to take a look at it and really go through the piece of legislation. But the first thing you have to do in order to get this work done is to talk to the people that are doing the work on the ground, which is HRM, which was not done, and the consultation was not done, and yet we want to push forward and completely disregard the work that was done by HRM and all of the things that we know that we have a timeline for moving forward as HRM. So with that, I take my seat.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I want to say a few words. I know I've been making a few notes on some of the questions that have been asked by opposition in the discussion, and I expect we'll all get another chance to do this in third reading. One of the questions that was asked is, why just HRM? So one of the things that informs us, and we have been asked, where did you get your decision-making process in this? And one of the things was the Turner-Drake report on the needs in housing across the province, which gives us an incredible challenge to meet those needs of and just off the top of my head, because I've seen a lot of numbers, but I think it was 41,000 units by 2027. But if you look at the breakout of where do we need those units, and you break out HRM as one region, and you break out the other regions as Western, Central, Cape Breton, Northern. The numbers, and this is approximate, and certainly it's in the report, but the numbers would show that in each of those other areas, per year we need about 600 units, but per year we need about 6,200 in HRM. In other words, the need to address the housing challenge in HRM is approximately 10 times larger than any one of those other areas. All told, it's about the need for the housing crisis in HRM is about 60% of the province's need, and the other 4 areas make up the other 10% each. So clearly, the other thing that I know, and I'm one of them, I'm a person who lives in the Annapolis Valley and commutes into Halifax every day. So I'm one of the people who, you could say, the Annapolis Valley is, to some extent, which is not, it's just a generalization, because there's a lot going on in the valley that has nothing to do with HRM. There's factories and farms and all kinds of university, and there's many things happening there. But there's a lot of people in the Annapolis Valley who drive in Halifax every day. And we have a housing crisis in the Annapolis Valley for sure. But that's true for, 4 directions: Eastern Shore, South Shore, Truro, Annapolis Valley. There's people coming into the city every day, like myself, commuting in. And in effect, if we solve the housing crisis in HRM, I know we've largely solved it, certainly in Eastern Kings County. We've probably made a big dent in the housing crisis in Truro. We've probably made a big dent in the housing crisis in the South Shore and in the Eastern Shore. So to answer the question of why the focus of our government on HRM, and I will say that is not to say that all of those other areas aren't important. We're doing projects in each of those areas. I have mentioned previously that we've gotten national attention for some of the things that we are doing as a government, and I know, I think it bears repeating, we have what we call property opportunity notices, so PONs. So what we've done is we've identified properties that we own as a government that have got good water and sewer in a good location on transit, and we're making those available. We've done 1 iteration of that. We're ready to go any day on the 2nd iteration of that, which will be, I believe, not to scoop my own announcement, but in the range of 30 to 40 properties. For example, one of them would be, if you were a resident of the Annapolis Valley, you'd know the old Highbury School site right up behind the cinema in New Minas, and so it's in King South. That is now going to be a project by Valley Roots. So, I mean, we're doing a lot of different things like that. We've done in every part of the province. We've worked on housing. So that's one program we have. Another one that's gotten national attention is our community housing acquisition program. And we've got national attention for that. So we're doing many things across the province, but the reality is, and the Turner-Drake report tells us that, we kind of knew it intuitively, but we got the hard numbers out of that Turner-Drake report. Not only is there a housing crisis in virtually every single community in Nova Scotia, the incredible growth in HRM that we've seen makes it just incredibly important that we solve that housing crisis here. Some of you may have seen some of the data that just came out a day or two ago on the cost of housing versus the ability to pay, and we're in the middle of the pack across the country, but it's not good news. We're lower than the Canadian average, but it's not good news. It's still the average property is.
I know you're building up to it. I just remind the minister that we're speaking to clause 20 regarding the consultation. So I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
My apologies, Mr. Chair. So I am getting to it. So the consultation, and I was getting to the Turner-Drake report, which had about that consultation process was with every municipality across the province, and drives us forward. And I believe there was a number in the thousands of interactions in that Turner-Drake report of consultation on the housing needs, which is what which drives this process forward, Mr. Chair. So. Okay, I gotta. So anyway, look, it is the whole process of the. So where did we end up? And I know I've been asked that in question period on the whole process. What was the consultation process that ended up where we're at? The reality was, we've been informed by a number of things, and as the opposition will know, the 2000, I believe it was commissioned in 2019, but it was a 2021 Affordable Housing Commission report, was also part of the consultation process that brought us to this decision on and has guided us, as well as the Turner-Drake report, which I've just mentioned, as well as the Auditor General report, not only HRM Auditor General report, but our Auditor General report. So these are things that we have informed how we've gotten here. To just say that there was no consultation process in this would not be an accurate statement. The reality is that there is in the regs a provision, and in fact, when we looked at it, there was a 2019 amendment made to the charter that gave the minister additional powers as well, and some of those were to enable consultations. So, and that was in, and I believe I tabled that early. I don't have it in front of me right now. That was in section 229 of the HRM charter. So. The reality is that parts of the bill have had significant consultations and significant investment in them. Another part of the bill that's had significant consultation already and has guided us is the fact that the bill addresses some of the concerns of the Deloitte report. And this has been something that has been subject to some misunderstanding, which I understand. No issue there. There can be misunderstanding, not criticizing the opposition for misunderstanding, but the trusted partner issue, which I know members...
You got to consult to be a trusted partner.
My apologies. I'm going to continue. The reality is that the consultation process is enabled in regulations, was enabled in regulations anyway, by previous amendments to the HRM charter, is enabled in our regulations. So the consultation process will be built out in regulations. So this is why build it out in regulations instead of in the bill. It creates more flexibility for us. Oftentimes the bills precisely define something and then you realize you wanted to do it a little bit differently. Events and circumstances change. So you build out that process in regulations. That is an important thing. So we're good. So with that, then I'll take my seat.
Okay. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
No, I got 2 seconds. Yeah, I'm so sorry about that. You didn't look over, you were over, and I just want to make sure that you see me. So I just want to say that I know that the minister was speaking of something just a second ago about Section 382. Section 382 of the Halifax Charter is a requirement to consult with the municipality. I just want to clarify that because I don't think that was what was being brought forward. Thank you.
Recognize the honourable member for Hants East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to rise and talk about Clause 20 and the point of removing the consultation. Right now, we're in a housing crisis, in case most people don't realize, and we've got to get this done. Stats Canada has been saying it for years. If you look at this, if you look at the adjustment from the younger going older, we need to get more housing. It should have started 30 years ago. So the point is, if we're not going to be able to move this to be able to get the consultation out, we are going to be into the same problem of not being able to get more housing built. Oh my gosh. So as baby boomers went up, they bought more houses, bought more stuff, and Stats Canada looked at it, and what they expected was going to happen is that they would sell and go to a smaller. Didn't happen. That's why we have so many people that are in 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom houses. Now we have people that are having kids later, so they actually don't need the big houses. So what we need to be able to do is make sure that we can get the housing that we need today, which I believe everybody here agrees. We need the right housing. And to get the right housing, we're going to need to be able to move mountains, not make small issues. So we've got to be able to wind up making it so that when the minister has to, and he's only going to do it if he has to, then this gives it so the point of he doesn't have to then consult with the municipality. I don't see an issue with this because it's not going to be used all the time, and I come from a municipal background. So for me, and I've been asked, well, what do you think of it? Well, my municipality has actually benefited over the years of how slow HRM has been able to do it. So they were, yeah. East Hants has been able to grow because they've been able to come there and wind up getting it done for it. So the point of being able to deal with not having...
Order. The member from Hants East has the floor. I recognize the honourable member from Hants East and to speak on Clause 20.
And the reason that I said that is because how they've been slow at getting things done has benefited East Hants. So that's how I'm getting into the point of being able to not have to consult with HRM and getting it right. Again, it's only when the minister has to do this, right? They're still going to go through their zoning. They're still going to go through this stuff. And it's all been discussed that this will happen if it's got to go to the EUIRB and they expect that it'll actually be overturned. I drank too much coffee, sorry. So for Bill 20, or sorry, for Clause 20, that's oh, thank you, Emily.
Order. There's a lot of chatter in here. The honourable member for Hants East has the floor. I recognize the honourable member from Hants East.
So sorry, Mr. Chair. So for me, I mean, it's some will call an overreach. I don't believe it's an overreach. It's an overreach if it's used all the time. And HRM, we need to get the housing. This is, as everybody says, this is the almost half of the province. And really, we need to get more density into it. Don't make me laugh. Sorry. So for me, I'm going to support this clause because I believe this bill is going to actually help Nova Scotians, and that's what we're here to do. You may not always agree with what we do, right? But again, we were elected for change, and we have been changing. In 2 years, the amount of things that have been done is unprecedented. So for me, this clause I don't have a problem with because right? And in the regulations, they're going to make sure that everything is dealt with for consultation. So for me, this specific clause, I'm fully supportive of it. And for
Order. The time allotted for debating Bill 329 has elapsed. Shall the bill carry? There has been a request for recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Order. Committee of the Whole House on Bills will come to order. I recognize the clerk to conduct a recorded vote.
Brad Johns. Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
Tim Houston.
Yes.
Alan McMaster.
Yes.
Twyla Gross.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson. John Lohr. Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Green.
Yes.
Brian Comer. Colton LeBlanc. Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Pat Dunn.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
Larry Harrison. John White.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Keith Bain. Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Danielle Barkhouse.
Yes.
Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Carla McFarland. Steve Craig.
Yes.
Patricia Arab. Keith Irving. Brenda McGuire. Derek Mombercat.
Nope.
Zach Churchill.
No.
Kelly Regan. Ian Rankin.
No.
Susan LeBlanc.
No.
Claudia Chender. Kendra Coombs.
No.
Susie Hansen.
No.
Gary Burrell.
No.
Lisa LaChance. Rafa Di Costanzo. Tony Ince.
No.
Laura Lee Nichol.
No.
Ben Jessom. Braden Clark. Ali Duale. Carmen Kerr. Ronnie LeBlanc.
No.
Fred Tilley.
No.
Elizabeth Smith McCrossin. The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 24, nays 11.
The bill is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that you now rise and report this bill.
The motion is carried. Order. The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on Bills reports.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Bills has met and considered the following bill, Bill 329, with certain amendments, and the chair has been instructed to recommend this bill to the favorable consideration of the House.
Order that the bill be read again a third time on a future date. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that you call government bills for third. No, I was joking. Mr. Speaker, that concludes government business for the day. I move that the House do now rise to meet again on November the 1st between the hours of 1 p.m. and 11:59 p.m. Tomorrow is NDP Opposition Day, so I'll turn the floor over to my honourable colleague to call business for the day.
I recognize the Honourable Leader, House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow, we will have second readings of the following bills: Bill 391, Bill 363, and Bill 342. Thank you.
The motion is we now rise and meet again tomorrow between the hours of 1 p.m. and 11:59 p.m. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Contrary minded, nay. That motion carries. We stand adjourned.